I once dated a communist girl, but I realized it was a mistake when she invited me over. There were red flags everywhere. My son trained really hard for his school's field day. But it got cancelled due to rain, so he only got a precipitation trophy. I asked the waiter what options they have for salads. He said he would be back to let us know. Why is April always tired? Because April comes after March. What do you call an electrician with a potty mouth? An offensive lineman. What word becomes shorter if you add 2 letters? Short. I remember the day the candle shop burned down. Everybody just stood around and sang happy birthday. I was asked why I married a sadist. I said, beats me. Why don't eggs tell each other jokes? Because they would crack each other up. How did Jesus get his coffee? He brews it. Did you hear about the man who fell into an upholstery machine? He's fully recovered. My dad used to race pigeons. He was much slower than them. Did you hear the one about the constipated detective? They call him a no-shit Sherlock. A lion would never play golf. But a tiger would. I love politically incorrect jokes, and here is my favorite. Benjamin Franklin was a great American president. You don't want to be a chimney sweep with me? All right then, soot yourself. Did you hear about the cop that had a garden? He called it Law and Order. What is blue and not heavy? Light blue. Why did the girl smear peanut butter on the road? To go with the traffic jam. When do people start telling dad jokes? When they're dad inside. Hey bro, can you hand me that pamphlet? Brochure. My dad always told me that I could be any person I want. But the FBI disagreed with this. Apparently identity theft is a crime. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. An onion a day keeps everyone away. How can I ask a girl to be my friend and avoid a relationship without being weird? I am asking for a friend. I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey. But then I turned myself around. What did one grape say to the other grape? I'm sick of raising kids. What has 6 wheels and flies? A garbage truck. Told my son we're having Himalayan deer steaks for dinner. Dad, where did you find a Himalayan deer? I found Himalayan in the road on the way home. Why did the hippie drown? He was too far out, man. I'm writing a book about falling downstairs. It's a step-by-step guide. Set your password to 2,444,666,668,888,888. That way, you can say it's 12,345,678. Where's the largest nude beach? It borders on indecent sea. How much does a roof cost? Nothing, it's on the house. Did you know that Mexican babies have US citizenship? Because they are new Mexicans. What's green and not heavy? Light green. When I was a child, I was made to walk the plank. We couldn't afford a dog. How do billboards communicate? Through sign language. The percussionist was confused when he was asked to play a peculiar-looking instrument. It was a conundrum. I finally decided to child-proof my house. Those little bastards aren't getting in this time. My sister and I tried playing hide and seek while waiting at the airport. She never could find me, even though I was hiding in plain sight. Has anyone seen my dog? His name is my cat. You know they say light travels faster than sound? That's why some people appear bright, until you hear them speak. What happens when someone slaps you 1,000,000 times in 1 second? It mega hurts. What's the first step to making a series about flying a plane? Filming the pilot. The inventor of the throat lozenge died. There was no coffin at his funeral. I spent my entire life savings on pasta. It was worth every penny. I was going to sell you a chimney. But it's on the house. Why did the scarecrow get a promotion? Because he was outstanding in the field. Have you heard about the new corduroy pillowcases? They're making headlines. What do you call a sleepwalking nun? A roaming Catholic. What did the right eye say to the left eye? Between you and me, something smells. Sundays are always a bit sad. But the day before is a sadder day. I took my grandma to one of those fish spas, where little fishes eats away all your dead skin. It cost £60, but it was still a lot cheaper than a funeral. What do you call a detective who just solves cases accidentally? Sherlock Holmes. I don't know how I'm going to tell mom that I need to replace the recliner she bought me. It's put me in a really uncomfortable position. The female janitor at my building asked if I would chill and smoke some weed with her. I said no. I can't deal with high maintenance women. Who is the strongest Arab? The protein sheik. I showed my wife a technique I learned for tying 2 ropes together. She proceeded to make out with me wildly. The problem is, I can't tell whether she loves me or she loves me not. Tried to take a selfie in the shower. It turned out all blurry. I think I have selfie-esteem issues. Whenever my wife is upset, I let her color in my tattoos. She just needs a shoulder to crayon. Dad, are we pyromaniacs? Yes, we arson. Oh man. I just heard the local pharmacy was just robbed. The 2 thieves stole their entire supply of Viagra. Police are on the lookout for 2 hardened criminals. I saw a documentary on how ships are kept together. It was riveting. My grandfather used to play in a rock band called the Hinges. They usually open for the Doors. Why did the libertarian chicken cross the road? That's none of your business. Am I being detained? A cop told me that my dogs were chasing people on bikes. But my dogs can't even ride bikes. I kicked a pregnant woman once. When I was in her womb. How can you lose 10 pounds while eating cake? Go to a bakery in London. My friend got arrested for something he didn't do. He didn't run fast enough. My daughter asked me if I knew anything about Galileo. I told her he's just a poor boy from a poor family. People are usually shocked that I have a police record. But I love their greatest hits. People told me to break a leg before my audition. I ended up in a cast. My friend constantly forgets which South American country the Christ the Redeemer statue is in. I must have told him a Brazilian times. What do you call a king's rabbit? The heir to the throne. It's been months since I bought the book, How to Scam People Online. It still hasn't arrived yet. If spaghetti and a dead man got into a fight, who would win? The spaghetti, because the dead man passed away. I have a difficult exam tomorrow, so I called my ex for some cheating tips. Satan just bought a new wig. There was hell to pay. My scientist girlfriend just told me that she needed some time and distance. Maybe she wants to calculate velocity. We did a DNA test on our bullfrog. Surprisingly, it was about 80% French, 15% German, and a tadpole. I was mildly insulted by a coffee today. It was a light roast. I tripped over a bra in the store the other day. It was a booby trap. What's the most difficult key to turn? A donkey. My wife has started doing lunges to get in shape. It's a big step forward for her. Why should you never yell into a colander? You don't want to strain your voice. Why can't Apple build a car? They can't install Windows on them. What do all national anthems have in common? They're all country music. I went to my doctor the other day. He said to me, "I don't know what to say, but your DNA is backwards." Silence filled the room. And? My friend Jack says he can communicate with vegetables. Jack and the beans talk. I am a racist. I personally prefer Mario Kart. My dad accidentally left cash in his pocket when he washed his pants in the washing machine. He proud screamed throughout the house, "Hey everyone, I'm laundering money." My ex was diagnosed with schizophrenia. I couldn't handle it, so I left her. After all, what else should I have done when I found out she was seeing other people? What do you call a car that's out of gas? Exhausted. What do you use to charge an electric Honda? A cord. When my wife told me I had to stop impersonating a flamingo, I had to put my foot down. Why don't eggs tell jokes? They'd crack each other up. What do you call a detective that has been electrocuted? Sherlock Holmes. My deaf girlfriend broke up with me. All of the signs were there. People always ask me what I'm good at. I tell them I'm great at sleeping. I can do that with my eyes closed. I used to hate those Russian dolls because they were so full of themselves. I'm fine with them now though. Once I gave them a chance, they really opened up. I'm thinking I should do lunges to stay in shape. That would be a big step forward. I called the tinnitus helpline. It just kept ringing. What do you call a cow after it's given birth? Decaffeinated. Not to brag, but yesterday I beat our local chess champion in less than 5 moves. Finally, my high school karate lessons came to some use. When you die, what is the last part of your body to stop working? Your pupils. They dilate. How do knights communicate? Chain mail. I used to think people were judging me for working at a movie theater. But then I realized I was just projecting. What did one casket say to the other casket? Is that you, coffin? I learned how to cut down trees with the past tense. First you see it, then you saw it. What is the difference between unlawful and illegal? One is in violation of the law and the other is a sick bird. The most gullible chemical element is easily lead. As of today, I am a proud recipient of a Nobel Prize. I got it for perfecting the procedure to create an absolute vacuum. It's nothing, really. Educated people are hot. Why? Because they have more degrees. You know, I really hate funerals. I'm not a morning person. Due to the pandemic, I've been telling inside jokes only. Do you know why a chicken coop only has 2 doors? Because if it had 4 doors, it'd be a chicken sedan. Out of all the inventions in the last 100 years, the dry erase board is probably the most remarkable. I don't always tell dad jokes, but when I do, he usually laughs. Divorced couples in Colorado are having trouble deciding who gets the marijuana. The judges have started issuing joint custody. If you don't have numbers on your house, that is something you definitely need to address. I live in Wyoming, so I called my insurance to ask what would happen if Yellowstone ever erupted. They said not to worry, I would be covered. I thought removing the shell from my racing snail would make him faster. Turns out it made him very sluggish. Confucius say, man who runs in front of car gets tired. Man who runs behind car gets exhausted. My girlfriend and I got into a fight about which cinema seats she'd chosen for our date. But now we're okay. I left my speaker under my pillow at night, and when I woke up it had been replaced with a $1 note. Must have been the Bluetooth fairy. What's a chiropractor's favorite thing to smoke? Crack. A bossy man walks into a bar. He orders everyone around. My wife told me to stop telling Edgar Allan Poe jokes, so I told her. Nevermore. How do you get a country girl's attention? A tractor. Question. Did I already post my amnesia joke? Which side of the chicken has the most feathers? The outside. April showers bring May flowers, but what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. What type of bagel flies? Plain bagels. Yesterday I went to the world's tiniest wind turbine exhibition. Honestly, not a big fan. I was eating at a restaurant last night when the waitress screamed, "Does anyone know CPR?" I shouted, "I know the whole alphabet." Everyone laughed. Except this one guy. Why do priests boil water so often? They're making holy water. They need to boil the hell out of it. Did you hear about the guy who dipped his balls in glitter? Pretty nuts. Do you guys know any good corn jokes? Come on, I'm all ears. Singing in the shower is all fun and games until you get shampoo in your mouth. Then it becomes a soap opera. My wife asked me to put ketchup on the shopping list. Now I can't see anything. What do you call a sick eagle? Illegal. I can always tell when someone is lying just by looking at them. I can tell when they're standing too. I'm really not a fan of Russian dolls. They're so full of themselves. How many condiments does it take to screw in a light bulb? As many as you can muster. I started reading a horror story in Braille. Something bad is about to happen, I can feel it. What did the parent beaver say to the kid beaver? Shut the damn door. What do you call a bee from America? USB. How did the pet goldfish blow up the tiny castle? With their fish tank. What did the dog say when he closely inspected a tree trunk? Bark. What word starts with E and ends with E but only has one letter in it? Envelope. What's the difference between ignorance and apathy? I don't know and I don't care. We started a band and called it Books. So no one can judge us by our covers. I was recently diagnosed with having selective hearing. How come no one's ever told me that before? I want to open a pub for dads who are into old rock music and dad jokes. I will call it the House of the Rising Pun. It only takes me 10 minutes to walk to the bar but takes an hour to get back. The difference is staggering. I'm desperately trying to find out who's been pooping on my lawn. It's a real whodunit. I don't tell dad jokes. He never understands them. How do witches write their spells? In cursive. Apparently, when someone asks if you have a favorite child, you're supposed to name one of your own. I wish my kid would listen to me when I tell him about the dangers of Russian roulette. It goes in one ear and out the other. Did you hear about the crossword experts that prevented a group of people from jumping off a bridge? They got 6 down and 3 across. I knew a guy who hired a servant who was missing his left arm. Serves him right. Why do people keep asking the value of X? It is obviously 10. How did the inventor of computer viruses escape? He just ransomware. Looking at a bottle of molasses got me thinking. What did they do with the rest of the mole? A new and improved type of broom has been invented. It's sweeping the nation. My son is afraid to pay the guitar. I told him, don't fret. There was once a king who was only 12 inches tall. Terrible king, but made a great ruler. What do you call a guy with dinosaurs tattooed on his chest? Tyrannosaurus Rex. I like my women like my coffee. Bottomless. I wrote a script called Vocabulary. It's a play on words. 630 is the best time on a clock. Hands down. Can I still make a Suez Canal joke? Or has that ship already sailed? What do you call a group of hens staring at lettuce? Chicken sees a salad. So what if I don't know what apocalypse means? It's not the end of the world. I asked my wife, so, do you think the cup is half full or half empty? And you know what she said? Please, for the love of God, could you stop wearing my bras? How did you get your pilot license so fast? I took a crash course. What comes after man? Postman. What does James Bond do before going to bed? He goes undercover. To whoever stole my cow. My beef is with you, sir. Your nose will never be 12 inches long. Because then it would be a foot. Lost my pizza cutter. So I used my Bryan Adams CD. It cuts like a knife. Why was Einstein digging in his garden? He was looking for wormholes. What happens when a painter gets cold? He or she puts on another coat. If you're ever locked out of your house, start talking to your lock, calmly and clearly. After all, good communication is the key. If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. I asked my wife to rate my listening skills and she said, "You're an 8 on a scale of 10. But what I still don't get is why. She wanted me to urinate on a skeleton. I was going to tell a fat joke. But the consequences will weigh on me. Thinking of having my ashes stored in a glass urn. Remains to be seen. Dad, can you explain solar eclipse? No son. I divorced my wife Ruth of 20 years with 3 kids because of a petty argument. I truly am ruthless. They say the USA is great. Then why did someone invent the USB? Not all construction work is equally enjoyable. For example, enlarging a drilled hole is boring, but fastening pieces of metal together is riveting. My wife told me to take the spider out instead of killing it. I took him to the bar and had a few drinks. Nice guy. He wants to be a web designer. I finally got over my addiction to chocolate, marshmallows and nuts. I won't lie, it was a rocky road. What's blue and not heavy? Light blue. I named my son Phillips. I didn't want him to be a flathead. When I was in France, I tried to climb a huge tower. But I fell off. My teacher asked me to use the words deduct, detail, defeat, and defense in a sentence. I said defeat of deduct go over defense before detail. I just read about the last person to be executed by electric chair. Apparently he offered very little resistance and conducted himself beautifully. If Queen Elizabeth farts during dinner, all the other guests are supposed to pretend as if nothing happened. Noble gases have no reaction. Did you hear about the cheese that's been working out? Dude shredded. How do pickles celebrate their birthdays? They relish the moment. A Roman walks into a bar and raises his 2 fingers and says 5 beers please. Birds fly in a V. Do you know why one side is longer than the other? Because there's more birds on that side. I predicted the fall of the Soviet Union. There were a lot of red flags. Out of all the inventions over the last 100 years, the dry erase board is probably the most remarkable. Seven has even in it. Which is odd. Why does the price of balloons go up? Inflation. My dog is a genius. I asked him what's 2 minus 2? He said nothing. I went to the zoo yesterday and saw a baguette in a cage. The zookeeper told me it was bred in captivity. This is a fact. Most people are shocked when they find out I'm the worst electrician in the city. Just called the tinnitus helpline. It just kept on ringing. I think my cat is a communist. All he ever says is meow. How does a demon stay fit? He exorcises. The furniture store keeps calling me non-stop. All I wanted was that one night stand. Why is dark spelled with a K? Because you can't see in the dark. I was shocked to find out how much my rich friend spent on buying a new toilet. He's sitting on a small fortune. My friend told me I don't understand how irony works. Which is ironic, because we were at a bus stop. Linguist researchers recently discovered what language is the world's least spoken language. Sign language. How does Moses make his coffee? He brews it. How do you convert a Satanist? Beat the hell out of it. What do fish talk about? Current events. Apparently, someone stole the toilets from our local police station. Officers have nothing to go on. You know why we're so used to using shampoo? Conditioning. Someone threw a bottle of omega-3 pills at me. Luckily my injuries were only super fish oil. People say being a server is a bad job. But hey, it puts food on the table. Our family dog used to chase people riding bikes. It got so bad in the end, we had to take the bikes off him. I don't snore, I dream I'm a motorcycle. And that's why I wake up exhausted. I saw two cows staring at me from behind the bush. I think it was a stakeout. My wife said I should do lunges to stay in shape. That would be a big step forwards. My printer was making music, so I checked it out. The paper was jamming. Did you hear about the bread factory burning down? They say the business is toast. Being a restaurant server is a tough job. But it puts food on the table. My wife just completed a 40-week bodybuilding routine. It's a baby boy weighing 7 pounds. I bought a wig for $1. It was a small price to pay. I confronted a mime today. He did unspeakable things. Thank you for the awards. You made my day, smiley face. What did the buffalo say to his son when he dropped him off to school? Bison. I reported my broken computer screens to IT. They told me they would monitor the situation. Why do cow milking stools only have 3 legs? Because the cow has the udder. What did the zookeeper say to the snake while it was coiled around his neck? Well folks, that's a wrap. I'm shocked by the skills of Spanish tattoo artists. Nobody expects the Spanishing precision. Why are cemeteries so popular? People are just dying to get in there. Went to the hospital after accidentally drinking invisible ink. It took forever before the doctor could see me. Why did the snowman get thrown out of the fresh produce department? He was picking his nose. The girl next door is bathing topless and all the neighbors are arguing whether that's right or not. Me, however, I'm sitting on the fence. What do you call a cat that hates tea? CA. If you think swimming with dolphins is expensive, you should try swimming with sharks. Cost me an arm and a leg. Why did the kids eat their homework? 'Cause the teacher said it was a piece of cake. What did the butcher say to the animal? Nice to meet you. My wife asked me to go get 6 cans of Sprite from the grocery store. I realized when I got home that I had picked 7 up. What is the opposite of a croissant? A happy uncle. In honor of Mother's Day, I'd just like to say, thank you for your cervix. What do you call a guy with no shins? Tony. I accidentally swallowed some Scrabble tiles. I accidentally swallowed some Scrabble tiles. My next crap could spell disaster. I asked my wife if I'm the only one she's been with and she said yes. All the others were 9s and 10s. What do you call the place where mythical heroes get their milk? Legendary. Why is the ocean so salty? Because the land never waves back. A robber enters a watches and clock store. How much time will it take? I can always tell, just by looking, when someone is lying. I can also tell when they're standing. What do you call a woman who's really good at darts? Amy. Why did the hamburger go to the gym? To get Better's buns. I have kleptomania. But when it gets bad, I take something for it. It's hard to explain puns to kleptomaniacs. Because they take everything literally. An underage music student walks into a bar. The bartender then said, "Sorry, but you can't be minor." I was sitting in the courtroom the other day and my phone started to die. Luckily I brought my mobile power bank. Anyways, I was charged with battery. A guy walks into a bar with a piece of asphalt under his arm. He asks for 1 beer, and 1 for the road. My kid picks up a stone from every hike we go on and on Father's Day each year gives them all to me. Honestly, it rocks and I appreciate the sentiment. I told my wife she was drawing her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised. I tried to have a seance at a Starbucks. But they don't have any mediums. I remember when the shovel was invented. It was truly groundbreaking. My wife and I just celebrated 10 years of happy marriage. It was coincidentally our 30th wedding anniversary. My maths teacher called me average. How mean. Small babies may be delivered by stork. The heavy ones, however, need a crane. I used to be indecisive. But now I'm not so sure. Why did the ice cream carry an umbrella? Because there's always a chance of sprinkles. A friend invited me to his place the other day. When I got there, he said to make myself at home. So I kicked him out because I don't like having company over. On which side does a tiger have the most stripes? The outside. Why did the doctor give up his practice? He lost his patience. To the man in the wheelchair who stole my camouflage jacket. You can hide, but you can't run. I think shredded cheese should be banned in USA. Make America great again. I was just thinking. I've never finished a painting. I have a black belt in martial arts. When I was a child, my life took a brief turn for the worst when my family moved to a new town. I found them, though. If someone from New York is a New Yorker, then someone from Hamburg is a hamburger. Yesterday my foot got stuck on my wife's bra. It was a booby trap. I sat in a traffic jam on my way to the computer store just to pick up one item. It was a hard drive. Boss told me that as a security guard, it's my job to watch the office. I'm on season 6, but I'm not really sure what it's got to do with security. Why should you never date a tennis player? Love means nothing to them. Why do cows have bells in their necks? Because their horns don't work. Did you hear they're making a movie about the guy who invented the tampon? It's a period piece. What has 2 legs and flies? A pair of trousers. Why do vampires never learn from their mistakes? Because they don't reflect on them. What do you call 2 medical professionals who can't help a patient? A paradox. Why was the Orphans Forum so hard to navigate? It didn't have a home page. The past, present, and future walked into a bar. It was tense. What do you call a line of men waiting to get haircuts? A barbecue dot, but if they're walking backwards, they're a receding hairline. What do you call monkeys with a shared Amazon account? Primates. People often accuse me of being a plagiarist. Their words, not mine. I love jokes. The cornier the better. A man has been shot with a starting pistol. Police are convinced it's race-related. The geologist was always a bit troubled, but after his wife left, he truly hit rock bottom. I only know 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. To whomever stole my copy of Microsoft Office, I will find you. You have my word. Will glass coffins ever be popular? Remains to be seen. Why was Schrodinger's trial so quick? It was an open and shut case. You know what I really can't stand? So, I'm just going to sit here. I asked a proctologist why he chose his profession. He said, it was just the fecal finger of fate. A crane operator saved a woman from drowning in a river. It's an uplifting story. Why did historians used to refer to the Middle Ages as the Dark Ages? Because there were so many nights. I got fired from my job at the bank today. An old lady asked me to check her balance. So I pushed her over. What did Dad say to Mom when he bought her the wrong kind of flower? Whoops, a daisy. I smiled when the kids said I was lucky because their mom is a trophy wife. That smile quickly disappeared when they followed up that I was a participation award husband. I want to tell a vaccine joke. But some won't get it. Three golf clubs walked into a bar. The putter ordered a beer, the wedge ordered some whiskey. The bartender asked the third one if he wanted anything. He replied, no, thanks, I'm the driver. So I was playing Among Us and I saw this guy venting. Turns out, he just needed someone to talk to. I've started a new band called Blanket. We're a cover band. What do you call a tiny mother? A minimum. How did the hacker escape from the FBI? He ransomware. Why do they say amen instead of a woman at the end of songs at church? 'Cause they're hymns, not hers. I finally realized why trees don't have teeth. Turns out, they're all bark and no bite. My partner was always criticizing my sense of direction. So I packed up and right. A genie granted me one wish, so I wished to be happy. Now I live with 6 dwarves and work in a mine. What do you call a gathering of gays? A pride. Where did you learn to make ice cream? Sunday school. Sorry I'm late, I just bought a new butt clock. It's a little behind. I hate people who talk about me behind my back. They disgust me. A is for apple. B is for bananas. What is C for? Explosives. Somebody threw a bottle of omega-3 pills at my head. It's okay though, as my injuries are only superfish oil. What do you call a hippie's wife? Mississippi. What kind of house can you pick up very easily? A lighthouse. My new sweater had a lot of static, so I returned it. The company gave me a new one free of charge. You made a great point, Dad. Thanks, I sharpened it. I joined a dating site for arsonists. I've been getting a lot of matches. Why are your fingers the most reliable part of your body? You can always count on them. I heard that grapes don't cry when crushed. But they do whine. Why do pancakes always win at baseball? They have the best batter. I asked my wife if I am the only one she has ever been with. She said yes, all the others were 9s and 10s. What's the best way to get a handle on your drinking? Use a coffee mug. I was the only one to forget to bring sunscreen to the beach. And everyone else just kept rubbing it in. Did you know that if you rearrange the letters of postman, he gets really angry? What do you do when your son has started eating electrical cords? You ground him until he conducts himself properly. The Will Smith slap was staged. Everyone in the audience was a paid actor. I got food poisoning from a local restaurant. I thought it was weird for them to have on the menu, but I had to see if it was legit. Today I gave my dead batteries away. They were free of charge. What happens when a communist trusts a fart? They get skid marks. What kind of bears have no teeth? Gummy bears. I saw a microbiologist today. He was much bigger than I expected. Adjective for metal is metallic. But not so for iron, which is ironic. What's brown and sticky? A stick. A pair of jumper cables walks into a bar. The bartender says, You can stay, but don't start anything. I named my dog 5 miles. So that I could frequently say, I'm going to walk 5 miles now. What do wolves call blue hedgehogs? Fast food. I dig, you dig, she digs, he digs, we dig, they dig. It's not a long poem, but it's deep. How do you make friends as an adult? I'm asking for a friend. When my doctor told me my plastic surgery was free of charge, the look on my face was priceless. Why can't you burn a king's fart? It's a noble gas. Did you hear about the baker who got arrested for shoplifting? It was a risk he was willing to take. What kind of tree is the best for blocking water? An evergreen. I have a friend who really hates living in central USA. She says she's in a constant state of Missouri. What sneakers can you drive? Vans. I dig, you dig, he digs, she digs, they dig, we dig. It's not a long poem, but it's deep. Give a man a plane ticket, and he'll fly for a day. Push a man out of the plane and he will fly for the rest of his life. Food prices are getting out of control. Half a lettuce for $9. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Why did the man fall into a well? 'Cause he couldn't see that well. I've started telling everyone about the benefits of eating dried grapes. It's all about raising awareness. Why do pirates never take a bath before they walk the plank? Because they always wash up on shore. I'm sick and tired of PC culture taking over everything. I am and will forever stand by Mac. What do a tick and the Eiffel Tower have in common? They are both parasites. I can't believe people are still making Friends references almost 20 years after the show ended. No one told me life was going to be this way. Any recommendations for music I can listen to while I'm fishing? I'm looking for something catchy. Where did Captain Hook get his hook? The second-hand store. I don't understand why some people use fractions instead of decimals. It's pointless. Do alcoholics run in your family? No, they mostly stumble around and break stuff. I thought it would be hard to cook Chinese food outside. But it's been a real walk in the park. What do you call a single tear on your face the day of your wedding? I do. Have you heard about that new fad of skydiving without a parachute? It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I ordered a chicken and an egg on Amazon today. I'll let you know. My wife came screaming at me to take the spider out. It was great. We went out for a couple of beers. He wants to be a senior web developer someday. This may not be the place to post this, but I'm heartbroken that my girl broke up with me due to her hallucinations. We'd be the only people in a room and she'd tell me that she's seeing somebody else. Scientists now believe music started playing when the universe was created. This phenomenon is called the Big Bang Theory. Some people shave their heads for charity, but I decided instead to comb my hair in two opposite directions. I'm just trying to do my part. What's the difference between a police officer and a bullet? When a bullet kills someone else, you know it's been fired. I was bullied into taking up fishing. Yes, it's true, I caved to peer pressure. The waitress at our table tonight asked if we wanted kids' menus. My wife said yes. I said we're happy with the kids we have, thank you. I then realized I could feel the desire to harmlessly embarrass my children in front of other people. It's happening. What do you say to your sister when she's crying? Are you having a crisis? One night a Viking named Rudolph the Red was looking out the window when he said it's going to rain. One night a Viking named Rudolph the Red was looking out the window when he said it's going to rain. His wife asked, "How do you know?" "Because Rudolph the Red knows rain, dear." Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Give a man a poison fish, and you feed him for the rest of his life. What do computers do when they're partying? They take screenshots. My wife is threatening to leave me for never putting the toilet seat down. To be honest, I'm getting a little tired of carrying it around. You know what toll booths and Microsoft have in common? They're both basically Bill Gates. Why can't you hear a psychiatrist using the bathroom? Because the P is silent. The wife and I were at the marriage counselor. Your wife says you never buy her flowers. Is that true? The marriage counselor asked, glaring at me. I look at my wife frustratingly and shout, "You never even told me you sold flowers?" I went up to a stand selling peaches and asked for a pair. So now I have 2 peaches. Why does programmers use dark mode? 'Cause light attracts bugs. Did you hear about the 2 guys that stole a calendar? They each got 6 months. Why did the 3 want to hook up with the other 3? Because of the 6 appeal. Well, to be frank, I'd have to change my name. Why did the candle fall in love? He found the perfect match. What do you get when you drop a piano down a mine shaft? A flat minor. On the first day of my flying lessons, I looked down nervously and asked the instructor, "What are all these buttons for?" He said, "Those are to keep your shirt closed." Why do communists only write in lowercase? They hate capitalism. My friend was a struggling artist until he decided to just do sculptures. He made over 6 figures last year. My neighbor was attacked by mimes. They did unspeakable things to them. I just found out that there is no training for garbage men. They just pick things up as they go along. You might not think engineers are brave. But it took balls of steel to make the first bearings. Instead of John, I call my bathroom Jim. That way I can say I frequent the gym and not be lying about it. Kind of want to check out the hot air balloon festival this weekend. But I am concerned about rising inflation. I think my new girlfriend is a ghost. I had my suspicion the moment she walked through the door. Did you hear about the guy who was aroused by semantics? He got off on a technicality. The reviews for the new Elvis movie have been generally positive. However, some critics say that it needed a little less conversation and a little more action. A caveman time traveled to the present, and I wanted to make him feel more at home. So we listened to the Rolling Stones together. Who is taller, Mr. Bigger or his son? His son is a little bigger. I'm going to start a yacht building business in my attic. Sales should go through the roof. Why couldn't the lifeguard save the hippie? He was too far out, man. What does Jesus smell like? Heaven sent. What's a demon's favorite handwriting style? Cursive. What did the shampoo say to the hair before working out at the gym? You need some conditioning. Someone tried to sell me a coffin today. I said that's the last thing I need. I lost my drink in Scotland. Where did my glass go? What's the difference between Iron Man and Aluminum Man? Iron Man stops the bad guys. Aluminum Man foils their plans. Why don't escaped convicts make good writers? Because they never finish their sentences. My boss calls me the computer. Nothing to do with intelligence. I go to sleep if left unattended for 15 minutes. I have many jokes about the unemployed. Sadly, none of them work. Whenever my wife is upset, I let her color in my black and white tattoos. She just really needed a shoulder to crayon. Which kind of bears have no teeth? Gummy bears. My wife booked us a table at a restaurant called the Manhattan Project. I asked her if it's a fusion restaurant. She blew up at me. My wife left me because of my pasta fetish. I'm feeling cannelloni right now. I was going to tell a joke about chopping down trees, but I decided to axe it. How did Jesus get six-pack abs? CrossFit. How many psychiatrists does it take to change a tire? Well, first the tire has to really want to change. I found out my girlfriend is really a ghost. I had my suspicions the moment she walked through the door. What did the tree say to his girlfriend? I'm leaving you. Rest in peace to boiling water. You will be missed. This year I'm on a crusade to tell everyone about the benefits of eating dried grapes. It's about raising awareness. I didn't know till recently that bees actually get every worker's opinion before making decisions. They're just experts at pollen. Almost everyone has the day off on the 4th of July. Except fire. Fire works on the 4th of July. I resigned from the ironing board. Too many pressing issues and no way to decrease the number of suits against us. Would anyone like some flat batteries? They're free of charge. My friend's bakery burned down last night. Now his business is toast. I didn't want a brain transplant. But then, they changed my mind. Where do bad rainbows go? To Prism, but it is a light sentence. I was feeling a bit lonely, so I bought some stock. Now I have a bit of company. What do you call a cow in an earthquake? A milkshake. Why do pirates like wearing gold necklaces? So they can have their own treasure chest. My friend is on a plan to become invisible. Don't see where he's going with this. Did you hear about the mathematician who's afraid of negative numbers? He will stop at nothing to avoid them. Why isn't holy water used in vaccines? Because you can't take the Lord's name in vain. Who were the greenest presidents in US history? The Bushes. I told the girl I'm dating I like to do magic. And she disappeared. If I have 6 oranges in one hand and 7 oranges in the other hand, what do I have? Really big hands. What's the difference between diameter and radius? Radius. Why did the fish blush? Because he saw the ocean's bottom. What do you get when you mix a car, a fly, and a pet? A flying carpet. Why did the photograph go to prison? It was framed. I have a problem with holes. I think they're pitiful. What do you call a short mother? A minimum. I saw a baguette at the zoo. It was bred in captivity. I gave my son a very long name. Now I'm afraid I sentenced him for life. What's up? It's a movie about an old man turning his house into a hot air balloon. What is not enough to hurt Chris Rock? Willpower. I took all of my savings, converted it to cash and put it in a boat. I feel much better now that my money is offshore. I once took a holiday to the North Pole. It was great while I was there, but after that my holiday just went south. Comic Sans walks into a bar. The bartender says, "I'm sorry, but we don't serve your type here." To the guy in the wheelchair who stole my camouflage jacket. You can hide, but you can't run. I bought a pair of shoes from my local drug dealer. I don't know what he laced them with, but I've been tripping all day. I just got my hair cut. It's a little short and I don't think I like it. But it will grow on me. What do you call a physician owl? Doctor Who. My pet snail lost his shell. He's looking a bit sluggish. Why do ions make good leaders? Because they always take charge. What do you get when you cross the Atlantic with the Titanic? About halfway. Don't accept friend requests from Taco Bell. They are nacho friends. I got a part-time job welding. It's to make ends meet. What do you get if you play a country song backwards? You get your wife back, you get your truck back, you get your dog back. Did you hear about the guy who evaporated? He will be missed. I used to do drugs in the 90s. Now I don't care what temperature it is. Why did the triangle player quit the orchestra? It was just one ting after another. Guess what I heard? Cattle. Why are there pyramids in Egypt? They were too heavy to move to the British Museum. I'm a kleptomaniac who has a tendency to steal board games. What can I say? I like to take risks. Somebody stole my fluorescent jacket and trainers. They can run but they can't hide. What do you call a virus that's also a successful social media personality? An influenza. What happened to the butcher when he backed into the meat grinder? Nothing. He just got a little behind in his work. What has 5 fingers and is not your hand? My hand. What do you call a small mosque? A mosquito. I don't want to read a long book about rock climbing. Can you just give me the Cliff Notes? Why are astronauts lazy? Because when they're in space, they don't carry their own weight. I used to tell Dad jokes all the time. But he never laughed. What's the best way to carve wood? Whittle by whittle. My doctor said I lost all my atoms. But I told him, no matter. I got you a refrigerator for your birthday. I can't wait to see your face light up when you open it. Did you know the Republic of Ireland is one of the richest countries in the world? Its capital is always Dublin. My girlfriend thought I'd be lonely after she broke up with me. Little did she know that I immediately bought stocks just to have some company. I told my son we needed to talk about his snack addiction. He said it's not your problem. What do you call a cheese that refuses to go on pasta? Ungrateful. I love the way the earth rotates. It makes my day. My doctor told me that my love of deli meats was going to kill me. I had to quit cold turkey. I used to hate facial hair. But then it grew on me. I asked my dad if I was adopted. He asked, "Why would I pick you?" What do you call an illegally parked frog? Toad. Have you heard about that new Zelda game where you play as Zelda on a quest through underground caves? Search for the link below. I would say that all quilts are uncomfortable. But I try to avoid making blanket statements. One thing I can't deal with is a deck of cards glued together. Why is it polite to knock on the refrigerator door before opening? Because there could be a salad dressing. I like telling dad jokes. He doesn't always get them though. I just applied for a job down at the diner. I told them I really bring a lot to the table. There are 3 guys on a boat with 4 cigarettes, but nothing to light them with. So they throw a cigarette overboard and the boat becomes a cigarette lighter. What happened when the cargo ship full of books sank? It caused a tidal wave. The shovel is the best invention ever. You could even say it's groundbreaking. They say camping is one of the best medicines for stress. The relief is intense. eBay is so useless. I tried looking up lighters and all they had was 13,749 matches. What happens when you have kidney problems? You're in trouble. How did the tree access the internet? It logged on. Why do squirrels swim on their backs? To keep their nuts dry. I manufactured clown shoes. It was no small feat. Why do vampires have no friends? Because they are a real pain in the neck. I once told a chemistry joke. I got no reaction. Captain, we've been attacked by a vessel from the planet Omega-3. Thankfully the damage is super fish oil. What was the name of the one-legged woman? Eileen. My wife told me, don't get upset if someone calls you fat. You're much bigger than that. What happened to the American man who went to the hospital for a broken leg? He went broke. Why are skeletons so calm? Because nothing gets under their skin. Why did the dad joke cross the road? To get father away. What was left after the cheese factory exploded? Debris. I can't believe someone broke into my garage and stole my limbo stick. Like, seriously. How low can you go? Marvel should use the Hulk to advertise movies. I mean, basically he's just a big banner. How do you know when it's time to oil your hamster? When it squeaks. How do you stop a fight between two blind people? Say I bet $10 on the one with the knife, and both will run away. Which side of the tree has the most branches? The outside. Jokes about feet are corny. But jokes about eyes are cornea. Why is number 1.9 always constipated? It can't quite go number 2. They tortured George Washington after he died. They had him drawn and quartered. What do you call 100 epileptics in a lettuce field? Seizure salad. I can't decide whether to be a hairdresser or a short story writer. I'll have to flip a coin. Heads or tails. I was living on a houseboat and fell in love with the girl next door. But sadly, we drifted apart. What's the world's longest name? Miles. What is a lumberjack's favorite online activity? Logging in. A coworker of mine spilled boiling hot coffee on my leg and had the nerve to ask where it hurts. I said decaf. Argon enters a bar. The bartender says we don't serve noble gases here. Argon does not react. Why are fish so easy to weigh? Because they come with their own scales. How do you handle a red-headed baby? Gingerly. My wife told me that my botanical garden was so expensive that it was preventing us from starting a family. She said I can either have a hobby. Orchid. What's small, red and whispers? A horseradish. What does a lawyer wear to court? A lawsuit. Did you know that you can only travel one speed in an airport? Terminal velocity. A band of unscrupulous thieves broke into a warehouse and stole $600,000 worth of Red Bull. I don't know how they sleep at night. What do dads eat for breakfast? Pop-Tarts. If I threw a can of pop at you, would it hurt? Probably not, it's a soft drink. How does Moses make his coffee? He brews it. My dad always said, find a girl with an embarrassing tattoo and try to convince her to marry you. She knows how to make bad decisions and stick by them. Did you hear the joke about the wandering nun? She was a Roman Catholic. Interviewer asks where I see myself in 5 years. Same as now, really. Mirrors, windows, reflective surfaces like that. Just started my job as an executioner. I'll be heading there soon. Glass coffins, will they be popular? Remains to be seen. I could never figure out why birthday cake gave me heartburn. Apparently you're supposed to blow out and remove the candles first. I always keep a guitar in my car. It's for traffic jams. What do you call a group of child soldiers? An infantry. I have a phobia of bow and arrows. The thought of them makes me quiver. Did you hear about the cheese factory that exploded in France? Debris is everywhere. Why does a chicken coop only have 2 doors? If it had 4, it would be a chicken sedan. I was up super early this morning and I started wondering what time the sun would rise. Then it dawned on me. I can't remember how to write 1, 1000, 51, 6 and 500 in Roman numerals. I'm livid. The walk from my house to the bar is 5 minutes. The walk from the bar to my house is 35 minutes. The difference is staggering. Once upon a time there was a king who was only 12 inches tall. He was a terrible king, but he made a great ruler. My neighbor told me he was scared to plant an apple tree. I told him to grow a pear. These days the name Lance is fairly uncommon. However, in medieval times people were called Lancelot. Why did the art thief's van run out of gas as he drove away from the museum? Because he had no Monet to buy Degas to make the Van Gogh. Which jeweler was the loudest? The one who made my earring. Why are vampires very bad product managers? Because they refuse to meet with stakeholders. I think I might start playing quiet tennis. It's like normal tennis but without the racket. I got my car horn fixed at a Lion King themed shop called Scars Auto Body. Be prepared. I don't understand why my wife was so mad and called me lazy. I didn't even do anything. What keeps sheep up at night? Knowing that so many people are counting on them. Pandas don't get confused. They get bamboozled. I can't believe someone stole my limbo stick. Like seriously, how low can you go? What did the dentist say in court? The tooth, the whole tooth and nothing but the tooth. I just learned that the previous owner of my home did all of the electrical work himself with no prior experience. I was shocked. My daughter thinks I'm nosy and don't respect her boundaries. At least, that's what she wrote in her diary. They all laughed when I said I want to be a comedian. They're not laughing now. How did the banana get out of prison? On appeal. What's brown and rhymes with Snoop? Dr. Dre. Me and my neighbor were friends, so we agreed to share a water supply. We got along well. What does Bob the Builder become after he retire? Bob. What do fireworks drink? Sparkling water. What shoes do kidnappers wear? White Vans. My dad is hopelessly addicted to going to different hardware stores every weekend. Every Saturday, I see him hitting new lows. What's the best way to cut down a tree? It depends on who's axing. I had an Englishman's breakfast this morning. I don't know why he was upset. To whoever stole my copy of Microsoft Office, I will find you. You have my word. I just invented the world's first thought-activated air freshener. It makes sense when you think about it. People who have OnlyFans. What is stopping you from upgrading to an air conditioner? What do construction workers do at parties? Raise the roof. What's the difference between an oral and rectal thermometer? The taste. Know what they call a handyman in France? A Jacques of all trades. What does a house wear? Address. How do you make 7 even? Take away the S. I don't feel very strong on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Those are weekdays. What's the difference between a well-dressed person on a unicycle and a poorly dressed person on a bicycle? Attire. Why are bakers always so rich? They have all the dough. I used to be addicted to soap. But I'm clean now. Just found 2 large bumps on my car battery. Had to get them tested and one came back positive. Hope it's not terminal. I had the perfect date last night. Tonight, I'll try a pomegranate. Two deer walk out of a gay bar. One of them turns to the other and says, "I can't believe I blew $40 in there." What's the difference between an artichoke and an asteroid? One is a vegetable and the other is a little meteor. Why should you never brush your teeth with your left hand? Because you should use a toothbrush instead. What did E.T.'s mother say to him when he got home? "Where on earth have you been?" Why does Sherlock Holmes use imperial measurements? Because crime's afoot. If the past tense if I'm running is Iran, what is the past tense of Iran? Persia. Know why the farmer got acquitted for stealing seeds? Because the evidence was planted. I pulled a muscle while I was digging for gold. Just a minor injury. When I was a single man, I had loads of free time. Now that I listen to albums, I hardly ever leave the house. I recently moved into an igloo and my friends threw me a housewarming party. Now I'm homeless. My wife left me because of my gambling addiction. But I know I can win her back. Would anyone be interested in becoming my companion? Asking for a friend. Some mornings I wake up grumpy. But usually I let her sleep. I keep seeing the same joke that it takes 10 tickles to make an octopus laugh. Can we stop with the harassing of sea life and just cuddle fish instead? How do you find Will Smith in a snowstorm? Look for the Fresh Prince. After I'd finished a bowl of blueberries, I was talking to my wife when she noticed my teeth were stained. "Well, you said you wanted a Bluetooth speaker." What do you call a typo and a magic spell? A spelling mistake. I went to the Red Cross. I said I needed to buy a stretcher. The guy asked if I'm gonna try it out first. I said no, I don't want to get carried away. Why is England described as being a wet country? The Queen has reigned over it for decades. Someone told me you can watch a solar eclipse through a colander. I tried but just ended up straining my eyes. How does a computer get drunk? It takes screenshots. Someone walked by and saw two witches making out. They yelled, "Oh, get a broom." How do you get a blind person to see? Usually by boat. I met a lovely couple last night who each had only one leg. They were called Aileen and Neil. What's wrong with left-handed people? They're not using the right hand. Apparently 30% of owners let their pet sleep in their bed. I tried it and my goldfish died. What do you get if you cross a dog and a crab? A Doberman Pinscher. If a woman says she will be ready in 5 minutes, no need to remind her every half an hour. After years of looking for a potential partner, I finally met the woman of my dreams. Too bad I was asleep. My dad's hobby was collecting empty bottles. Which sounds so much better than alcoholic. Why did the man rob the train? I'm not sure, but I bet he had a locomotive. Why is Pavlov's hair so shiny? He conditions it. If you need to build an ark, I know a guy. "10 and 100 are basically the same number, since their difference is 0. The first 5 florists I called from the phone book knew nothing about carpet or tile. And suddenly, I'm the idiot. I have an Irish friend who always bounces off walls when he's had a few beers. He's called Ricochet. How did the leper crash his car? He left his foot on the gas. I threw my vacuum cleaner out yesterday. All it was doing was gathering dust. I got my daughter a fridge for her birthday. I can't wait to see her face light up when she opens it. What do you call Father Christmas in an orange suit? Santa Claus. Someone stole my lamps. I was delighted. Did you know that Ireland had the fastest growing population? It's Dublin every day. My niece asked me to pretend I'm a bicycle. I said I'm too tired. Did you hear about the cow who got knighted? He was sirloin. I lost 3 fingers on my right hand, so I asked my doctor if I would still be able to write with it. She said maybe, but I wouldn't count on it. People in Athens rarely get up before sunrise. Dawn is tough on Greece. This book I am reading looks thinner. I think it had its appendix removed. What did Earth say to the other planets? Get a life. A burglar broke into my house and stole all my soap. He made a clean getaway. A toothless termite walks into a bar. He sits down and asks the termite next to him, "Is the bartender here?" What did the beach say when the tide came in? Long time no see. A German boy pushes his brother off a cliff. "Look, Mom, no Hans." Got my left arm and leg amputated. It's okay. I'm all right. Do you know why do scuba divers fall backwards off the rail of a boat? Because if they fell forwards, they would land in the boat. My friend keeps saying, "Cheer up, man. You could be in an underground hole full of water." I know he means well. For years I was searching for a book with all kind of maps. Atlas, I found it. A man goes to the hospital where his dad is hospitalized. The nurse says, "I am sorry sir, your dad is pronounced dead." The man says, "I can't believe I have been pronouncing it wrong the whole time." Why is it so hard to beat Bruce Springsteen in a foot race? Because he was born to run. Did you know diarrhea is hereditary? It runs in your genes. I'll never vaccinate my kids, that's stupid, irresponsible, and dangerous. I'd get the doctor to do it. My daughter wants to do more things on her own, so I told her to put a picture of herself in a locket. Then she would be independent. It's my wife's birthday next week and she's been leaving jewelry catalogs all over our house. So I got her a magazine rack. A guy tried to sell me a coffin. I told him that's the last thing I need. My wife told me to stop acting like a flamingo. So I had to put my foot down. I can cut this piece of wood just by looking at it. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Did you hear the rumor about butter? Never mind, I'm not going to spread it. My grandfather went to war and came back with one leg. Nobody knows whose leg it is yet. There's a snowstorm warning for NY, including Wall Street. What a terrible time for shorts. I always take my bird with me when I go fishing. It doesn't take him more than a few seconds of flying around before he finds a perch. Every morning I get hit by the same bicycle. It's a vicious cycle. What do you call a rooster staring at a pile of lettuce? A chicken sees a salad. Did you hear about zombie Mozart deleting all the music he wrote? He was decomposing. You should really avoid being friends with zombies. Because they're rotten people. My socially anxious friend just got a PhD in palindrome studies. I call him Dr. Awkward. I got fired from my job as a urologist. I got bad ratings from my peers. A lady at the bank today wanted to check her balance. So I pushed her over. I spilled the litter box when I was cleaning it. It was quite the cat-ass trophy. What did the Reddit user say after setting a bomb in a bank? Wow. This blew up. Thanks for the gold. I met a microbiologist today. He was much bigger than I imagined. How do lumberjacks shut down their computers? They log off. My computer broke, and my boss told me to take it to the IT guy. So I went outside and threw it in the sewer. Why did the alcoholic marry the ghost? For the booze. What do you call a flying mermaid? Ariel. How did the telephone propose to his partner? He gave her a ring. How do you tell what gender an ant is? Put it in water. If it sinks, it's a girl ant. If it floats, it's buoyant. A big moron and a little moron are sitting on the edge of the Brooklyn Bridge. The big moron stupidly falls off. But his friend didn't because he was a little moron. Why aren't computers allowed in prisons? Because it has an escape key. Which body part is most reliable? Well, you can always count on your fingers. What do you get when you cross a river, a lake, and an ocean? Really wet. What do you call a 70-year-old Mexican? A senior citizen. How does an engineer make his bed? He uses spreadsheets. Did you hear about the man that stole a calendar? He got 12 months. My son wrote "Only wimps break bones" on my arm cast. He just had to add insult to injury. Why shouldn't you stir hot soup with your left hand? A wooden spoon is much less painful. This morning I saw a guy dragging a clam on a leash. And I thought, it must be hard to walk with a pulled muscle. Why does a chicken coop have 2 doors? If it had 4, it would be a chicken sedan. The wife told me this one through tears. What did baby corn say to mama corn? Where's popcorn? What's green and not heavy? Light green. A woman at the bank asked me to check her balance yesterday. So I pushed her. Why don't seagulls fly around bays? Because then they would be called bagels. In a safety meeting at work, they asked me what steps I'd take in a fire. Apparently really big and fast ones was the wrong answer. The 4th of May is only for celebrating puns about Star Wars. The real fans of Star Wars have a whole separate month during which they can celebrate it. It's Imperial March. Eight sodium atoms walk into a bar. Followed by Batman. Did you hear about the lobster that got the job at Pizza Hut? He works in the crust station. What do you call a steak that's been knighted? Sirloin. Sad news. I broke up with my girlfriend Lorraine because I was seeing another girl named Claire Lee. But the good news is that I can see Claire Lee now that Lorraine is gone. Want to get a Christmas sign at the store? They had an N, an O, and an E. But Noel. Did you know that the words for going somewhere slowly or quickly come from the same country? You're either Stalin or you're Russian. Has anyone here said a joke about animals who only eat vegetables? I can't remember seeing one herbivore. Which days are the strongest? Saturday and Sunday. The rest are weekdays. I was working in a library and this guy comes up to me and asks, "Do you have a bookmark?" I said, "Yes, we have hundreds, but my name's Dave." How are parking spaces measured? In parking meters. I have played piano for years. I used to play by ear. It sounds much better now that I use my hands. My wife asked me why it only takes me 5 minutes to walk down to our local bar, but it takes me over 30 minutes to get back home. I looked her right in the eyes and said in mock surprise, the difference is staggering. What did the movie director say before shooting a dangerous stunt scene? It's a take I'm willing to risk. What is Russia's most secretive insect? KGB. Why did the cell phone need glasses? It lost its contacts. What international catastrophe would be caused by a waiter dropping a platter? The downfall of Turkey, the overthrow of Greece, and the destruction of China. Where do underwater creatures go to live? Whales. Polar bears have been introduced in the Antarctic. What are these polar bears now called? Polar opposite bears. This furniture store keeps emailing me. All I wanted was one night stand. I would love to tell you a joke about unemployed people. Sadly, none of them work. I went to a Star Trek convention dressed as a tree. I was the captain's log. I was just offered a chance to fly to South America to adopt a hoofed mammal. Alpaca bag. Do you think we actually dream in color? Or are they just pigments of our imagination? Did you hear about the kidnapping? It's okay. He woke up. How do you deal with a fear of speed bumps? You slowly get over it. I made a pencil with 2 erasers today. It was pointless. My favorite word in the English language is frequently. I try to use it as often as possible. Why are stoners so polite? Because they always take the high road. I went to a store that sells binoculars yesterday. Boy, they saw me coming. My friends, the Lees, are planning to name their firstborn after their favorite Harry Potter character. Seriously, it's true. Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like bananas. They tried to make a diamond shaped like a duck. It quacked under the pressure. My girlfriend broke up with me, so I stole her wheelchair. Guess who came crawling back? My boss hates when I shorten his name to Dick. Especially since his name is Steve. What's green, then red and goes around in circles? A frog in a blender. Six was afraid of 7 because 7, 8, 9, but why did 7 eat 9? Because you have to eat 3 squared meals a day. What did the digital clock say to the grandfather clock? Look, Grandpa. No hands. Before the clock strikes midnight, make sure you are lifting up your left leg. That way, you start the year off on the right foot. I used to be a banker. Then I lost interest. Smoking will kill you. Bacon will kill you. But smoking bacon will cure it. My doctor asked me if I still eat a lot of deli meat. I told him I quit cold turkey. What's the difference between beer nuts and deer nuts? One is $1.29 and the other is under $1. People said I would never get over my obsession with Phil Collins. But take a look at me now. My boss always laughed at my jokes at work, but since the pandemic she never laughs at them in Zoom chats. I asked her why doesn't she laugh at them anymore. She replied, because your jokes aren't remotely funny. What do you call a beehive without an exit? Unbelievable. I need help. Someone glued my deck of cards together. I don't know how to deal with it. I snore so loudly. It scares the shit out of the people I'm driving. There's only one word in the English language that starts with U and ends with E. Unbelievable, right? Why are the Irish so wealthy? Because their capital is always Dublin. I got to meet the tallest man in the world last week. I was disappointed by how he looked down on everyone else. How do robots eat? They take bites. A weasel walks into the bar. The bartender says, "What can I get you?" Pop goes the weasel. What's it called when Batman skips church? Christian Bale. Did you know the Bible dictates that the man should always make the morning coffee? Yep. It says it right here, Hebrews. I got the terrible news that Dad was pronounced dead. Can't believe I've been saying it wrong this whole time. The school phoned me today and said, "Your son's has been telling lies." I replied, "Tell him, he's bloody good. I don't have any kids." A horse walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Hey." The horse says, "Sure." How did Vikings send secret messages to each other? Through Norse code. Why was 2019 afraid of 2020? Because they got in a fight in 2021. I was dating a girl with a lazy eye, but we had to break up. She was seeing other people on the side. I was going to make a joke about Bill Gates' divorce, but I decided not to. It's not PC. I don't approve of belly dancers. Why can't they dance on the floor like everyone else? Why are redheads always careful? They do everything gingerly. What is the worst type of lag? Gulag. My wife asked how I feel about visiting Switzerland on an upcoming trip. Pretty neutral. What was Achilles' weakness? The man, the myth, the leg end. A one-armed man successfully fended off 3 robbers alone. He took them on single-handedly. What do you call it when you get attitude from a cow? Steak sauce. I got a job as a tour guide in Africa. Safari so good. Tequila may not save your life, but it's worth a shot. There are 3 kinds of people in this world. Those who can count, and those who can't. I recently took up fencing. The neighbors said they will call the police if I don't put it back. How do you anger a pirate? Take the P and they become irate. Just bought a pen that writes underwater. Writes other words too. I accidentally swallowed a bunch of Scrabble tiles. My next trip to the bathroom could spell disaster. A photon checks into a hotel. The bellhop asks, Can I grab your luggage? The photon replies, no, I'm traveling light. I lost my job at the factory making holes in leather belts. I might have failed, but at least I gave it my all. What's a forklift? Food, usually. I really like hot stoves. I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it. I just had a near-sex experience. My wife flashed before my eyes. What do you get when you mix leather with a sneeze? A shoe. Why should you always knock before opening the fridge? So you don't catch the salad dressing. What's the cheapest way to buy a boat? Wholesale. Here's my favorite politically incorrect joke of all time. Benjamin Franklin was the greatest American president. Why do blind people hate skydiving? It scares the hell out of their dogs. How many beers does it take to imitate a bird? 2 cans. Studies show that cows produce more milk when farmers talk to them. It's a case of in one ear, out the other. What's the difference between ignorance and indifference? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm a social vegan. I'm avoiding meats. I once met a girl with 12 breasts. It sounds strange. Doesn't it? I can't find my Gone in 60 Seconds DVD. It was here a minute ago. So I peed on my college application and submitted it to get into my choice college. Guess what they told me? Urine. If you serve your kids frozen pizza or chicken nuggets for dinner, you are a terrible parent. I don't care how busy you are, find the time to microwave them. What's a criminal's most hated metal? Copper. What has 4 legs, is green, and if it falls out of a tree can kill you? A pool table. Accidentally drank invisible ink. I'm at the hospital waiting to be seen. When is a car not a car? When it turns into a driveway. Why can't a bicycle stand on its own? Because it's too tired. I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something. Never marry a tennis player. Love means nothing to them. Imagine if you walked into a bar and there was a long line of people waiting to take a swing at you. That's the punchline. My wife apologized for the first time ever today. She said she's sorry she even married me. So I said to the woman at the deli I'd like to buy a ham and cheese baguette with pickles. She said sorry, we only take cash or card. A lot of people don't know how to drive stick shift these days. They keep making mistakes while shifting. It really grinds some gears. I gave my friend an apple, and he told me he preferred pears. So I gave him another apple. A priest, a rabbit, and a pastor walk into a bar. The rabbit says to the bartender, "I think I'm a typo." Why are people with extra neck fat very daring? Because fortune favors the brave. Recently I learned how to pick locks. It has really opened a lot of doors for me. Why are elevator jokes so classic and good? They work on many levels. A magician was driving down the street. He turned into a driveway. I wrote a song about tortillas. Actually, it's more of a rap. Went to the doctor's today, he told me I was going deaf. That news was hard for me to hear. Democratic socialists ruined surfing for me. It used to be cool, but then the radical left. I once had a cavity filled at a music festival. It was a transcendental experience. Why isn't there a professional hide and seek league? Good players are too hard to find. Which rock group has 4 men, one named George and another who was shot to death? Mount Rushmore. So proud of my daughter. My wife and I watched The Dig last night. And upon telling our daughter this morning, she asked, "Is that a prequel to The Hole?" It gets better. My wife then says that was a dad joke, and she says no, it was a good joke. What did the nut say when it was chasing the other nut? "I'm a cashew." Dear Algebra, please stop asking us to find your ex. She's never coming back, and don't ask why. How do you stop a baby astronaut from crying? You rock it. Today at the bank, an old lady asked me to check her balance. So I pushed her over. My masseuse rubs me the wrong way. But my chiropractor cracks me up. My dad always told me I should marry an Egyptian woman. He said they make great mummies. What do you call a virus with a big social media presence? An influenza. My grandpa was in a band called the Hinges. They opened for the Doors. I asked my dog what's 2 minus 2. He said nothing. You know why all elephants are console gamers? 'Cause they're afraid of the mouse. I heard that Tiger Woods' car accident was caused by a problem with his tires. He had a hole-in-one. I tried a drag race for the first time the other day. It was brutal running in those heels. What happens when a calculator gets quicker? I don't know either, but it adds up quickly. What profession do dogs specialize in? Roofing. The lady who lives across the street from me is the head of an elementary school. The man who lives next door to me is the head of a high school. These are the principles I live by. What's green, fuzzy, has 4 legs and will kill you if it falls out of a tree? A pool table. My son accidentally smashed his foot on the table, and as he was hopping around the room screaming in pain, I rushed to the phone, picked it up and asked him, "Do you want me to call a tow truck?" Where does Josh Hawley do his shopping? The flea market. I call my horse Mayo. And sometimes mayonnaise. Yesterday I ate a clock. It was very time consuming. Especially when I went back for seconds. I'm deathly afraid of elevators. So, I'm taking steps to avoid them. Why does math go against God? Because it is full of sin. My wife asked me why I wanted to be cremated. I told her it's because it is my last hope for a smoking hot body. How do you cut the C in half? With a seesaw. What do you call James Bond taking a bath? Bubble 07. My son suggested that I get my hearing checked. It was some sound advice. How do you make a waterbed more bouncy? You add spring water. What do you call a caveman fart? A blast from the past. A lot of the jokes on this sub are just terrible, but at the end of the day, it's night. My teachers told me I'd never amount to much because I procrastinate so much. I told them, just you wait. The first computer was owned by Adam and Eve. It was an Apple with a very limited memory. Just one byte and everything crashed. What if Iron Man and Silver Surfer teamed up? They would be alloys. Do you know what's the hardest part of learning to ride a bike? The pavement. What do you call the income from a horse? A stable income. Why did the picture go to jail? Because it was framed. What kind of bathing suits do trees use? Trunks. Meatloaf passed on today. His funeral is set at 350 for about an hour. What type of people never see doctors? Blind people. You know what really grinds my gears? Not knowing how to drive a stick shift. A priest, a pastor and a rabbit walk into a blood donation clinic. The nurse asked the rabbit, "What is your blood type?" The rabbit said, "I am probably a type O." How do you fix a broken tuba? With a tuba glue. Why is girlfriend one word but best friend is 2 words? Because your best friend gives you space when you need it. My wife caught me cheating. She took the house, made me mortgage everything else, and I am currently in jail. Boy, does she take Monopoly seriously. I hate how funerals are always at 9 a.m. I'm not really a morning person. What is the difference between a vegan and a programmer? One is disgusted by a rack of lamb and the other by a lack of RAM. My dad's brother went to the doctor with a piece of lettuce sticking out of his ear. The doctor looks at it and says, "This is just the tip of the iceberg." To the person who stole my glasses, I will find you. I have contacts. I bought $1 worth of firecrackers. Gave me a bang for my buck. I tried making a Hawaiian pizza today, but I burned it. I should have used Aloha temperature. Why don't British people pronounce T's? Because they drank it. I went to the store to buy a sweater, but my visa was declined. So I had to try the cardigan. A mate of mine just got a washing machine which is Wi-Fi enabled. I told him not to let it on social media or it'll air all his dirty laundry. My stoner friend used my daily planner to roll up a joint. He's now high on my list of priorities. I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey. But then I turned myself around. Two antennas got married. The reception was wonderful. I just can't believe this. Robbers broke into my house, but all they took was my limbo stick. I mean, how low can you go? My deaf wife was talking in her sleep last night. Damn near poked my eye out. My wife said she would kick me out the house if I kept doing my flamingo impressions. So I had to put my foot down. I think I'm one of those transformers. Whenever I eat dinner, my hand turns into a forklift. Will glass coffins become popular someday? Remains to be seen. I like whiteboards. They're remarkable. Why do cows have hooves instead of feet? 'Cause they lactose. Within minutes, the detectives figured out what the murder weapon was. It was a briefcase. Never spell part backwards. It's a trap. I used to date a woman in a wheelchair. We broke up. She got tired of me pushing her around. Though she never stood up for herself. Did you hear about the lawsuit against the rock band U2? The plaintiffs lost the case because their lawyer was pro bono. What is a urologist's favorite letter? P. What do you call someone who looks after chickens? A chicken tender. Did you hear about the clumsy person who drops everything they pick up? It's really getting out of hand. Man who runs in front of car gets tired, but man who runs behind car gets exhausted. Finding morels requires diligence and perfect timing. There isn't much room for error. Before they invented crowbars, crows just drank at home. The local bartender moved his pub to the summit of a mountain and the quality of his drinks improved. He really raised the bar on that one. What band should you listen to on St. Patrick's Day? Green Day. My neighbor called and said my home security was too lax. He offered to come over and give me some tips. I told him my door's always open. What's the weakest part of Tiger Woods' game? Driving. Why haven't aliens visited our solar system yet? After checking the reviews, they saw we only had 1 star. To the man in the wheelchair that stole my camouflage jacket. You can hide, but you can't run. Prison may be just one word. But to some people, it's a long sentence. Did you hear that Depeche Mode bought the company that makes Laughing Cow? They changed the name to your own personal cheeses. My wife came home from the store tonight with deer food. She was trying to save a few bucks. Before my surgery, my anesthesiologist offered to knock me out with gas or a boat paddle. It was an ether slasher situation. Went to Paris and saw a tower. It was a real Eiffel. Want to hear a joke about construction? I'm still working on it. I was born a male, and I identify as a male. But according to Stouffer's lasagna, I'm a family of 4. My poker cards yesterday were so shitty. Straight flush. What jacket stinks the most? Windbreaker. I recently lost my pet elk. He was dear to me. I adopted my dog from a blacksmith. As soon as we got home, he made a bolt for the door. What do Muslims eat during Ramadan? Fast food. Why did Will Smith do an open hand slap instead of a standard punch? Because paper beats rock. I'm still mad about the time I went to Blockbuster Video as a kid and tried to rent Batman Forever. But they only let me rent it for a few days. Freddie Mercury, Venus Williams and Bruno Mars all walked into the same bar. They didn't plan it. Went to the barber's today and asked if I could get a haircut like Tom Cruise. He gave me a cushion to sit on. Why do ducks have tails? To cover their butt quacks. Why is Putin in such a hurry to get into Ukraine? Because he's always Russian. I just became the proud new owner of a bagel shop downtown. The very first thing I did was change the locks. One day Canada is going to rule the world. And on that day we are all going to be sorry. My co-workers can't stand working with me at the sperm bank because every time a new customer walks in I can't help but say, "Get a load of this guy." Breaking news from the courtroom. Amber Heard confesses to having a child with Charlie Sheen. The child went to live with his father and took his name. Both parents agreed the child should be Sheen and not Heard. What happens to an illegally parked frog? It gets towed away. What dating app do lumberjacks use? Timber. A man recently died when a periodic table display fell on him. The official cause of death was exposure to the elements. What do you call a man who has finished digging? Doug. I think we made a mistake when we started calling childbirth delivery. It should have been called takeout instead. I was in the library and someone started throwing Stephen King novels at people. I wondered why they were doing this and then IT hit me. I'd wear tight pants more often. But I just can't pull them off. It was a baby mosquito's first day to fly out from home. When the baby mosquito got home, he was so excited. Dad, you were wrong, everyone was happy to see me, they were all clapping for me. I went for an interview. They said, "Can you perform under pressure?" I said I'm not sure about that, but I can have a good crack at Bohemian Rhapsody. My bank called to tell me my balance was outstanding. That was so sweet of them to say. Today, I yelled into a colander. I strained my voice. I dated a python for a little while, but I had to leave her. I just felt too constricted. What the difference between a pirate and a cranberry farmer? One buries his treasure, and the other treasures his berries. Friend of mine has got a new job in a chess piece factory. He starts on nights next week. Dwayne Johnson is a master of origami. As his apprentice, I once assisted him at an exhibition and managed to lose the cutting implement he uses to prepare the paper for folding. I can't believe I lost the rocks, paper, scissors. Why was the clam screaming? He tore a muscle. My guy friend and I got Pfizer shots together. Then we grabbed dinner and drinks and watched football afterward. It was a vaccine mandate. Did you know that when you die, your body parts all die at different times? You know which part dies last? Your pupils. They dilate. I can't wait for the construction festival. What a lineup. 9-inch nails, the carpenters, tool and hammer. For her birthday, I took my wife to an orchard and we stood there looking at the trees for half an hour. Not the Apple Watch she was expecting apparently. My girlfriend dumped me, so I stole her wheelchair. Guess who came crawling back? Two cows were racing through a marijuana field. The stakes got pretty high. Why do seagulls live by the sea? If they lived by the bay, they'd be bagels. I had to return my box of animal crackers to the store, because when I got it home, the seal was broken. What genre do national anthems fall under? Country. If I had 50 cents for every math exam I failed, I'd have $8.40. A lifeguard caught me peeing in the swimming pool. He yelled at me so loudly I fell off the diving board. What does Iron Man need when he breaks a limb? Cast iron. What's a Karen's favorite drink? Wine. How much money do you need in your pocket to stop a bullet? Your life savings. Trying to make a website to help orphans. Still no homepage. I took a course in Mandarin, but it was a complete rip-off. 2 years in and I still can't speak to oranges. I know 2 attractive women who pose in ads for a local bakery. They're great role models. Why did the tree go to the dentist? He had to get to the root of the problem. It's a 5-minute walk to the pub from my house. But getting home takes 45 minutes. The difference is staggering. Where does the chemist like to eat lunch? On the periodic table. My wife's dog died. To cheer her up, I bought her an identical one dog, but she's all annoyed. She said, "Great, what am I meant to do with 2 dead dogs?" When is a door not a door? When it's ajar. There can be 100 people in a room. And 99 won't slap you, but 1 will. Never challenge the Grim Reaper to a pillow fight. Unless you're ready for the repercussions. I love tennis puns. I try not to take advantage of them. A paralyzed girl wheeled her way out of a horror showing at the cinema. She just could not stand to watch it. A man walks into a bar with a piece of asphalt. The man says to the bartender, "One for me, and one for the road." What games do you play on a rainy day when there's nothing else to do? Board games. Did you hear about the guy who lost his eyesight so he started mugging people? Yeah, he was robbing them blind. Most people find incest jokes offensive. I personally think that they are pretty family friendly. I found an old vinyl record of insect sounds. I put it on, expecting relaxing ambient sounds like cicadas and such, but all I got was a droning buzz. That's when I realized that I was playing the B-side. Why did the duck go to rehab? He was addicted to quack. Which species of animal is going to suffer eternal torment in the afterlife? Beavers. They're all damned. I was so angry earlier that I threw my keyboard against the wall and parts flew everywhere. That's when the shift hit the fan. What has 4 wheels and flies? A garbage truck. Imagine the Titanic with a lisp. It's unthinkable. My friend called me on the phone today and said that he changed his name to Spinal Cord. I told him, "I'm busy, I'll call you back." Why don't crabs donate? Because they're shellfish. My teeth were stained, so the dentist asked me, "Do you smoke or drink coffee?" I told him I drink it. What's the difference between an alligator and a crocodile? You'll see the alligator later and the crocodile in a while. Falling in love makes you do stupid things. One time I even got married. I saw a great play last night called The Broken Leg. It had an awesome supporting cast. I asked the librarian if they had any books on paranoia. She whispered, "They're right behind you." Archaeologists are currently excavating the largest dinosaur tibia on record. It's a real shindig. I was told that being a cashier is harder than it looks. After trying it for a week. This checks out. What do mermaids use to wash their laundry? Tide. A farmer counted 196 cows in the field. But when he rounded them up, he had 200. Anyone spending Christmas alone this year? I need to borrow some chairs. What should you do if the lights in a Chinese restaurant are too bright? Dim sum. I tried donating blood today. Never again. Too many questions. Like, whose blood is this? How did you get it? Why is it in a bucket? I love telling dad jokes. He always laughs. There's only one thing that scares me at Halloween, I said to my wife. Which is? She asked questioningly. Exactly, I replied. My daughter asked if we could have dinner on a picnic blanket on the lawn. I told her that option was off the table. A mad scientist replaced my limbs with animal ones. If I ever see him again, I'll tear him apart with my bare hands. I set a personal record by burning over 1,000 calories today. I left my personal pizza in the oven for too long. How can you tell the difference between a female and a male ant? You put it in the water. If it sinks, it's a girl ant. If it floats, it's buoyant. What do you call a disease you get in an airport? A terminal illness. Did you hear the rumor about butter? Actually, never mind, I don't want to spread it. A man had his buttocks blown off in an industrial accident. Doctors report no end in sight. Why are fishermen never generous? Because their business makes them selfish. How do farmers party? They turn up the beat. I had a pet newt once. I called him Tiny. Because he was my newt. Today, I offered my seat to a blind man. And that is how I lost my job as a bus driver. One of the best gifts I got for Christmas this year is a whiteboard for my office. It's remarkable. My dad quit his job as a firefighter. He was burned out. For all of you people that have OnlyFans, when do you plan to upgrade to air conditioners? Last night I had a dream that I ate a 50-pound marshmallow. This morning I woke up and my pillow was gone. Today is the 13th anniversary of my father passing, and this was my favorite joke that he used to tell. Enjoy. I had to break up with this girl who just would not stop counting. I wonder what she's up to now. Did you know garbage men don't get any training? They just pick things up as they go along. Falcons only live for around 10 to 15 years. That means every falcon alive now is a millennial falcon. You can't run through a campground. You can only ran. Because it is past tense. The walk from my house to the bar is 5 minutes. From the bar to my house is 35 minutes. The difference is staggering. What trees belong in a bathroom? Well, toiletries, of course. Cucumbers hate becoming pickles. For them, it's a jarring experience. Why did the bullet lose his job? He was fired. What's more amazing than a talking dog? A spelling bee. How can you tell if a person is lying? Well, first you make sure that they're not standing. My son tried to boot up my old Windows computer yesterday. He was screaming at me, "Why is Windows so slow?" I just laughed and said he didn't have enough XP. Why do morgues keep their doors locked? Because people are dying to get in. I built a bookcase today and it collapsed on me. I've only got my shelf to blame. I'm starting a business to teach math to little people. It's called Making the Little Things Count. One, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 don't like 5. Because 5 is mean to them. Why do wood carvings take so long? Because they have to be done whittle by whittle. How do two arsonists hook up? A match on Tinder. If a Comic Con has no visitors, it is a Comic Sans? Jokes about the human body are generally corny. Jokes about eyes, though, are even cornier. What's a foot long and slippery? A slipper. How do snails fight? They slug it out. Did you know your pupils are the last part to stop working when you die? They dilate. What does the plumber say to their child after lecturing them? Letthatsinkin. Why do pastors love Swiss cheese? Because it's holy. I tried on my girlfriend's gloves. They actually looked amazing on me, but were hard to remove because of how tight they were. I could pull them off, but I couldn't pull them off. What do you call a peanut with a cold? Cashew. My bow-legged wife seems very unhappy in our marriage. She constantly complains about her needs not being met. I had a date last night, it was perfect. Tomorrow I'll try a grape. My next door neighbor and I became good friends, so we decided to share our water supply. We got along well. Why was the computer so tired? Because it had a hard drive to work. My wife keeps saying that we need to be on the same page. I don't even know what book she's reading. How similar are dad jokes to uncle jokes? Well, they're related. How do you win the heart of a female farmer? Attract her. I got a job at a farm, but I resigned because they didn't have horses. I wanted something more stable. What is the difference between an electron and a proton for a tax collector? They are charged differently. My boss said he was going to fire the employee with the worst posture. I have a hunch it's going to be me. Went to McDonald's and had a kid's meal. His parents were not happy about it at all. Whenever my artist girlfriend is sad, I let her draw things on me. I gave her a shoulder to crayon. Did you hear about the scarecrow that won the Nobel Prize? He was outstanding in his field. I got a globe for my birthday. It meant the world to me. My wife is suffering from an iron deficiency. So pardon me if my clothes look wrinkled. I used to have an unhealthy obsession with Thanksgiving leftovers. I finally had to quit cold turkey. Do you know what really grinds my gears? Teaching people how to drive a car with manual transmission. Why was the clock in the buffet always wrong? It kept going back 4 seconds. What do you call it when you go to an amateur dentist? Tooth or dare? No matter where I go, I like to bring my ukulele. Then, whenever someone asks if I play an instrument, I say, I play a little guitar. Some people think Abraham Lincoln was a criminal. But I know he's innocent. We should have been able to predict the fall of the Soviet Union a lot sooner. There were a lot of red flags. So this guy stole all my milk. How dare he? Everything you need to know should help you. How do you lure a girl onto a farm? A tractor. After I spilled red sauce on my shirt, my son brought over a bottle of bleach and told me, "Don't worry. Everything is going to be all white." I just want to be alone in a field, hovering over a deep hole and holding a bucket. It's essential to my well-being. Why are mathematicians never constipated? They can always work it out with a pencil. My girlfriend works at Amazon. She's perfect. She checks all the boxes. Told my wife she had drawn her eyebrows a little high. She looked surprised. Police have arrested the world tongue twister champion. They said he will be given a tough sentence. I'm really excited for the amateur autopsy club I just joined. Tuesday is open mic night. My friend got a vasectomy. Apparently it just changes the baby's color. I told my daughter she should reconsider becoming a postal worker. It's difficult to make it in a male-dominated industry. People say I should find a friend that isn't a marine mammal. But that defeats the purpose. I did over 100 pull-ups today. The new belt is crap. Did you know that I was named after George Washington? It's true. George Washington was named in the 18th century, while I was named in the 20th. Singing in the shower is all fun and games until you get shampoo in your mouth. Then it becomes a soap opera. Keeping tropical fish at home can cause a calming effect of the brain. It's all the indoor fins. I know a guy that lives in a glass house. He's just a stone's throw from me. Did you know they're not making yardsticks any longer? Fortunately, they're not making them any shorter either. Why can't pirates finish the alphabet? They get lost at sea. Yesterday I ran into my friend Mark who stole my dictionary. I said, "Mark, my words." What do you call the space between a supermodel's boobs? Silicon Valley. Did you hear about the guy who fell in the upholstery machine? He's recovered now. Why can't detectives relax at seafood restaurants? Because everything smells fishy. Got drunk yesterday and puked in the elevator on my way back home. It was disgusting on so many levels. I asked my dog what's 2 minus 2. He said nothing. Broke up with an ex years ago because she had a weird obsession with counting. I wonder what she's up to nowadays. Why do fish live in salt water? Because pepper water would make them sneeze. What keys can't open a door? Monkeys and donkeys. Made some fish tacos the other night. Turns out they do not like Mexican food. What kind of socks do panda bears wear? None, they have bare feet. My friend thinks I am addicted to hydraulic fluid. But I know I can stop anytime. I wouldn't want to be a giraffe. But I sure do look up to them. My wife found out I cheated when she found all of the letters I'd been hiding. She swore she will never play Scrabble with me again. What's red and bad for your teeth? A brick. The internet connection in my farm is really sketchy, so I moved the modem to the barn. Now I have stable Wi-Fi. Did you hear about the ATM that got addicted to money? It suffered from withdrawals. Steve Jobs would have made a better president than Donald Trump. But that's comparing apples to oranges. Why are digital clocks safer than analog clocks? Because most of them are armless. Health insurance for an exotic dancer is extremely rare. Most of them have little to no coverage. Why do electricians listen to news radio when they work? To keep up with current events. A man drove his expensive car into a tree. And found out how a Mercedes-Benz. With great reflexes comes great responsibility. I was with my friend, Philip, and we had a lot of waste we desperately needed to dispose of. I sighed and asked him, "Where's the nearest landfill?" "Oh, come on," he replied, shaking his head. "There's land everywhere." My friend Gina was given a second chance at life. Now she goes by Regina. Five unwritten rules. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What happens when you put your hand in a blender? You get a handshake. Telling my wife dad jokes is like working at Intel. I'm making a motherboard. What state is known for their tiny soft drinks? Minnesota. Since my girlfriend started working at the grease factory, it's been really hard trying to get hold of her. My wife and I have decided we don't want children. We plan on telling them after supper. Why don't dwarves like cocaine? Because they can't get high enough. Slept like a log last night. Woke up in the fireplace. How does NASA organize a party? They plan it. I tried to think of so many jokes about my unemployment. Unfortunately, none of them work. I have been diagnosed with a type of amnesia where I can't remember 80s bands. There is no cure. I've got this disease where I can't stop making airport puns. My doctor says it's terminal. One time a Persian guy tried to fight me. Guess what I did? Iran. My son kept chewing on all the electrical cords we had set up for the holidays, so I grounded him. He's doing better currently and conducting himself properly. Everyone had heard of comedian Bill Burr. Most people are unaware of his famous lumberjack brother, Tim. My wife told me to pick up 8 cans of soda on my way home from work. She was pretty mad when I only picked 7 up. I need someone to repair the stone wall in the front of my house, but I don't have a lot of money. Incidentally, Freemasons are not what they sound like. I need at least 17 more people to watch this movie with me. Because it said 18+ viewers only. So Japan are planning to launch a wooden satellite into orbit next year. It's got wooden panels, wooden antennas, a wooden dish, and a wooden propulsion system. Who'd have thought that would work? I was talking to a friend recently who said his sister went to the Caribbean. I asked him, Jamaica? And he said no, she went of her own accord. Fences are an acquired taste. Either you like them, or you're on the other side. Sam and Ella walk into a bar. The bar gets shut down by the health department. I tripped in France. I fell over. Did you hear about the ear that went missing? Neither did they. There are 2 reasons for diapers. 1 and 2. "79% of people don't know opposite words for the following. 1. Always 2. Coming 3. From 4. Take 5. Me 6. Down." What do you call a Mexican midget? A paragraph. Because he's too short to be an essay. Today, my daughter told me I was being mean to her. I guess that makes me an average parent. It's inappropriate to make a dad joke if you're not a dad. It's a faux pas. I don't always tell dad jokes, but when I do, he laughs. What's E.T. short for? He's got little legs. Did you hear about minimum drinking age act passed for soda? It's 7-Up. Why do dogs float in water? They're good buoys. The reason that aliens have never visited us is because our solar system has received terrible reviews. We only have 1 star. I was stealing some eggs when the police came. So I had to scramble. Did you hear about the detective who got electrocuted? His name was Sherlock Holmes. I am a chemist and my wife says I talk about my work way too much. I promised I'd only do it periodically from now on. My wife dumped me due to my obsession with comic books. She said I have too many issues. What do you call a sexy flying monkey? A hot air baboon. What did the guy who was about to get hanged say before dying? My neck is killing me today. When your girlfriend comes home in a white suit, covered in bee stings and smelling like honey, you know she's a keeper. I had a friend who smoked weed on Mount Everest. He told me he was really high. My wife told me my pants were falling down. I said I was hoping to win the Nobel Prize. I asked my friend when their birthday was. He said March 1st. I stood up, walked around the room, and asked again. Prices are so high now I bought a bottle of Head and Shoulders. It cost me an arm and a leg. Why did the coward suddenly feel brave after touching a big rock? Because he felt a little bolder. I always wondered how Pavlov got such shiny, smooth hair. Turns out he conditioned it. What are windmills' favorite genre of music? They're big metal fans. If you go into a cornfield alone, be careful. It's hard to find your way out of that maze. Without a doubt, my favorite Robin Williams movie is Mrs. Fire. I just got fired from a florist. I took too many leaves. What do you do if a doctor stalks you? Eat an apple a day. I'm really good at guessing what's inside wrapped presents. You might say it's a gift. How do you get an astronaut's baby to sleep? You rock it. I had to fire the fruit delivery man today. Really had to let the man go, he was driving me bananas. Why did the remote go to jail? He was charged with battery. I'm bringing in camping supplies from overseas. It's import tent business. I stayed up all night wondering where the sun was. Then it dawned on me. What's the difference between a well-dressed monkey on a unicycle and a poorly dressed monkey on a bicycle? A tire. Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like a banana. My wife is a demanding ballerina. She keeps me on my toes. When my daughter was born, the nurse brought in a heated blanket. I asked if it was womb temperature. My friend asked me to name 2 things which contain 100% water. I said, well, damn. I have exceptional farm animals. One have learned how to operate a boat. Unfortunately, this sheep has sailed. Whenever I go to funerals, I always say plethora. People tell me it means a lot to them. I asked my wife when her birthday was. She said March 1st. So I walked around the room and asked again. Almost no one knows what the initials in T.S. Eliot's name stands for. It's top secret. Someone spilled all their seasoning on me yesterday. I'm still a little salty about that. What do the endings of The Sixth Sense and Titanic have in common? I see dead people. What do you get for losing the most muscle? Atrophy. What did the French chef give his wife on Valentine's Day? A hug and a quiche. The police just showed up at my house and arrested my bottle of water. They said he was wanted in 3 states. Solid, liquid and gas. Are there any archaeologists here? I have a bone to pick with you. One bird can't make a pun. But 2 can. Rest in peace, boiling water. You will be missed. What does Beethoven do in his grave? Decomposes. Which letter in the English alphabet is just one line? Q. How do bed bugs send their mail? They use the bedpost. How do you make the number 1 disappear? You add a G and it's gone. How do you find a pothead in a crowd? You weed them out. What do you call a female horse constantly making loud noises at night? A nightmare. When registering for college classes, pick ones taught by heterosexual Canadians whenever possible. They always give straight A's. I remember the first time I saw a universal remote. I thought to myself, well, this changes everything. I asked the surgeon if I could administer my own anesthesia. He said, go ahead. Knock yourself out. My wife thinks it's weird that I stare at the window during a heavy rainstorm. It would be a lot less weird if she'd just let me in. It's inappropriate to make a dad joke if you are not a dad. It's a faux pas. My wife is mad at me because of the way I face the toilet paper, but I told her I can't help it. That's how I roll. What's the difference between a restriction and a line of people waiting to stroke my cat? One's a curfew. The other's a fur queue. What did the cannibal get when he was late to the dinner party? The cold shoulder. I used to run a dating site for chickens. But I had to shut it down because I was having trouble making hens meet. Albert Einstein was a genius. But his brother Frank was a monster. My online teacher asked me to turn over to page 404 and read the first paragraph. I told her page not found. Cannibalism isn't for everyone. People have different tastes. A vegan said to me, people that sell meat are disgusting. I said, people who sell fruit and vegetables are grosser. Did you hear about the baguette in the zoo? It was bred in captivity. Yesterday, I saw an ad that said, radio for sale, $1, volume stuck on full. I thought, I can't turn that down. What do you call two monkeys who share an Amazon account? Primates. This Christmas I discovered that I have the ability to know what's wrapped in a present before anyone opens it. It's a gift. My kid got me a box of rocks as a gift. It's not my favorite gift ever, but I appreciate the sentiment. Did you hear about the kidnapping at school? He's fine, he woke up. What's the difference between a mosquito and a fly? A mosquito can fly but a fly can't mosquito. My 11-year-old daughter told me this one this evening, lol. What's a witch's favorite subject in school? Spelling. I hate it when my wife tells me I'm lazy. I didn't do anything to deserve it. People say that I make too many white snake jokes. Well, here I go again. I told the renovators not to put carpet on my steps. All I got was blank stares. I told my mother moose were falling from the sky. She said, "It's reindeer." I decided to stop calling the bathroom John and renamed it the gym. I feel so much better saying I went to the gym this morning. Give a man a plane ticket and he'll fly for a day. Push a man out of a plane and he'll fly for the rest of his life. I bought a box of nails, and the clerk said it would be $30. I pointed out that the price tag on the box said $27, and he said that the extra $3 were for the tax. I had to explain that I was only buying nails, not tax. A SQL query walks into a bar, walks up to 2 tables and asks, "Can I join you?" What pronouns do chocolate bars use? Her/she. What did the llama say when it found out it was going on a trip? Alpaca bag. My friends and I bang on doors for a living. It's a hard knock life for us. What weighs less? A gallon of water, or a gallon of butane? Butane, of course. It's the lighter fluid. My wife gave me an ultimatum. It was either her or my addiction to sweets. The decision was a piece of cake. I heard a cactus fell in love with a fruit tree. They make a prickly pear. My wife called me while I was at the bar and said, "If you're not home in 10 minutes, I'm giving the dinner I cooked you to the dog." I was home in 5 minutes. I'd hate for anything to happen to the dog. A wise man once told me you should give 100% at everything you do. Unless you're donating blood. I was watching an Australian cooking show and the audience clapped when the chef made meringue. I was surprised since Australians normally boo meringue. What's Irish and lays out on your lawn all night after your St. Patrick's Day party? Patio furniture. Why did the Scarecrow win a Nobel Prize? He was outstanding in his field. The wife and I have decided we don't want kids. They're not taking it very well. What do you call a man with no arms and no legs floating in the ocean? Bob. I was recently asked who my favorite vampire was. I replied the Count from Sesame Street. They told me, he doesn't count. I replied, I assure you, he does. I applied to be an engineer for the local railroad company. I don't have any experience, but they said they'd train me. Are people who take care of chickens chicken tenders? I've been shopping for a mousetrap, but I'm hesitant to choose. I just don't want to make a snap decision. I'm starting a club for night owls. Who's up for that? I told my wife she needs to start embracing her mistakes. So she hugged me. My friend writes songs about sewing machines. He's a singer-songwriter. I call my son Nicholas. He has a nickname. Just found out, the company that produces yardsticks won't be making them any longer. My company just signed a contract for a documentary series on flying planes. We're filming the pilot now. Why can't you send a duck to space? Because the bill would be astronomical. My friend is leaving her wife for making coffee so badly. She felt it was grounds for divorce. Someone asked me to name 2 structures that hold water. I was like, well damn. One guy walks into a bar. Then another, and another. You'd think one of them would see it coming. I wore a kilt to my first therapy appointment today. Within seconds of sitting down to talk, the therapist told me I was mentally ill. His exact words were, "I can clearly see your nuts." What did the skydiver say after he grabbed the wrong bag? Oh shoot. I have a date for Valentine's Day. February 14th. What do you call 2 monkeys sharing an Amazon account? Primates. My son went to school dressed as a horse. He was the center of attention. Never share a secret with a clock. Time will tell. I crashed my car into the discount liquor store yesterday. Let me tell you, I was not in good spirits. Why do people in Athens hate getting up early? Because dawn is tough on Greece. My wife told me I had to stop impersonating a flamingo. So I had to put my foot down. What is the difference between a cat and a comma? One has claws at the end of its paws and the other has a pause at the end of its claws. I heard sad news about my favorite Italian chef today. He passed away. What do you call a dad joke created at your house? Homegrown. I just released my own fragrance. I'm not sure it will be popular. No one in the car seemed to like it. Do you know what propaganda is? It's when a British person gets a good look at something. Did you see the dog's new outfit? It was quite fetching. Where did the hacker go? Oh, he ransomware. My girlfriend was mad at me because I'm lazy. I didn't even do anything. What's the laziest mountain range in the world? Himalayan. Who can drink 5 gallons of gas and not get sick? Jerry can. I am terrified of elevators. So I am taking steps to avoid them. What do you call a sad strawberry? A blueberry. What do you call a police officer in bed? An undercover cop. What kind of bees like breast milk? Babies. My son accidentally glued his autobiography to himself. That's his story and he's sticking to it. Why do pirates wear underwear? To hide their booty. Pig puns are not interesting. They're such a bore. The adjective for metal is metallic, but not so for iron. Which is ironic. I'm never asking a Swiss person to write a cheesy story again. It was full of holes. The man who invented autocorrect has died. His funfair is on sundial at Moon. What did the dentist get for winning a prize? A little plaque. Did you know that diarrhea is hereditary? It runs in your genes. I wrote a ballad about tortillas. It's actually a rap. My wife regularly confuses the words burrow and burrow. She doesn't know her ass from a hole in the ground. How many optometrists does it take to change a light bulb? 1 or 21 or 2? Why did the electrician fall in love with every girl he met? Because he couldn't resist her. What did the hat say to the scarf? You hang around. I'll go on ahead. How do you kill a blue elephant? You shoot it with a blue elephant gun. How do you kill a pink elephant? You hold its trunk until it turns blue. Then you shoot it with a blue elephant gun. I told my girlfriend she was drawing her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised. I grilled a chicken for lunch today. Still no answer as to why he crossed the road. Did you hear about Bruce Lee's brother who was never late? His name was Earl Lee. What did Arnold Schwarzenegger do when he quit being the Terminator? He became an ex-Terminator. How long does it take to reel in a big fish? 2.5 hours. The butcher accidentally backed up into his meat grinder. He got a little behind in his work. Was too depressed to sleep, so I decided to read a book. I only had a math book nearby and I don't need any more problems. Why are vegetarians happier? They don't have beef with anyone. What do you call a parade of rabbits hopping backwards? A receding hairline. My wife joined a pyramid scheme. It left her in tears. An Irish man walked out of a bar. It could happen. Welcome to the Sexual Innuendo Club. Thank you all for coming. Can't find a precise definition for the word ambiguous. It's unclear, inexact, and open to more than one interpretation. When I was younger, I thought working with fractions is easier. Later I realized decimals have a point. I made this up and I'm very proud of it. What do you call a boat that carries nothing but penis-shaped potatoes? A dictatorship. I had an interview to join the Navy. Interviewer asked if I could swim. I said, why? Don't you have any boats? No matter how hard you push the envelope, it will always be stationary. I am giving my son a broken drum for Christmas. I think it'll be the best gift ever. You can't beat it. I've raised and changed diapers of 2 baby girls, but now I have a son. Changing his diaper is a whole new ball game. Air at the gas station used to be free. Why is it $1.50 now? Inflation. How do you assassinate a group of circus performers? Go straight for the jugular. I used to have a problem with grammatical tenses. But not yet. Learning Morse code with my son was fun. When he'd finished learning the codes for all the letters, he said, "Did it, Dada." Can trees poop? Yes. How else would we get number 2 pencils? Found a 55 inches TV on Craigslist for only $20 because the volume was stuck on full. I thought to myself, I can't turn that down. Today was my son's 4th birthday party. I didn't recognize him at first. I'd never seen him before. What band can't go their separate ways? One Direction. Why are men more logical than women? Because we have a Y chromosome. The difference between a numerator and a denominator is a short line. Only a fraction of people will understand this. College football is introducing the Rosary Bowl. Every play is a Hail Mary. Why did 50 Cent play at halftime? Because it's after 2 quarters. The man who created the hokey pokey died recently. The most traumatic part was when they put him in the coffin. They put his left leg in, that's when the trouble started. It's inappropriate to make a dad joke if you're not a dad. It's a faux pas. Why did the twig not work as glue? It wouldn't stick. Did you hear about the doctor who messed up the circumcision? He got the sack. I had to fire my fruit delivery driver today. I hate to let the man go, but he was driving me bananas. My wife asked me to put ketchup on the shopping list. Now I can't read anything. I really like this ceiling. It's not the best ceiling in the world, but it's up there. Don't fart in the Apple Store. They don't have windows. Why did the old man fall in the well? Because he couldn't see that well. My girlfriend is leaving me saying I am not American enough. Saw it coming a kilometer away. When the cannibal was late for dinner, he got the cold shoulder. I was going to tell you all a joke about time travel. Unfortunately, none of you liked it. Sure, I drink brake fluid. But I can stop anytime. I broke the lamp outside my neighbor's house yesterday. For some reason he's delighted. I used to have a lot of insecurities about my hair. Now, I have none. This is a bit wordy. I accidentally swallowed some Scrabble tiles, and now I'm experiencing some unexpected vowel movements. The next trip to the bathroom could spell disaster. Dad, can you explain solar eclipses? No, son. Whenever my wife is upset, I just let her color in my tattoos. She just needs a shoulder to crayon. What is the world's least spoken language? Sign language. Police confirmed that the man who fell from the 15th floor of the nightclub was not a bouncer. What is it called when an orphan takes a selfie? A family portrait. When I was little, my mom told me I could be anything I want to be. Turns out identity theft is a crime. Why did the cross-eyed teacher get fired? He couldn't control his pupils. What do you call a fraudulent ice cream vendor? A cone artist. What's great about living in Switzerland? Well, the flag is a huge plus. How do you find Will Smith in the snow? Follow the Fresh Prince. Saw a clock in the garbage the other day. Can't believe people are wasting time. Stop touching the goddamn thermostat. It's not a joke, stop it. What is the one thing a giraffe has that no other animal on the planet has? Baby giraffes. My wife said she was leaving me because of my obsession with the thesaurus. I said no, wait, I can change, swap, exchange or switch. I am taking a girl to see that new film about Marie and Pierre Curie. I hear there is lots of on-screen chemistry. I hit Dwayne Johnson with a magazine. It nearly killed him. What tastes better than it smells? A tongue. I accidentally gave my wife a glue stick instead of lipstick. She still isn't talking to me. I quit my job as a personal trainer because the weights were too heavy. I just handed in my 2-week notice. I've just joined a dating site for arsonists. I've been getting a lot of matches. The Pope stopped answering my emails, he never texts me back, and never answers the phone when I call. I was wholly ghosted. What do you get if you have the eyes of a hawk, heart of a lion, and the ears of a fox? A lifetime ban from the zoo. New father here. Our newborn was sleeping on my chest yesterday. She woke up crying. Woke up on the wrong side of the dad, huh? I said. She stopped crying. Felt good. My dad gave up smoking cold turkey. He's doing better now, but he's still coughing up feathers. When I was a kid, I thought we'd all grow up to work with horses. All people ever talked about was getting a stable job. My chiropractor and I got into this terrible fight in the middle of my neck treatment. Now I have to spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. A dad was cleaning the car with his son. The son asks Dad, "Why can't you use a sponge?" I was addicted to soap. But now I'm clean. What do you call a firefighter who can identify different type of fires? A fire distinguisher. Why do bookstores make so much money during an earthquake? Their books fly off the shelves. I used to play piano by ear. I use my hands now. What's the difference between black-eyed peas and chickpeas? The black-eyed peas can sing us a song, but chickpeas can only hum us one. Do you know what 7 said after eating 1? Now we are even. Do they allow loud laughs in Hawaii? Or just aloha? What do you call a dog with no legs? It doesn't matter. It's not coming. Why is it hard for dwarves to buy alcohol? Because they're minors. What did the bee go to the barber shop for? To get a buzz cut. Two brothers got really mad at me today for calling them hipsters. Apparently the correct term is conjoined twins. If you rearrange the letters of mailman, what do you get? A very angry person. What did the farmer say when he lost his wallet? I can't find my wallet. What does a painter do when he gets cold? He puts on another coat. I came up with a joke where you remove the letters C and H. But I forgot the pun line. My friend was like, cheer up, man. It could be worse. You could be in a hole in the ground full of water. I know he means well. My daughter asked if I've seen the dog bowl. I didn't know he could. What is the difference between a light bulb and a pregnant woman? You can unscrew the light bulb but not the woman. I tried to organize a professional hide and seek tournament, but it failed miserably. Good players are hard to find. Did you hear about the guy whose whole left side was cut off? He's all right now. Well, we just found out that my grandpa is addicted to Viagra. And man, my grandma sure is taking it hard. Have you heard about this new restaurant called Karma? No menu. You get what you deserve. I accidentally swallowed Scrabble tiles. My next trip to the toilet could spell disaster. I'm allergic to beekeepers. They give me hives. I was in an interview and they asked me where I see myself in 10 years. I said the same place I see myself now, in the mirror. I just inherited some land. It's a lot. Why didn't a spider go to school? Because he learned everything on the web. You know, pretzels are not bad. They're also not bread. Why do you never see elephants hiding in trees? Because they're really good at it. Why don't mummies like to go on vacation? They can never seem to unwind. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom? The P is silent. Why does Piglet smell? Because he plays with poo. My girlfriend left me while I was crying in the bathroom with constipation. She told me that I was so full of it. It was the hardest dump I ever took. If you're mean to a Marine, are you being rotten to the core? If you donate a kidney, people call you a hero. But I tried to donate 5 kidneys and they just called the police. Why did Karl Marx write in all lowercase letters? Because he hated capitalism. Why did the student do multiplication problems on the floor? The teacher told him not to use tables. Which superhero do the Avengers call when they need their costumes pressed? Iron Man. New Year's celebrations are pretty wild. But Chinese New Year is its own animal. You get nowhere in life without taking a risk, officer. That's why I robbed the board game store. Hear about the stoner who's getting a divorce? Yeah, he's fighting for joint custody. I spent $500 on a limo for my daughter's prom night, and it didn't even come with a limo driver. All that money spent and nothing to show for it. What do you call someone that's half horse, half virologist? The centaur for disease control. I got lost in the woods while trying to use a compass. It took me 2 hours to realize I was going round in circles. It took me 3 hours to realize it was the wrong sort of compass. Where do you find a crab with no legs? Exactly where you left it. Why is it cheaper to throw a party at a haunted house? Because the ghosts bring all the booze. What do you call a monk on a plane? An air fryer. It has been scientifically proven that girls reach the age of puberty earlier than boys. Girls develop breasts around the age of 13, boys develop them around the age of 40. I gave up my seat to a blind person on the bus. That's how I lost my job as a bus driver. Helium walks into a bar. The bartender says, "We don't serve noble gases here." Helium doesn't react. What did the test tube say to his girlfriend? "We've got great chemistry." Why do gamers not touch grass? Because it has too many bugs. What do you call a Mexican who lost his car? Carlos. A kid asks his dad, "Do trees poop?" The dad answers, "Where do you think number 2 pencils come from?" Why don't mailmen date mailboxes? Too many red flags. How do you find Will Smith when he's lost in the snow? Look for fresh prints. You know, Bruce Lee may have been fast. But his brother, Sudden Lee, was even faster. To the person who stole my Microsoft Office subscription, I will find you. You have my word. What do you call someone who steals energy? A jewel thief. My neighbors listen to great music. Whether they like it or not. My friend really changed when she became a vegetarian. It's like I'd never met her before. How do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it. What do you call a sick eagle? Illegal. Why are photons easy to carry? They're light. You know what they say about cold spaghetti? Those who forget the pasta are doomed to reheat it. Some crazed lunatic said he would be back in a few minutes to murder me and my family. I guess he had an axe to grind. What was the name of the knight who loved electricity? Sir Kit. What did the earth say after the earthquake? Sorry. My fault. Just gave myself a pedicure in record time. Impressive feat. I heard jokes about brooms are becoming really popular. They're sweeping the nation. Why do flamingos always lift one leg? They would fall if they lifted both. A fish wanted to be a radio broadcaster. First day of work. He went on air and died. To whoever stole my copy of Microsoft Office, I will find you. You have my word. I was on a diabetes awareness website and it asked me if I accept cookies. Is this a trick question? Did you hear about the cell phone that went to jail? It was charged with battery. What begins with a P, ends with an E and has a million letters in it? Post office. What word in the dictionary is spelled incorrectly? Incorrectly. Did you hear about the glitter factory that blew up? You haven't? I mean, it's all over town. Why do bears have hairy coats? Fur protection. What do you call a hen looking at lettuce? A chicken sees her salad. It's a shame nothing is made in America anymore. I just bought a TV that says built-in antenna and I don't even know where that is. I don't like movies about tennis. There's just too much back and forth. My friend asked me when I went bald. I said, when my hair fell out. How many birds does it take to screw in a light bulb? 2 can do it. My brother got addicted to brake fluids, our family are very worried. But he says he can stop wherever he wants. What is the difference between the real Jesus and Jesus in photos? You only need one nail for the photo Jesus. A cheeseburger walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Sorry, we don't serve food here." I befriended a ghost who keeps wheezing all the time. I named him Gasper. What did the elephant say to the naked man? How do you breathe through that little thing? Why isn't the 24th of July a holiday? Are we really expected to work 24/7? Why do origami masters suck at poker? They always fold. I told my wife she had penciled on her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised. A couple of cows were smoking weed and playing poker. The stakes were high. Why don't polar bears get married? They all have cold feet. Which rock group has 4 guys who can't sing or play instruments? Mount Rushmore. What do you call a book club stuck on the same book for years? A church. I worked with my mate in French dockyard but didn't get pay. Maybe the real treasure was the French ships we made along the way. The sign said employees must wash hands. But I waited a long time and no employees showed up, so eventually I washed my own hands. I bought my wife a fridge as an anniversary present. I can't wait to see her face light up when she opens it. I saw a pack of gummy worms that said no artificial flavor. Who buys gummy worms hoping they'd taste as close to real worms as possible? Fathers are like boomerangs. I hope. My wife and I let astrology get between us. It tore us apart. What kind of horses come out after the sun sets? Nightmares. Why doesn't Batman have supervision? His parents died. Three guys are on a boat with 4 cigarettes and no matchbox or lighter. What do? They throw a cigarette overboard and the boat becomes a cigarette lighter. What did the buffalo say to his son before he left for college? Bison. What do sprinters eat before a race? Nothing, they fast. England doesn't have a kidney bank. But it does have a Liverpool. How did the octopus beat the shark in a fight? It was well armed. I asked my dad how it feels to have the best son in the world. He told me to ask my grandpa. What did the dog call his territory? IP address. How did the hacker hide from the police? He ransomware. I got fired from the bank today. A woman asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her. My wife said, "Isn't it strange how little people change?" Now I'm thinking, do dwarves put on clothes differently to the rest of us? A book just fell on my head. I only have my shelf to blame. To everyone out there suffering from paranoia, just remember you're not alone. A person was arrested at the Special Olympics. The person was unarmed. When one door closes, another one opens. Other than that, it's a pretty good car. My uncle's a cool dude. He has the heart of a lion and a lifetime ban from the National Zoo. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom? Because the P is silent. I love signing documents. I guess you could say it's my signature move. A man tried out for the lead of a noir detective film, and said he doesn't smoke. His detective impersonation was so close, but no cigar. Yesterday I swallowed food coloring, but I'm okay. Except I feel like I died inside. My son told me he didn't understand cloning. I told him that makes two of us. I asked my wife what she wanted for Christmas. She replied, "Nothing would make me happier than a diamond necklace." So, I brought her nothing. My dad once told me, if you ever meet a girl with a bad tattoo, she's the one for you. It shows that she can make a terrible decision but still stick to it. I love dad jokes about optometrists. The cornier the better. What do you call it when a blonde does a mistake? Blonder. How do you spot a blind man on a nude beach? It's not hard. What do you get when you put a duck in a cement mixer? Quacks in the pavement. Where is the best place to learn how to make ice cream? Sunday school. My new Christmas jumper kept picking up static electricity, so I took it back to the shop and exchanged it for a new one free of charge. I built a model of Mount Everest and my son asked if it was to scale. No, I said. It's to look at. Did you hear about the new flight company I'm starting exclusively for bald people? Receding Airlines. "97% of people are stupid. Thank God I'm in the other 5%. It's a 5-minute walk from my house to the pub, and it's a 35-minute walk from the pub to my house. The difference is staggering. If you want to change the world, do it while you're single. Once you are married, you can't even change the TV channel. Did you hear the one about the king who was only 12 inches tall? He made an awful king, but a great ruler. What do you call a computer that sings? Adele. How many apples grow on a tree? All of them. How does a hippie polygamist count his wives? 1 Mrs. Hippie, 2 Mrs. Hippie, 3 Mrs. Hippie. I never believed that my dad was stealing from his job as a road worker. But when I got home all the signs were there. What's the worst part about sitting in traffic? Getting run over. I took a kleptomania exam. It wasn't mine, but I took it anyway. I can't come up with any jokes about cutting down trees. I'm stumped. I can't stand people who can't let go of the past. Debt collectors are the worst. Just spent $300 on hiring a limousine and discovered the fee doesn't include a driver. Can't believe I've spent all that money and have nothing to chauffeur it. My boss asked me why I only get sick on work days. I said it must be my weekend immune system. My son said he was sorry for dropping a bunch of ice cubes on the kitchen floor, but I told him don't worry, it's all water under the fridge, son. What does a CIA agent do when it's time for bed? He goes undercover. Did you know that birthdays are good for your health? The more you have, the longer you live. Did you hear about the lion who ate his own family? He really swallowed his pride. What's the saddest body of water in the world? Crimea River. What happens when you put your hand in a blender? You get a handshake. Did you know a hamburger always introduces his wife? Meet Patty. My son has been eating electrical cords, but I found a solution. I grounded him until he conducts himself properly. A neutron walked into a bar and asked how much a drink costs. The bartender replied, "For you, no charge." I hate the most average guy in the world. He's just so mean. Why are cats not afraid of trees? Because they're all bark, no bite. What's the difference between black-eyed peas and chickpeas? Black-eyed peas can sing us a song and chickpeas can only hum us one. Hey, how much wood have you chopped so far? Not sure. Let me check the logs. I asked my dad if I can be a history major. He said, "Don't. There's no future in it." My math teacher called me average. How mean. Why are all mini golf players depressed? They have no drive. Today a man asked me for a small donation for a local swimming pool. So I gave him a glass of water. I never used to like my beard. But it's growing on me. I had to throw an entire box of animal crackers away. The seal was broken. What do you call a chicken that was struck by lightning? Air fried. What did the fish say when it swam into a wall? Damn. There are two shopping carts. One contains 8 pieces of cheese, and the other one contains 9 pieces of cheese. The second shopping cart is a cheese grater. Man walks into a bar and the bowl of peanuts says you're beautiful. Bartender says don't mind them, they're complimentary. The man who created the shovel made a groundbreaking invention. Have you heard about the new corduroy pillows? They are making headlines. How do carpenters get certified? They take a board exam. Did you hear about the lion who ate his family? He swallowed his pride. Why do French people eat snails? Because they don't like fast food. My uncle always said when one door closes another door opens. Great guy, terrible kitchen fitter. One wind turbine asked the other wind turbine, "What music do you like?" "Oh, I'm a huge metal fan." Why are elevator jokes so good? Because they work on many levels. The argument between the dentist and the manicurist was brutal. They fought tooth and nail. I'm aging like fine wine. In a basement, untouched. What's faster, hot or cold? Hot is, because you can catch a cold. Why is diarrhea hereditary? It runs in your genes. Of course pirates have ripped abs. It's from all those planks. Why did the Mexican take anti-anxiety medication? For Hispanic attacks. What's the most sexy word? Sexiest. What do you call a wife who is average in all areas of life? A midwife. Why can't bees bake bread? Pollinate the flower. If the USA is so great, then why did they create the USB? My wife has changed dramatically since becoming a vegan. It's like I've never seen her before. Why don't some couples go to the gym? Because some relationships don't work out. Hired a bouncer recently, but he showed up 5 minutes late, and during the event he wouldn't stop asking me if I was mad at him. Turns out I hired an insecurity guard. What do you call a challenging sect? A difficult. Why did the spoon come to the party dressed as a knife? The invitation said to look sharp. My cat hates it when I get off the couch while watching TV. I always hit pause. What happened to the elderly egg? They sent him to the old yolk's home. My son came up to me yesterday and asked me what it was like to be married. I told him to leave me alone. An hour later I found him and asked him why he was ignoring me. What do you call a piece of corn that joins the army? Colonel. My brother used to hit me with his camera. I still have flashbacks. If I win the lottery, I'm giving my money to charity. If she's not dancing that night, I'm giving it to destiny. Can we stop with the tire puns around here? They're not gaining much traction anyway. My hamster just died. He fell asleep at the wheel. My friend is so paranoid that he started wearing a tinfoil hat. I don't know what he's thinking anymore. A photo of the president picking his nose surfaced online a few days ago. That's not a good look for him. My friend wants to become an archaeologist, but I'm trying to put him off. I'm convinced his life will be in ruins. Russia is on the right side of the conflict. Don't believe me? Check a map. Someone keeps sending my celery anonymously. I think I'm being stalked. What did the fish say when he swam into a wall? Damn. I've heard that head injuries can cause memory loss, but I still don't wear a bike helmet. I don't even remember the last time I fell off my bike. What do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory. I took an IQ test. It came back negative. Why can't you send a duck to space? Because the bill would be astronomical. What does the Finnish devil use to wash their hands? Helsinki. Why did the boat pick up smoking? Because of peer pressure. What do you call a zombie who doesn't joke around? Dead serious. I like wearing my glasses. They make me look good. I went to the art museum and saw a beautiful installation made entirely out of steaks. It was a rare medium well done. A man was recently hospitalized with 6 plastic horses inside of him. The doctor is describing his condition as stable. Aladdin was banned from the magic carpet race. He was caught using performance-enhancing rugs. Where do typists go for a drink? The space bar. What do you call a belt made of watches? _waste of time. My wife told me if I'm going to stay home, then start doing lunges to get back in shape. This would be a big step forward for me. Did you hear about the mermaid who liked math? She wore an algae bra. I took the shell off of my racing snail, thinking it would make him faster. But if anything, it made him more sluggish. How does a computer learn things? Bit by bit. What do you call a man with the heart of a lion? Banned from the zoo. Why don't you ever see elephants hiding in trees? They are really good at it. How many potatoes does it take to kill an Irishman? None. What does a blanket detective do? Go undercover. A sandwich walks into a bar. The bartender says, with a sneer on his face, "We don't serve food here." The cops came by and said my dogs were chasing kids on bikes. I said that's impossible, my dogs don't have bikes. I got offered the chance to do naked stand-up comedy recently. There was no money in it, but it was worth it for the exposure. What's the worst place to take a vampire on a date? A steakhouse. You shouldn't eat watches. It's time consuming. What do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back? A stick. What is half of Blink 182? Wink 91. Mike Tyson is so religious. He punches people in the faith. My father was born as a conjoined twin, but the doctors managed to separate them at work. So, I have an uncle, once removed. My brother was a badass doctor. Which sounds so much better than incompetent proctologist. I had a good meat joke but I forgot, so stop grilling me about it. Being able to tell a good meat joke is a rare medium, well done. One thing that is bad about me is my ability to lie. It is my liability. What kind of tree can fit into one hand? A palm tree. Snow White's home life must have been miserable. 6 out of her 7 roommates were not happy. Why was the Latino taking his antidepressants? For Hispanic attacks. Why did the golfer wear 2 pants? In case they got a hole in one. I taught my pet wolf how to meditate. Now he's a werewolf. Did you hear about the guy who had his left arm and left leg cut off? That's okay, he's all right now. I heard they voted to remove daylight saving time. I won't lose any sleep over it. What did one egg say to the other? I just got laid. Why do teenage girls only walk in groups of odd numbers? Because they literally can't even. My grief counselor died the other day. He was so good at his job, I don't even care. How did the hipsters burn their tongues? They drank their coffee before it was cool. Why can't you do Schrödinger's experiment on the surface of Mars? Because curiosity killed the cat. My friend keeps saying cheer up man, it could be worse, you could be stuck underground in a hole full of water. I know he means well. To the person who stole my copy of Microsoft Office, I will find you. You have my word. I have so many jokes about unemployed people. Sadly, none of them work. What do you do with a dead scientist? Bury him. How much does it cost Santa to park his sleigh? Nothing, it's on the house. I had a dog named 5 Miles so I could tell people I walked 5 miles. But today I ran over 5 miles. Had to end things with my massage therapist. She rubbed me the wrong way. People said I need nuance. So I found wives for my uncles. Where do birds go to drink? A crowbar. What time machine? Watch out for the time machine. My dad gets high all the time. He's a pilot. Why does Karl Marx drink Earl Grey? Because all property is theft. I was going to cook an alligator today. But I remembered that I only had a crock pot. I had to leave the pub after my friends called me fat. After we finished our drinks, everyone kept saying you're round. I've been told I am no good at poetry. In school I've been told I am no good at poetry because of my dyslexia, but I already made 2 jugs and a vase. What's the difference between the police response to Black Lives Matter protests and their response to the Capitol Hill riots? Well, it's black and white. Do you know what happens when Batman gets on an elevator? The Dark Knight rises. My grandfather was high ranked in the military. A few steps above a general, I think. He was a specific. How do programmers decide what to wear to work? They have a dress code. When I was teaching in the classroom, the kids all laughed at my jokes, but once we went Zoom, they don't laugh anymore. My wife says I am not remotely funny. Americans, what are the 2 places in the house that you are no longer American? In the bathroom, because then European, and in the hallway on the way to the bathroom because then you're Russian. What happened to the dog that swallowed a watch? He got ticks. Anyone want my old copies of Chiropractor Monthly? I've got loads of back issues. The College Board is phasing out the essay portion of the SAT. Henceforth the test will be known as the T. To the thief who stole my glasses, I will find you. I have contacts. Three fish in a tank. One looks to the others and says, "Do you know how to drive this thing?" Sadly, the marksman had to give up shooting. After that, his life was aimless. It makes no sense that October isn't the 8th month of the year and December isn't the 10th month. Whoever messed that up should be stabbed. Six was scared of 7 because 7, 8, 9. 4 witnessed everything but was too scared to tell anyone. My son is dating a soccer player. I told him he should marry her. She's a keeper. How does a lizard get his tail back after losing it? He goes to a retail store. Highlander 2 is blatant false advertising. There can be only one. I surveyed 100 women on what their favorite shampoo is. 94% of them replied, "Get out of my shower." Booze and calculus don't mix. Don't drink and derive. Superman can kiss Lois Lane. But Clark Kent. I made my mother's French sister angry. Now she's a cross aunt. My father's last wishes were to have his ashes melted down into glass when he passed away. He always was one to make a spectacle of himself. My wife and I had a huge argument as to whose turn it was to do laundry. Eventually, I folded. I tried to sue the airport for misplacing my luggage. I lost my case. I was in the bar last night when the waitress yells, "Does anyone know CPR?" I yelled back, "I know all those letters." Everyone laughed, well except this one guy. What do you call someone who keeps coughing blood? An ambulance. What do you give a lemon when it gets injured? Lemonade. What do you call an airplane full of bald people? Receding airlines. Shouts out to fishing poles though. They're always keeping it real. Singing in the shower is fun until you get soap in your mouth. Then it's a soap opera. Did you hear about the guy whose whole left side got amputated? He's all right now. A proctologist hurt his eardrums at a rock concert. In fact, he nearly wrecked him. What has 6 hands, 6 legs and 6 eyes? 6 pirates. I bought coconut shampoo the other day, but when I got home I realized I don't even own a coconut. I was wondering why music was coming from my printer. Apparently the paper was jamming. Last night I spoke with my family about the benefits of eating dried grapes. It was raising awareness. What happens when you mix alcohol and literature? Tequila Mockingbird. I ate an entire feather pillow last week. Since then I've been feeling down in the dumps. Someone at the bar was throwing Stephen King books at everyone and I wondered why they were doing that. Then IT hit me. Two cowboys are lost in the desert. One cowboy sees a tree that's draped in bacon. A bacon tree. We're saved, he says. He runs up to the tree and is shot up with bullets. It wasn't a bacon tree. It was a ham bush. I failed as a farmer. I think I could be a musician. Look at all my sick beats. I'm a fisherman, and I'm dating a mermaid. I met her online. Having a conversation with a math expert is hard. They always go off on a tangent. My neighbor knocked on my door at 2:30 a.m. Can you believe that? 2:30 a.m.? Luckily for him, I was still up playing my drums. I have a friend who works at a can crushing factory. He likes it, but I think it's so depressing. Someone told me that half of all car accidents happen within 1 mile of your house. So I moved. What do you call malware on a Kindle? A bookworm. I have started teaching a poetry class at my local jail. It's called Pros and Cons. My son has been eating electrical cords. What should I do? Ground him until he conducts himself properly. Did you hear about the magic tractor? It drove down a road and turned into a field. I wasn't feeling well this morning. So, I took my gloves off. Ever wonder why you never see elephants hiding in trees? Well, of course you don't. They're really good at it. One afternoon, 2 tomatoes were walking. One was going very slow. Eventually, the fast tomato got absolutely furious. He stomped on the slow tomato and exclaimed, "Ketchup." What do beavers like to put on their salads? Branch dressing. My favorite word is drool. Just rolls off the tongue. My friend was addicted to the hokey pokey and it got really bad for him. It took a couple years, but he was able to turn himself around. Why did the blind guy fall into the well? Because he didn't see that well. So what if I don't know what apocalypse means? It's not the end of the world. People say that there are too many options for investing in the stock market. I thought it was either chicken or beef. I rented a limo for $300, but it didn't come with a driver. All that money, and nothing to show for it. Why do balloons hate Ed Sheeran concerts? They're afraid of pop music. Why are libraries so tall? Because of all the stories. Fresh from my 8-year-old. Had me laughing out loud. While at the grocery store, be careful not to knock over the cabbage display. Heads will roll. Can someone tell me the month that comes after June? And be honest about it. Don't lie to me. How does Bill Gates count to 10? 1, 2, 3, 95, 98, NT, 2000, me, XP, Vista, 7, 8, 10. What are a kidnapper's favorite shoes? White Vans. Why did picture go to jail? It was framed. My boss just caught me using a stopwatch to see how long it takes me to poop. Talk about crappy timing. What do laxatives and seat cushions have in common? They're both stool softeners. Which color can open your vehicle? Khaki. I had a frightening experience last night. I was in the bathtub relaxing, and I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder. A guy walked into a bar and lost the limbo contest. What did one monocle say to the other? Let's get together and make a spectacle of ourselves. Why'd the toilet paper roll down the hill? To get to the bottom. If Satan never lost his hair, there would be hell to pay. In surgery, my doctor said, "So what do we have here?" I replied that I broke my arm in 12 places. He replied, "Well, stop going to those places then." Why can't a lactose intolerant dyslexic man keep a diary? Because he's allergic. Where does Sir Lancelot go to party? A nightclub. What did Times New Roman say to the other fonts when it first came on the scene? There's a new serif in town. I used to be a bus driver, but I had to quit. I was fed up with people talking behind my back. What's a kidnapper's favorite shoes? White Vans. My dad has a crippling deli meat addiction. He has to quit cold turkey. If the mantis is always praying, what is their faith? It depends, they are all in sex. I tried to put my son down for a nap today, but he cried and refused. I was very surprised when the police showed up 15 minutes later, cuffed him, and took him away. When I asked them what law he'd broken, they told me he was resisting arrest. What crime do blacksmiths most commonly get charged with? Forgery. Why are piggy banks so wise? They're filled with common sense. A man came up to me and said, "Man, your clothes look gay." I said, "I know, they came out of the closet this morning." Hash. Just got called pretty today. Well, the full statement was "You're pretty annoying," but I focus on the positive things. How does a train hear another train coming? With its engineers. I just found out that Albert Einstein existed. My whole life I thought he was a theoretical physicist. My dad asked for power tools for his birthday, so I bought him a grapevine. It came with tendrils. What did the ocean say to the beach? Nothing, it just waved. What kind of music do chiropractors like? Hip hop. Women should not have children after 36. I mean, 36 children is more than enough. What kind of operation do doctors perform together? Cooperation. Why don't dinosaurs make good pets? 'Cause they're dead. What's blue and smells like red paint? Blue paint. I got an email the other day telling me how to read maps backwards. Turns out it was just spam. What are the 2 steps to marrying a country girl? First, a tractor. Next, fertilizer. A priest, a minister and a rabbit walk into a medical clinic. The doctor asks what their blood types are. The rabbit says, "I'm a type O." My daughter wanted to start putting on makeup, which I agreed. Then she said she was going to shave her eyebrows. That's where I draw the line. Did you hear about the actor who fell through the trapdoor? It was just a stage he was going through. What do you call a mythical creature who loves the spotlight? The center of attention. I ate an optimist once. But I couldn't keep him down. Do you know how to get a square peg into a round hole? You cut corners. How do you get a country girl's attention? A tractor. I asked my friend Sam to sing a song about the iPhone. And then Sam sung. Jesus walks into a hotel. Throws 3 nails on the reception desk and asks, "Can you put me up for the night?" Netflix is releasing a movie about the inventor of the tampon. It's a period piece. I hate it when people say age is only a number. Age is clearly a word. My wife ran over someone, and was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. She got out after 5 years and I had to serve the remaining 5. We always finish each other's sentences. Can I still impress you with a joke about the Titanic? Or has that ship sailed? It is really unfortunate that Islam, Christianity, and Judaism have been fighting each other for centuries. Hindus, on the other hand, never had any beef. A guy just assaulted me with a glass of milk. How dare he? I once missed class because of hypothermia. I was too cool for school. How do you observe charged particles in the air? You just keep an eye on them. What did the postal worker say to the woman looking for a job? Sorry, only males work here. What's the best part about this world, in your opinion? Personally, I think that the sun is a highlight. What do you need to do when you're addicted to seaweed? Sea kelp. I keep getting hit by the same bike. It's a vicious cycle. My new fence is so tall. I just can't get over it. Once I met a man walking his dog in a park in Copenhagen. We chatted for a while. They were both Great Danes. My wife is leaving me due to my obsession with Star Wars. I told her, may divorce be with you. Even though I've gone bald, I still keep my comb. I just can't part with it. Last night I dreamed I was a tree, then some guy came along and chopped me down. Really left me stumped. Next week we start Diarrhea Awareness Month. Runs until Friday. Why did Dad's coffee taste like mud? Because it was fresh ground. You know why a leopard are bad at hiding? Because they're always spotted. What's an artist's favorite shoe brand? Skechers. What happens to frogs who park their cars illegally? They get towed. Never mess with a group of babies. They're an infantry. Are people born with a photographic memory? Or do they develop it? What do you call a bunch of rabbits walking backwards? A receding hairline. What did the clock do when it was hungry? It went back 4 seconds. What rock group has 4 men that don't sing? Mount Rushmore. They prohibited television in Afghanistan. They call it the Taliban. Heard they are calling that Johnson & Johnson vaccine 8 Mile. Because you only get 1 shot. I'm not a fan of elevator music. It bothers me on so many levels. Recent studies show humans eat more bananas than monkeys. It must be true, I've never eaten a monkey. To the person who invented the highlighter. I'm coming for you. Mark my words. In my job interview I was asked what some of my good qualities were. Well, my doctor always calls me patient. A guy broke into my house and was looking for money. So I got up and looked with him. I spent 2 years in rehab for my Phil Collins addiction. I did it against all odds. Just take a look at me now. Did you know if you work at Starbucks and spill coffee beans, it could be grounds for termination? What do you call a cow in an earthquake? A milkshake. Where does the shredded cheese live? In Greater New York, of course. Working from home and told a joke on a Zoom call. No laughed. Turns out I'm not remotely funny. What do you get when you boil a funny bone? A laughingstock. How do pastors make orange juice? They pulp it. My wife threatened to leave me because she says I have a bad sense of direction. So I packed my stuff and write. What's Irish and stays outside all year? Patio furniture. The doctor told my wife he was about to deliver my daughter. I told him I'd prefer her liver remain intact. Why are blacksmiths so flatulent? Whoever smelt it, dealt it. How do you make a waterbed bouncier? Use spring water. I keep calling my wife Delilah even though her name is Delia. I keep calling our lawn the green grass of home. And worst of all, every time I see a cat, I can't help but ask, what's new, pussycat? It turns out I have Tom Jones syndrome. My doctor says it's not unusual. I've got a pretty cool ceiling. I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's up there. Who can drink 2 liters of gasoline? Jerry can. What do sprinters eat before they run? Nothing, they fast. Time flies like an arrow. But fruit flies like a banana. People don't think the grass be wet in the morning. But it do. What's the difference between a politician and an onion? People cry when you cut up onions. My earliest clear memory from my childhood is going with my dad to get my prescription glasses. Life before that is a blur. How did the hacker get away from the police? He ransomware. After dinner my wife asked me if she should save the chicken. I said, it looks like it's already dead. Seven has even in it. That's odd. I am not a good electrician. People are usually shocked when they find out. What is COVID Karen's favorite movie? The Mask. Someone just robbed the local wig store. The police are combing the area. What does it mean when the macaroni has gone bad? It's pasta expiration date. My local makeup shop just collapsed. Apparently it didn't have good foundation. I haven't moved a muscle in over a year. I thought it was nothing to celebrate. Imagine my surprise when my doctor told me I was getting a trophy. Don't be worried about your iPhone and laptop spying on you. Your vacuum cleaner has been gathering dirt on you for years. I used to have a swear jar, but I changed it into a pessimism jar. Every time I get negative feelings, I put a coin in it. It's currently half empty. What do you call 50 penguins in the Arctic? Lost. I personally don't like trees. I think they're shady. A slice of apple pie is $2.50 in Jamaica and $3 in the Bahamas. These are the pie rates of the Caribbean. Someone should market a beer called Occasionally. So when asked, I can say I only drink occasionally. I told my wife to embrace her mistakes. She gave me a big hug. What do you see when the Pillsbury Doughboy bends over? Donuts. If anyone ever asks you to spell part backwards, don't do it. It's a trap. Why couldn't the toilet paper cross the road? Because it got stuck in a crack. My friend was cooking steaks today and said they cooked faster than expected. I told him well done. When I was last at the beach, a dolphin crashed into me. People say that it was an accident, but I think that it was on purpose. Whoever stole my depression medication. I hope you're happy. I went on a date with an anesthesiologist. She was a knockout. How do you confuse someone? Ladders on a Thursday. A cheese factory exploded in France. Debris is everywhere. I am thinking of moving to Switzerland. I hear the social benefits are really great. Their cool looking flag is a really big plus, too. Got fired from my landscaping job. Guess I was a little rough around the hedges. The English language is weird. It can be understood through tough, thorough thought though. A weasel walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Wow, I have never served a weasel before. What can I get you?" "Pop," goes the weasel. What happens when glass gets in a bad mood? It becomes tempered glass. A factory that had been manufacturing bread and margarine burned down today. The owner was absolutely gutted. After all, it was his bread and butter. If anyone's got any tips on how to reverse plastic surgery, I'm all ears. I sleep on a pile of old magazines. I have a lot of back issues. Guys, I just found out Einstein is a real person. I always thought he was a theoretical physicist. What do you call a sheep that does karate? Lamb chop. A couple of cows were smoking a joint and playing cards. That's right, the stakes were pretty high. What's the best thing about Switzerland? I don't know, but the flag is a big plus. I kept trying to get my cat to lie straight, but he kept curling up like a punctuation mark. It was a catastrophe. I recently placed a bid for a rifle used in the war by a French officer. It was in good shape, having only been dropped twice in surrender. I hate it when my wife says, "Are you listening?" Such a random way to start a conversation. Guys, today was my first day in the Navy and I felt so lost. Wait. Sorry, wrong sub. Why do birds fly south for the winter? Because it's too far to walk. I would love to get paid to sleep. It would be a dream job. Did I tell you about my friend with a boat making business in his attic? Sales are through the roof. What do you get when you cross an octopus with an elephant? You get your funding cut and a visit from the ethics committee. If you're Russian going into the restroom, and you're Finnish when you leave. What are you when you're in the restroom? European. What made the mushroom forager such a good person? He had good morels. What does a forest fire and herpes have in common? Both most likely started with a careless match on Tinder. I started learning sign language. So far, it's been quite handy. Six is scared of 7 because 7, 8, 9, but why did 7 eat 9? Because you're supposed to eat 3 squared meals a day. Did you hear about the farmer who was better than all of the other farmers? He was outstanding in his field. My wife asked me if she could have some peace and quiet while she tried to cook dinner. So I took the batteries out of the smoke alarm. I have 6 hands, 12 feet and 3 heads. What am I? A liar. Why don't blind people go skydiving? It scares their dogs. My wife interrupted me while I was singing somebody that I used to know. She said I'm too addicted to the song. And I agree, but she didn't have to cut me off. I am getting a little sick of my wife complaining that I sit around and do nothing all weekend. I'm not going to stand for it. What's the least spoke language in the world? Sign language. A weasel walks into a bar. The bartender says, "What can I get you?" Pop goes the weasel. Why does a duck have feathers? To hide his butt quack. What sport did Jesus play? Lacrosse. I didn't think orthopedic shoes would help. But now I stand corrected. I went to the pet store to buy a Dalmatian, but they didn't have any. Their janitor keeps the store spotless. I burned 2,000 calories today. I left my food in the oven for too long. What did Admiral Akbar say when we first saw The Sound of Music? It's a Von Trapp. I just wrote a book on reverse psychology. Don't buy it. If you drop a piano down a mine shaft, what key does it play? A flat minor. The wife left me because I have a fetish for touching pasta. Now I'm feeling cannelloni. My wife is kicking me out because she's fed up with my South American animal puns. Okay, I said, I'll pack my bags. I made a few batches of synonym rolls the other day. They all came out looking different, but they taste the same. I told a joke at a family dinner. Sadly, only my sister's daughter got it. It was a niece joke. My dad is a bad magician. That's how I ended up with a half-sibling. A patient wants to have his heart examined. The doctor said, "Don't worry, it will work for as long as you live." Can I tell what nationality Napoleon was? Corsican. I tripped over my wife's bra. It was a booby trap. I could tell you a joke about trees. Maybe another time, for now I'll leave you alone. How do you deal with a sad astronaut? Just give them space. Did you hear the one about the cell phone wedding? They say they had the best reception. Anyone know any dad jokes about eyes? The cornea, the better. What genre of music do dads like to listen to on Father's Day? Pop music. I'm sorry and my bad mean the same thing. Unless you were at a funeral. I had to quit my job crushing pop cans. It was so depressing. I've decided to throw out all of my old chiropractic magazines. I don't need all these back issues. How did the hipster burn his tongue? He drank coffee before it was cool. There are 3 guys on a boat, and they have 4 cigarettes, but nothing to light them with. What do? They throw 1 cigarette overboard, and the boat becomes a cigarette lighter. Where are French fries made? Greece. Did you hear about the wizard that died of thirst? He'd had a dry spell. You know what happens when twice as many dad jokes are told? They double in size. I just bought a horse and named it Mayo. Why? Because mayonnaise. What do you get when you cross Mozart with Cinderella? Mozzarella. Why can't fish stand still? Because they don't have any legs. The teacher asked little Jimmy, "If I give you 4 cats today and 2 more tomorrow, how many cats will you have?" Little Jimmy said, 7. The teacher said, "No Jimmy, 4 plus 2 equals 6. Why did you say 7? Little Jimmy said, "Because I already have a cat." Why can't you annoy a skeleton? You can't get under their skin. What kind of gum does Poseidon chew? Trident. What did the buffalo say when he dropped his kid off at school? Bison. The Queen just phoned to say I have won a knighthood. It was a complete surprise. We have a box of dead batteries at home. They are all free of charge. My wife said she wants another baby. I replied that's a relief, I also really don't like this one. What do you call a person missing 75% of their spine? A quarterback. I got fired from my job at the bank today. An old lady asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. I recently bought 51% of a vampire hunting company. I'm the main stakeholder. What do you call a stunning anesthesiologist? Knockout. The hardest part for someone when coming out. Saying it with a straight face. The best thing about trying to name a baby is realizing how many people you hate. My ex misses me a lot. I'm worried her aim is getting better. If two wrongs don't make a right, what do two rights make? An airplane. Why are McDonald's ice cream machines not allowed in the courtroom? Because they're always out of order. What's red and bad for your teeth? A brick. What happens when a ghost can't pay its mortgage? Its house gets repossessed. Tennis ball walks into a bar. The bartender asks, "Have you been served yet?" I'm dedicating this joke to my dad, who is a roofer. So Dad, if you're up there. A hemp farmer noticed his cows were out in his hemp field. He wrangled them all back into the pasture. Later he found them all back in his hemp field. It was the pot calling the cattle back. What did the Buddhist say to the hot dog vendor? Make me one with everything. My husband left me because I am too insecure. No, wait. He's back now. He went to get milk. Mama always told me you are what you eat. So I started eating mushrooms every day. I wanted to become a fun guy. Why are shooting stars so fast? They're traveling light. I love eye jokes. The cornier the better. An opinion without 3.14 is an onion. A cop stopped me in the street and asked me why I was carrying such a big book. I told him it's a long story. There's been an explosion at a cheese factory in Paris. There's nothing left but debris. What did the cannibal do after he dumped his girlfriend? He He wiped his ass. What do you call a rock that you carry for 5,280 feet? A milestone. We have a first successful pig heart transplant. Bacon is now both the cause and the solution of our heart problems. I bought a great new sweater, but it kept zapping me due to static electricity. I went back to the store and they gave me a new one free of charge. Why were the cows always returning to the marijuana field? It was the pot calling the cattle back. I've got the memory of an elephant. I remember once I went to the zoo and saw an elephant. What's red and smells like blue paint? Red paint. Why do Java programmers have to wear glasses? Because they don't see sharp. My son bought a new reversible jacket. I can't wait to see how it turns out. Why did the banana go to the doctor's office? He wasn't peeling well. What's blue and doesn't weigh much? Light blue. Just added 2 more doors to our chicken coop. Now it's a chicken sedan. What insect has high cholesterol? A butterfly. My wife says to me this morning, "Our new neighbor kisses his wife every day when he leaves for work. Why don't you do that?" Because I hardly know her. Why can't dinosaurs clap? Because they're all dead. A man went to the hospital with 8 plastic horses in his stomach. His condition is stable now. How do you eat a hard drive? 1 bite at a time. Did you hear about the scarecrow that won the Lifetime Achievement Award? He was outstanding in his field. What do you call news about a body of water? Current events. What did the dentist name his boat? The Tooth Fairy. My boss hates curved structures, but I love them. He's my arch enemy. I can fix this flat tire anytime. There's no pressure. Sometimes I tuck my knees into my chest and lean forward. That's just how I roll. What do a bad joke and world peace have in common? We don't get it. I have had a very strange day. First I find a hat full of money, then I get chased by an angry dude with a guitar. I asked a wise man for help with my herb garden. He gave me some sage advice. How do you get a country girl's attention? A tractor. In the old days, excessive use of commas was considered to be a serious crime. It usually resulted in a long sentence. Did you hear the population in Ireland's capital is growing? In fact, it's Dublin. There are 3 men on a boat. Each has a cigarette, but nothing to light it with. So one man throws his cigarette into the water, and the whole boat becomes a cigarette lighter. I had an uncle who was an alcoholic. To keep him from drinking, we got him in sculpting school. Sadly, it didn't help. He'd still come home plastered. People live forever. Or they die trying. I didn't want to have a brain surgery. But they eventually changed my mind. What starts with E, ends with E, but has only one letter in it? Envelope. I just got back from a very emotional wedding. Even the cake was in tears. I have a great joke about dropping the soap in prison showers. But I probably shouldn't spread it. If I have oranges in my left hand and 5 oranges in my right, what have I got? Bloody big hands. My wife told the marriage counselor that she wanted a separation because she couldn't handle the constant Star Wars puns. I leaned over to the counselor and said, "Divorce is strong with this one." My girlfriend told me that it was either her, or my career as a news reporter. I'm afraid I had some breaking news for her. What's the angriest nut? Pistachio. I just found out Albert Einstein was a real person. This whole time I believed he was a theoretical physicist. Just asked my dad if the pool was heated. He said, "I believe it is. To a certain degree." I told a joke in chemistry. But I got no reaction. My wife said I look fat, give me a compliment. I said, "You got perfect eyesight." I broke up with my girl after she asked me what China's flag would be like without stars. That's a red flag. My dad always said I loved alphabet soup growing up. But really it was just him putting words in my mouth. Scientists have discovered a new strain of head lice that is resistant to all traditional treatments. This has left everyone scratching their heads. Why does it suck being a tennis ball? Because love means nothing to you. I called my wife and asked her if she wanted me to pick up fish and chips on my way home. She just grunted. I think she regrets letting me name the twins. How did the butcher introduce his wife? Meet Patty. Gandhi walked barefooted for miles. This made him thin, but being a strict vegetarian because of his spirituality also contributed to his weight. This diet also affected his breath, as many of his friends are known to call him a supercalifragilistic with halitosis. Why should you always let Mother Teresa win? Because then you'd be second to none. I've lost a lot of weight just by wearing bread on my head. It's a new loaf hat diet I'm trying. Bill and Melinda Gates got divorced. Melinda got the house, but Bill kept the windows. How rare is it for cows to get hit by lightning? Medium rare. Did you hear about the mop that got in trouble? It was in hot water. A theater company let some people go. They hired too many to play clouds. They overcast. What's the difference between a filet mignon and a meteorite? One's meaty, the other's a little meatier. Bread is a lot like the sun. It rises in the east and sets in the west. A psychotic criminal stole a train. He said the reason was the voices in the head told him to. It was a locomotive. I have this disease where I'm obsessed with airports. The doctor says it's terminal. What did the carpenter say when he finished building his house? Nailed it. What has 3 letters and starts with gas? A car. Starbucks introduced a new size just for fortune tellers. Medium. Pirates don't take a shower before they walk the plank. They just wash up on shore. I taught my son how to use incognito mode yesterday. The rest is not history. Did you hear about the elephant's incident at the pool? He lost his trunks. When wearing a bikini, women reveal 90% of their body. Men are so polite they only look at the covered parts. I have a friend that's addicted to brake fluid. But he says it's okay, he can stop anytime. Why do fishermen do well at geometry? They are good anglers. Nobody deserves to be cremated. You've got to earn it. What animal has 2 feet but can't walk? A 24-inch snake. My wife says I'm perfect in every way except my armpit smell. Hands down the best man she's ever known. I made a belt out of watches once. It was a waste of time. Did you hear about that large flightless bird that was excluded from societal norms? Apparently it was ostrich-sized. Puns are the best. They could not get any cornea. Rest in peace, boiled water. You will be missed. It's my wife's birthday. This morning when she woke up, she told me that she dreamt that I got her a diamond necklace for her birthday, and asked if her dream could mean anything. I assured her that she'd find out later today. She's gonna love the book I bought her about the meaning of dreams. What's the worst vegetable to bring on a boat? A leek. How many ears does Captain Kirk have? His left ear, his right ear, and his final frontier. A turtle, making its way through a field, got mugged by a gang of snails. Later a policeman asked the turtle, "Can you describe your assailants?" The turtle replied, "I don't know. It happened too fast." According to the chocolate advent calendar I bought yesterday, there's only 3 days until Christmas. How does the Pope buy things on eBay? He uses the PayPal account. Why do Valley girls hang out in odd-numbered groups? Because they can't even. I'm trying to make a joke about an uncontrollable airplane, but I just can't get it to land correctly. Sweating when filling up? Feel sick when you see prices? You might be suffering from car owner virus. I always knock before I open the fridge, in case there's a salad dressing. My sister asked me if I want to get married one day. I replied with no, you're my sister. How does the man on the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it. How do celebrities stay cool? They have a lot of fans. What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a unicycle and a poorly dressed man on a bicycle? A tire. It hurts me to say this. I have a sore throat. What did the blind guy say after his friend bought him an everything bagel? Who wrote this? What does a house wear? Address. What animal never stops talking? A yak. Why do melons always get married in church? Because they cantaloupe. My neighbor's bees are stealing pollen from my flowers. I'm gonna set up a sting operation to catch them yellow-handed. My deaf wife kept talking in her sleep last night. Damn near poked my eyes out. What do you call a cow that can't produce milk? A milk dud. How do trains hear? With their engineers. Why did Anakin Skywalker cross the road? To get to the dark side. Do you guys mind telling me how old are you? Oh boy, I'm going to wait for ages. Why couldn't the toilet paper cross the road? He got stuck in a crack. I got over my addiction to chocolate, marshmallow, and nuts. I won't lie, it was a rocky road. What sort of music does cellophane play? Rap. Why didn't the hamburger buns get along? Because they had beef between them. Maybe I should clean mirrors for a living. It's something I can really see myself doing. Jokes about murders aren't funny. Unless they're properly executed, that it. Why did a banana go to the doctor? It wasn't peeling well. Delighted to say I've finally got a new job installing mirrors. Nothing fancy, but was something I could always see myself doing. How do you cut the C in half? With a seesaw. I had to fire the surgeon. I'm losing patience with him. What do you call the judge who was admitted to the psych ward? Judgmental. I once stayed up all night wondering where the sun went. And then it dawned on me. I asked my wife if I was the only one she had ever been with. She said yes, all the others were 9s and 10s. No matter how much you push the envelope, it will always be stationary. I had to stop taking my dog to the park. He kept getting attacked by the ducks. I guess that's what happens when you have a purebred dog. Drove to the pharmacy to get some sleeping pills. Drove back slowly so I don't wake the sleeping pills up. If there's a king-sized mattress and a queen-sized mattress, where does the prince sleep? The air mattress. Penguins produce an oil that helps their feathers retain heat. So basically, the oily bird gets the warm. Why do sewer lines get cleaned during the day? Because you can't see shit in the dark. Why do French people eat snails? Because they hate fast food. Want to hear a dirty joke? The white horse fell in the mud puddle. I just accidentally broke the handle on my favorite mug. I'm so distraught I'm struggling to get a grip. Why do bakers bake? They need the dough. I told my girlfriend she drew her eyebrows too high. She seemed surprised. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I accidentally sprayed some deodorant in my mouth. Now when I talk I have a weird accent. I'm going to start giving away pianos. I'm already an organ donor. My biggest talent is always being able to tell what's in a wrapped present. It's a gift. What do you call a broken can opener? A can opener. My girlfriend complains a lot that I don't smile anymore. Well, she's the one who wanted a serious relationship. The other day a clown held the door open for me. It was a nice gesture. When's a door not a door? When it's ajar. Why did the lawnmower stop working? It was tired of getting pushed around. The military is supposed to straighten people out, but I once knew a guy in the military who would get annoying and argue with me about the smallest things. He was a petty officer. Hey, what instrument do dishonest people play? The lyre. I applied for a job to be a spy. They wanted my resume and undercover letter. My wife asked me if she could just have some peace and quiet while she was making dinner. So I took the batteries out of the smoke alarms. What sound does a witch's car make? Broom broom. My wife asked me to plan a cruise for our vacation. When I did, she said that I picked the wrong ocean. She should have been Pacific in her instructions. I wasn't sure if I should take my 1-year-old daughter to the emergency room when she ate a bunch of Scrabble tiles. But there's a chance her next bowl movement could spell disaster. I think the cashier at the grocery store has a crush on me. She just totally checked me out. We were so poor growing up, we couldn't afford shoes. I would wrap my feet in bubble wrap and pop down to the shops. What do you call a factory that makes okay products? Satisfactory. I just realized that my calculator is missing the minus button. But on the plus side, it still works. Can a mom tell a dad joke? Or would that be a faux pas? What is the first thing an organized ghost does in the morning? Make a to-do list. My wife said I should do lunges to stay in shape. That would be a big step forward. I have tons of unemployment jokes. None of them work. The cast of Friends banded together to build a new car. I took it for a test drive, but it didn't go very fast. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. How much does Santa pay to park his sleigh? Nothing, it's on the house. How are the movies Titanic and The Sixth Sense alike? I see dead people. I'm the best at being alone. Nobody even comes close. What do you call a color that hasn't been discovered yet? A pigment of your imagination. I wrote down the names of all the people I hate, but my roommate used the paper to roll up his joint. Now he's high on the list of people I never want to see again. I once went on a blind date with a vegan. I never met her before. I have a fear of speed bumps. But I am slowly getting over it. I don't know why, but I find do not touch signs very strange. Can't seem to put my finger on it. I got tired of my tailor constantly messing up my alterations, so I fired him. He said, "Suit yourself." My girlfriend came to me with a balloon that said, "Will you marry me?" So I popped the question. I was thinking today that a shark can definitely swim faster than me, but I could definitely run faster on land. So if we were competing in a triathlon, it would probably come down to the cycling. My brother had to quit his job as a weightlifter because he wasn't strong enough. He handed in his 2-week notice yesterday. Who's in charge of the pencil case? The ruler. My mom wanted to clean the family mansion, so she hired 2 German men. She just needed a few helping hands. Why shouldn't kids sleep during the day? Because kidnapping is illegal. The police suspected that my daughter accidentally burnt our house down. But it was arson. I just read that California leads the United States in both depression rates and cases of infidelity. Talk about a sad state of affairs. My wife asked me which paddle I wanted to use in the boat. I answered either/or. My dad used to encourage us by saying, "When one door closes, another one opens." Lovely man. Terrible cabinet maker. Do you guys remember the chiropractor joke I put up about a week back? My uncle named his dog 5 miles so he could tell people that he walked 5 miles. Today he ran over 5 miles. Why did the hipster burn his tongue? Because he drank coffee before it was cool. What do you call a short mother? A minimum. Every morning on my way to work, I slip on the frozen newspaper left outside my front door. I must have fallen on some hard times. I used to tell a joke about blunt pencils. But there was just no point. I'm absolutely terrified of elevators. I've taken many steps to avoid them. It's a 5-minute walk from my house to the pub. It's a 35-minute walk from the pub to my house. The difference is staggering. I put up an electric fence around my house. My neighbor is dead against it. I've got this awful disease where I can't stop telling airport jokes. My doctor says it's terminal. Why don't pirates shower before walking the plank? They just wash up on shore. Why don't we inhabit Uranus? That place is a gas hole. I put a clock on my belt. It was a waste of time. Bacon and eggs walk into a bar. Bartender says, "Get out of here. We don't serve breakfast." You do know that modern appliances are really spying on us, and sending back data on our habits. In fact, vacuum cleaners have been gathering dirt on us for years. What do you call a girl with one leg? Eileen. My girlfriend thinks camouflages are sexy. I just don't see it. What ballet are men afraid of? The Nutcracker. Why don't keyboards sleep? Because they have 2 shifts. What do cars spread on their toast? Traffic jam. I'm too poor to make bread in the shape of a little horse. I can't pony up the dough. I walked home from the bar last night. A policeman stopped and said, "Sir, do you know that you are staggering?" I said, "Well, you're pretty handsome yourself." Is it possible to bore someone to death? It depends how big the drill is. Why can't a right triangle get a date? It wasn't acute enough. Three weeks ago I sent my hearing aids in for repair. I've heard nothing since. I bought 75% of shares in a vampire hunting business. I'm the main stakeholder. I just competed in a tailoring competition. It ended in a tie. A raven has 17 primary wing feathers, the big ones at the end of the wing, also called pinion feathers. A crow only has 16. So the difference between a raven and a crow is only a matter of opinion. Why do doctors hit our knees with a little hammer? They get a kick out of it. I used to be very thin in my youth but have put on some weight now. I've passed on my skinny jeans to my son. What do you get if you cross a snowman with a vampire? Frostbite. A book fell on my head yesterday. I guess I only have my shelf to blame. What is the similarity between Titanic and Sixth Sense? I see dead people. I was making spaghetti when my kids said they would rather have pizza. I told them no. We were past a point of no return. What did the blanket say as it fell off the bed? Oh sheet. What kind of shoes do kidnappers wear? White Vans. A group of thieves stole the wheels off the patrol cars at the local police precinct. Officers have been working tirelessly to find the suspects. My wife and I took a 1,000-mile road trip to see our family. My uncle asked us if we took turns driving on the way up. I replied, "Yeah. It was too hard to get here in a straight line." A lion never cheats on their wife. But a tiger would. Jokes about communism are not funny. Unless everybody gets them. How would you describe a mosh pit of cows? Utter chaos. Today I saw a dwarf laughing as he climbed down a prison wall. And I thought, that's a little condescending. I'm a locksmith and also a musician. I recently wrote a song which has a lovely key change. What did the shore say to the ocean? Nice to see you. What's blue and not very heavy? Light blue. I know why YouTube constantly recommends videos of dancing former vice presidents. It's just the Al Gore rhythm. To whoever who stole my Microsoft Office copy, I will find you. You have my word. I fell into the river in Paris. People said I must be insane. What kind of people never get angry? Nomads. What is green and fuzzy and if it falls out a tree it'll kill you? A pool table. Two men walk into a bar. You'd think the second one would have seen it. I had a dream last night that I was swimming in an ocean of orange soda. Then I woke up and realized it was just a fantasy. What do you call the fish in charge of healthcare? The Surgeon General. I used to work at an orange juice factory, but I got canned. They put the squeeze on me because I couldn't concentrate. Do trees poop? Of course they do, how else would we get number 2 pencils? Have you read the book about plumbing? You know, the one by Lee King. I always have eggs Benedict for Christmas brunch, so I'm spending Christmas this year in the Vatican. There's no place like Rome for the hollandaise. Are you easily offended? Click here. Hi, easily offended. I'm Dad. What's the recipe for holy water? Boil the hell out of it. Can you recommend a better way to scrape ice off my windshield? I used my discount card but could only get 20% off. I broke up with my girlfriend, winter to be with a girl called Summer. She was way hotter. Why can't bicycles stand on their own? Because they're too tired. What did the horse say to the horse in the next stall over? Hey neighbor. It doesn't matter how far you push the envelope. It'll still be stationary. To the person who stole my antidepressants. I hope you're happy now. I don't mean to brag, but cashiers are always checking me out. What's red and bad for your teeth? A brick. What does Terminator become after retirement? Ex-Terminator. Why do some trees need more healthcare than others? Because they're sycamore. Why was Pavlov's hair so shiny? Because he conditioned it. How do two French guys share files electronically? Peer-to-peer network. My doctor friend is addicted to hitting his patients on the knees to test their reflexes. He really gets a kick out of it. I want to die like my grandpa, sleeping peacefully. Not desperately screaming like the people in the bus he was driving. My wife told me last week she thinks she's pregnant. Turns out she was just overreacting. I was playing chess with my friend and he said, "Let's make this interesting." So we stopped playing chess. If a cowboy is happy, does that make him a jolly rancher? Why couldn't the pirate sit down? Someone stole his booty. I tried being friends with a librarian, but she kept reading into everything I was saying. I am afraid of elevators, but I am taking steps to avoid them. I used to run a dating service for chickens, but I was struggling to make hens meet. What is it called when two celebrities are fighting? Star Wars. I watched a documentary on how they built the Golden Gate Bridge. It was riveting. Did you know the first computer dates back to Adam and Eve? It was an apple with limited memory, just one bite. And then everything crashed. My son started watching episodes of The Electric Company, so he can keep up with current events. I don't understand people who collect magazines. They must have a lot of issues. It snowed overnight. I told my wife to go outside and shovel the steps. All I got was icy stairs. I'm trying to stop eating deli meat, but it's hard to quit cold turkey. What's the best thing about Switzerland? I don't know, but the flag is a big plus. If someone is burnt and needs a skin graft, can I donate the skin tissue on my butt? Ask Skin for a friend. My wife kicked me out because of my terrible Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions, but don't worry. I'll return. If you're ever in need of an arc, I know a guy. Did you hear about the cop who fell and broke his radio? He couldn't get back up. I told my wife I saw a deer on the way to work. She said, "How do you know he was headed to work?" When a lighting strikes an orchestra, who gets hit first? The conductor. What's the tallest building in the world? The library, because it has the most stories. Got a great deal on a gold ring today. The jeweler said it was a steal. I wasn't much fun last year having a broken neck. But at least now I can look back and laugh. Why did the lion cross the savannah? To get to the other pride. I used to love fishing with my son. Oh well. I guess I'll have to find something else to use as bait now. I always go to parties with my parrot. He's my wingman. Major airlines are canceling flights as staff call in sick. If I was in charge, none of their excuses would fly. Shop assistant fought off armed robber with his labeling gun. Police are now looking for a man with a price on his head. Headline news. The police have confirmed that the man who fell from the roof of a nightclub and died was not a bouncer. Some crocodiles grow up to 14 feet. But most only have 4. The Comcast guy said he would be at my house between 4 and 6. But he was mean and showed up at 5. I've started telling everyone about the health benefits of eating dried grapes. It's all about raising awareness. Nine out of 10 people who are afraid of hurdles never get over it. Did you know there is a theory about how mayonnaise makes everything taste better? It's called Cole's Law. Did you hear about the giant with diarrhea? It's all over town. Why are there vampires in Europe and none in Africa? Because they bless the rains down in Africa. Be careful if driving on the road. The majority of auto accidents occur there. What do you call a guy who lost his car in Spain? Carlos. I just found out about world wars. I hope Earth wins. Did you know that it is difficult to train for a marathon? Although it will help you in the long run. I've been searching all over YouTube for my favorite U2 song. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. When I was a single man, I had tons of free time. Now that I started listening to full albums, I hardly ever leave the house. Have you seen that movie about farts yet? It really stinks. My son asked what he should do when someone is having an allergic reaction to dairy. Ice cream for help. I lost my job due to illness and fatigue. My boss was sick and tired of me. Have you ever asked windmills how they feel about wind power? Long story short, they're huge fans. The 3 wise men were visiting Mary and Joseph in the manger. The tall wise man hits his head on the door frame and says, "Jesus Christ." Mary turns to Joseph and says, "Write that down. It's better than Kevin." I wanted to date a goalie. I thought she was a keeper, but she kept blocking my shots. Why do people with anemia don't understand sarcasm? Because they lack of irony. "100 years ago everyone owned a horse. And only the rich had cars. Now everyone has cars, And only the rich have horses. The stables have turned. Remember to lift your left leg up off the ground during the New Year's countdown, so you can start the new year off on the right foot. A priest, a pastor, and a rabbit walked into a blood donation clinic. The nurse asked the rabbit, "What is your blood type?" "I am probably a typo," said the rabbit. Did you hear about the chameleon who couldn't change color? He had erectile dysfunction. What's the difference between a ruble and a dollar? A dollar. My boss told me to have a good day, so I went home. Someone dipped my deck of cards in superglue. I can't deal with it anymore. I used to be addicted to Thanksgiving leftovers. I ended up quitting cold turkey. What did the gardener do when he was excited for growing season? He wet his plants. Why do nice guys finish last? They're always saying, "After you." Water is heavier than butane, because butane is a lighter fluid. What city do you get if you drop a waffle on a beach? San Diego. My doctor told me I'm going deaf. The news was hard for me to hear. My girlfriend totally changed when she became a vegan. It's like I never knew her before. I named my misting humidifier Bob Ross. It's always making happy little clouds. What's a policeman's favorite metal? Copper. What do you call a man with a rubber toe? Roberto. I appreciate you guys for explaining the word many. It means a lot. Decided to quit my job playing the triangle in a reggae band. It was just one ting after another. What language do oranges speak? Mandarin. What word in the English language is almost always spelled wrong? Wrong. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it's done ki-ing around. What does the frog do when his car breaks down? He gets it towed away. What country always skips breakfast? Hungary. Why do locomotive engineers make such good employees? All their years of training. They're building a mirror factory in my town. I could definitely see myself working there. Have you heard about those new corduroy pillows? They're making headlines. I always carry a picture of my wife and kids in my wallet. I do it to remind myself why there is no money in there. Did you hear about the polygamist cat? He had 9 wives. What genre of music are national anthems? Country. One day Canada will take over the whole world. Then you will all be sorry. My kid, Bob, was named after George Washington. If you're reading this, so were you. What should a bovine tranquilizer be called? A bulldozer. My wife caught me cross-dressing and told me it was over. So I packed all her clothes and left. The oldest computer was owned by Adam and Eve. It was an Apple with very limited memory, just 1 byte and everything crashed. If your rifle's not working properly, find the owner's manual and refer to the troubleshooting section. Why did Green Goblin name his glider June? Because it was the end of May. What do you call a duck with no legs? A sitting duck. Did you hear about the landmine inspector that got injured on the job? Looks like he decided to press charges. I'm so good at sleeping. I can do it with my eyes closed. Why did the computer crack a joke? Because it saw its mother bored. Tequila may not fix your life, but it's worth a shot. My friends asked why I tell so many dad jokes. I told them I just love pop culture. Are people allowed to laugh loudly in Hawaii? Or just aloha? I call it lift, they call it elevator. Guess we were raised differently. I dig, you dig, we dig, he digs, she digs, they dig. It's not a beautiful poem, but it is very deep. I really enjoyed the documentary about how they assembled the steel plates on the Titanic. It was riveting. What happened when the oxymoron walked into the bar? There was a deafening silence. How do you spot a blind man at nudist colony? It's not hard. My wife said, I can think of 14 reasons to leave you, plus your obsession with tennis. I replied, that's 15 love. The numbers 19 and 20 got into a fight. 21. I was wondering why music was coming from my printer. Apparently, the paper was jamming. Went to the paint store to get thinner. It didn't work. Lots of people who have diabetes type 1. I don't understand why they don't type other characters. What did 20 do when it was hungry? 28. I don't trust artists. They've always been a little sketchy to me. It's so cool my daughter wants to be a car mechanic, but I feel I must warn her. It can be exhausting work. Did you hear about the man who jumped off a bridge in France? He was insane. I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something. Apparently, 40% of owners often let their pet sleep in their bed. I tried it once and my goldfish died. Why do Russian translators work so quickly in Finland? Because they're Russian to Finnish. Small babies are delivered by a stork. For larger babies they use a crane. What do you call a man with no arms, no legs, and is floating in the ocean? Bob. Which is faster, hot or cold? Hot, because you can catch a cold. Do y'all have any jokes about shovels? I really dig those types of jokes. What do you get if you cross a cow and a chicken? Roast beef. I was insulted by a bee once. It really stung a lot. Do you remember when air for your tires was free at gas stations and now it's a $1? Do you know why? Inflation. I made a device that travels to the past to make sure food is properly seasoned. I call it my time machine. My family says my hearing and my memory are getting worse. But this is the first I've heard of it. How do you cut the ocean in half? With a seesaw. Whenever my artistic girlfriend is sad, I let her draw things on my body. I gave her a shoulder to crayon. What do you call it when you tell a joke on top of a mountain? Peak comedy. Sometimes I tell dad jokes. Sometimes he laughs at them. Did you hear about the boat carrying red paint that crashed into the boat carrying purple paint? I hear some of the crew is believed to be marooned. I've offered my elderly neighbor $20 to try out her stair lift. I think she's going to take me up on it. Gave my blind friend a cheese grater. He said it was the most violent story he's ever read. I heard that alcoholism is a big problem in the ghost community. They are all really into booze. I've been giving away dead batteries. Free of charge. "2019 and 2020 got into a fight. 2021. They charge money to put air in your tires at the gas station now. It used to be free. I blame it on inflation. They're making a movie about clocks. It's about time. I'm definitely going to watch it. I just came up with the greatest cliffhanger. In which city do they make two of everything? Dublin. What does a vegetarian zombie eat? Grains. I bought my daughter a locket with her picture inside, for her 18th birthday. Just so glad she's now finally independent. My will requires that my ashes be placed in an aerosol can and sprayed around my favorite places. They're gonna miss me when I'm gone. My wife complained about my weight gain since we got married. I don't know why she's so upset. She got 50% return on her investment. A magician got arrested after turning a flock of ravens into a flock of crows. He made a conspiracy to murder. How did the farmer find his wife? He tracked her down. Did you hear about the investment banker who became a horse breeder? He was always looking for the most stable returns. What pan is the best to make sushi in? Japan. You don't need a parachute to go skydiving. You need a parachute to go skydiving twice. As my wife opened the cabinet, a coffee cup crashed on her head. It's awful to see someone you love mugged. Have you ever tried archery while wearing a blindfold? You don't know what you're missing. I really hate it when beggars shake their coin jar at me. I know you have more money than me, you don't have to be a dick about it. Saw a squirrel that couldn't make up his mind today. He was on the fence all day. Did you hear about the peanut butter and jelly sandwich convention? It was a super spreader event. Why do you spell dark with a K and not a C? Because you can't see in the dark. I was walking with my son the other day. He picked up an acorn and asked me what it was. I told him it was a tree. He said, "Really?" I said, "Well, in a nutshell, yes." What did the fish say when it swam into a wall? Damn. What did the janitor say when he jumped out the closet? Supplies. I was going to make a joke about herbs, but I don't have the time. Did you hear about the two antennas that got married? It wasn't much of a wedding ceremony, but the reception was great. I'm good friends with 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. What does garlic do when it gets hot? It takes its cloves off. Ryan's belt is a big waste of space. Terrible joke, only 3 stars. Remember that joke I told you about the chiropractor? It was about a week back. I'm reading a horror story in Braille. Something bad is about to happen, I can feel it. You should wear glasses when doing maths. It helps with division. What do you call a factory that's okay? A satisfactory. I once had a dream that I discovered a new color. But it was just a pigment of my imagination. I was at church, and I felt the need to throw up. Luckily, there was a box near the front door that said "for the sick." My mom thanked me for coming to visit for Mother's Day. I said, "Thanks for having me." When Dwayne Johnson barbecues, his neighbors can smell what The Rock is cooking. Will Smith must be great at metal works. Because he is a blacksmith. My therapist told me to write a letter to all the people I hate and then burn them. I have done that. Now what do I do with the letters? How do you win over a country girl? A tractor. After the Boston Tea Party, did everyone know that a war was brewing? What's the difference between black-eyed peas and chickpeas? Black-eyed peas can sing us a song, but chickpeas can only hum us one. How many narcissists does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1. The narcissist holds the light bulb while the rest of the world revolves around him. My flashlight died. I'm delighted. I just found out I'm colorblind. This news just came out of the purple. I ate a kid's meal at McDonald's today. His mother seemed pretty upset. Imagine Americans switched from pound to kilograms overnight. There would be mass confusion. I recently visited General Motors. I gave him a salute. I was named after my dad. I mean, I couldn't possibly have been named before him. Last night I dreamt I was a muffler. I woke up exhausted. My friends always make fun of me for shaving my upper body. But I'm not bothered. We have the right to bear arms. What do you call a person who doesn't have a phone? You don't. I dated a girl. She was from the Bronze Age. Did you hear about the restaurant called Karma? There's no menu. You get what you deserve. When you die, people cry and beg for you to come back. But, when you do, they're all running and screaming. There will be a point in the future when Canada will take over the world. And then you will all be sorry. My wife thinks it's a good idea to have our kids formally brought into the Catholic Church. I told her that's just confirmation bias. I bought a pair of shoes from a drug dealer this morning. I don't know what he laced them with, but I've been tripping all day. I've been reading a book about anti-gravity. I can't put it down. I am so good at sleeping. I can do it with my eyes closed. Bought a book online the other day, about scams. Still waiting for it to arrive. I took my wife into the backyard to talk about something. I really just needed an outside opinion. Wild falcons live to be about 13. So all the falcons in the wild today were born in the 21st century. They're millennial falcons. How do you measure the mass of a red hot chili pepper? Give it away, give it away, give it away now. What do a tick and the Eiffel Tower have in common? They're both parasites. Why did the truck driver finally stop farting? He ran out of gas. I think my wife is putting glue on my antique weapons collection. She denies it, but I'm sticking to my guns. Was in a bar when this guy said to me, "I'm going to attack you with the neck of a guitar." I shot back, "Is that a fret?" I'm reading a very interesting book called The History of Glue. I can't put it down. What's a name for a female lawyer? Sue. Don't blame others for the road that you're on. That's your own asphalt. Five out of 6 players love Russian roulette. The 6th player could not be reached for comment. Why do I say yes all the time? I don't know. What do you call 2 guys hanging from your window? Kurt and Rod. We were driving in the city, and my wife said, "Hey, you missed a right." I said, "Thanks babe. You misses right." Someone just called my phone, sneezed and then hung up. I'm getting sick and tired of these cold calls. When birds fly in a V formation, why is one side of the V longer than the other? Because there are more birds on that side. I heard Disney Plus are renewing Obi-Wan Kenobi for a 2nd season. They are calling it Obi-2 Kenobi. Why is dark spelled with a K and not a C? Because everyone knows you can't see in the dark. Why can't you trust bankers with secrets? They're tellers. Created a new cocktail. Rye whiskey, Gosling's ginger beer, and garnished with jalapeno. It's called the Ryan Gosling, and it's the hottest drink I make. What did the cop say to his belly button? "You're under a vest." Did you know there's an odd number that if you take one letter away it becomes even? It's called 7. I just found out Albert Einstein was a real person. All this time I thought he was a theoretical physicist. I watched a documentary on marijuana. I found out it was the best way to watch it. My wife asked if our kids were spoiled. I said, no, I think most kids smell that way. What did Tennessee? The same thing Arkansas. A vampire's favorite ship is a blood vessel. I used to go out with a geologist. She kept finding faults in me. Cracks soon appeared and we eventually split. I visited the Tinder headquarters and was surprised upon arrival. It didn't look as good as it did in the pictures. Why do blind people hate skydiving? It scares the hell out of their dogs. What would you call a shoe made of bananas? A slipper. My favorite type of bra is algebra. So my neighbor has a horse named Mayo. And, sometimes, mayonnaise. So you missed dinner and steaks were served. Did you learn your lesson? Because missed steaks were made. I went to the moon, and it wasn't great. It had no atmosphere at all. They say insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. This is my 76th time posting this joke. What is the only word in the English language spelled incorrectly? Incorrectly. My kids refused to eat their tacos for dinner, so I threw them out. And then ate their tacos. Man, I really love my furniture. Me and my recliner go way back. Most puns make me feel numb. But math puns make me feel number. Socratic teachers literally only want one thing. And it's discussing. What do you call a cruise ship filled with skilled artisans? Great craftsmanship. If you fall in love with someone from South Korea, are they your soulmate? What kind of fruit do ghosts like? Blueberries. Why can't you hear a psychiatrist using the bathroom? Because the P is silent. What is a foot long and slippery? A slipper. What if soy milk is just regular milk? Introducing himself in Spanish? Can someone please tell me what the lowest rank in the army is? Every time I ask someone, they tell me it's private. What's on Chris Rock's face? Fresh Prince. Does anybody know where a guy can find a person to hang out with, talk to, and enjoy spending time with? Asking for a friend. How do you steal someone's coat? You jack it. A Star Wars fan orders 3 tequilas, 2 whiskeys, and 1 fireball. What does he start with? Solo shot first. Einstein finally formulated a theory on space. And it was about time too. What you call an American bee? A USB. A homeless guy asked me for some money today. I looked in my pocket and all I had was a $20 bill. Do I really want this money going to drugs? I thought to myself. Nah. So I gave him the $20. What is a kidnapper's favorite type of shoe? White Vans. I can't remember how to write 1, 1000, 51, 6, and 500 as Roman numerals. I'm livid. My friends and I spent some time in an archaeological site and ended up finding a dinosaur tibia. It was quite the shindig. I told a joke in a group meeting on Zoom. But no one found me remotely funny. I heard they added an elevator next to the stairway to heaven for handicapped people. Hearing things like that really lifts the spirits. Man charged with using sandpaper to kill victim. Tells court I only wanted to rough him up a bit. Why are sheep anxious at night? Because so many people are counting on them. Why are elevator jokes so good? They work on many levels. Vegans don't appreciate my dad jokes. Probably because they are so cheesy. My sister wanted to marry a postman. But our parents didn't let her. My boss is threatening to fire the employee with the worst posture. I have a hunch, it may be me. I don't usually tell dad jokes. But when I do, he laughs. What has 4 wheels and flies? A garbage truck. You know why you never see carpenters do stand-up comedy? 'Cause their performances are always very wooden. I managed to get B's in all my classes. You should have seen the face of my teacher and fellow students when they got swarmed. I have a theory that yeast will one day rule the world. I just see it rising up. I tried to tell a joke about farm animals. But I butchered it. How does a grizzly kill its prey? With its bare hands. Astronaut found out he won the lottery while he was in space. Apparently when he found out he was over the moon. What do you call a sexy pancake? A hot cake. I'm worried about my calendar. Its days are numbered. I come from a family of failed magicians. I have 2 half-sisters. What's blue and not very heavy? Light blue. I asked the shop assistant where the Arnold Schwarzenegger action figures are. She said I'll be back. A communist joke is not funny. Unless everyone gets it. I stepped on a cornflake last night. Does that make me a serial killer? I tried to catch fog once. Missed. Ladies, can you please stop asking Santa for the perfect man? I've been kidnapped 3 times yesterday. My carpet is not smooth at all. It's rather rugged. How can a leopard change his spots? By moving. Why can't you bring a date to Olive Garden? Because when you're there, you're family. I decided to sell my vacuum cleaner. It was just gathering dust. What's black and white and green in the middle? 2 zebras fighting over a pickle. I was going to tell a joke about sodium and oxygen. But I'm afraid I'd get a violent reaction. At first, I forgot how to tie my shoe. Then I did not. Don't make an origami belt. It's a waste of paper. What was the cannibal's favorite Disney song? You've Got a Friend in Me. Never trust an atom. They make up everything. My doctor says I have Tom Jones disease. I asked, is it common? He said it's not unusual. I have 2 step ladders. I never knew my real ladder. My kid gave me my 40th birthday card today. I said, you know, one would have been enough. I walked down the street dressed as a screwdriver. I turned a few heads. What type of music do balloons hate? Pop music. I didn't want to believe that my dad was stealing from his job as a traffic cop. But when I got home, all the signs were there. What do you call a lawyer turned cook? A sous chef. How does the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it. Where can you still get gas for $2? Taco Bell. My ex loved to shoot things, which is why we broke up. Seems like I dodged a bullet there. What is orange and sounds like a parrot? Carrot. In high school, it was always my dream to start my own bread company. I was voted least likely to succeed. Did you hear about that new weather app that already has 100 million downloads? It's taking the nation by storm. I'm not a glass half full type of person. I'm more of a where did I put my glass type person. I grilled a chicken for 2 hours. It still wouldn't tell me why it crossed the road. A man has been found guilty of using too many commas. The judge told him to expect a long sentence. I used to be addicted to elevators. Now I'm taking steps to avoid them. What did the king name a knight he didn't want? Surplus. Why was there a huge crowd to see the first guillotine execution? Because it was the latest cutting-edge technology. I finally was able to open my shoe store for only large-sized shoes. Let me tell you, it was no small feat. I ran out of toilet paper, so I used newspaper instead. The times are rough. You can't lever something against half a crumb. You need a full crumb. Why did the slumlord cross the road? To get on the other side. I once used laughing gas as a deodorant. Smelt funny the whole day. What does a law student and a recovering alcoholic have in common? They both have to pass the bar. Dark humor is like clean water. Not everyone gets it. I like oxygen and potassium on their own. But together, they're just okay. I only know 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. You think gas prices are expensive? Have you seen chimneys? They're through the roof. Why did the buffalo go to the Pride Parade? He has a bison. Why was the math teacher late for class? She took the rhombus. What's invisible and smells like fish? Penguin farts. Why don't eggs tell jokes to each other? They'll crack themselves up. My wife is threatening to leave me because of my obsession with acting like a TV news anchor. More on this after the break. What do you call a gorilla with a banana in each ear? Anything you like, he won't hear you. I tried oatmeal shampoo for the first time today. But it just made my oatmeal worse. When one door closes, another one opens. Other than that, it's a pretty good car. I watched a documentary on how airplanes are held together. It was riveting. What do you get if you boil a funny bone? Laughing stock. My trip to Oklahoma wasn't great. It was just okay. Why did the astronaut break up with his girlfriend? Because he wanted space. I heard Bill Gates just bought shares in Jack Daniels. I'm no expert, but that seems like a whiskey investment to me. What do you call a lazy kangaroo? A pouch potato. I invented a new word. Plagiarism. My horse's name is Mayo. Sometimes mayonnaise. She's a 10, but she can move things with her mind. She's an 11. What do you call people who take care of chickens? Chicken tenders. I went to a restaurant and ordered a lobster. The waiter brought the food, showed it to me, and took it back. It was a seafood restaurant. My racing snail was too slow, so I tried removing his shell to speed him up. It made him even more sluggish. I can't take my dog to the pond anymore because the ducks keep attacking him. I guess that's what I get for getting a purebred dog. My kid told me they are transgender, so I turned invisible. Because now, I'm a transparent. Guess who I bumped into on the way to the opticians? Everyone. I once tried a bungee jumping cord to the roof of the school. I got suspended. She was just a humble whiskey maker. He loved her still. Can you imagine the first time one of our ancestors had an allergic reaction? I bet it was nuts. An amateur limbo dancer walks into a bar. He's immediately disqualified for doing so. What gender pronouns do chocolates use? Hershey. The stunt man has perfectly performed his last 27 stunts. He's on fire right now. How do you get a secret message out of a cemetery? You decrypt it. What do you call a murderer that can't stop farting? Jack the Ripper. I don't know why everyone seemed to have a problem with vegans. I have never had a beef with one. My wife said I have no sense of direction. I was like, where did that come from? What's a boomerang called that doesn't come back? A stick. What is it called when a cow spies on you? A stakeout. Why is it so hard to play cards in the jungle? Too many cheetahs. So I ordered a chicken and an egg from Amazon. I'll let you know. Why are bakers so poor? Because they need dough. My doctor told me that, due to an obscure medical condition, I would never be able to feel shocked or frightened ever again. I wasn't surprised. Why do ducks have tail feathers? To cover up their butt quacks. A man asks the librarian where he can find books on suicide. The librarian says, "No, you'll never return them." Did you know 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 are the same thing? Because 10 plus 10 is 20 and 11 plus 11 is 22. My friend asked me, why do you keep an empty bottle of milk in the fridge? I replied, in case any visitors want a black coffee. What do you call a candle flame that is happy to be blown out? Delighted. This coffee tastes like dirt. It was just ground this morning. I regret getting ketchup in my eyes. But I guess that's hindsight for you. What did the bunny get his girlfriend for her birthday? A 24-karat ring. What do mountain goats use to hang their clothes? A cliffhanger. What's the difference between a cat and a comma? A cat has claws at the end of its paws, and a comma's a pause at the end of a clause. Someone stole my car's tires yesterday. I've been looking for them tirelessly ever since. My daughter told me nothing rhymes with orange. I told her she's wrong. Nothing and orange have completely different ending sounds. Can we ban all jokes about clones from now on? I mean, they're all the same. I told the waitress my steak was bad. She picked it up, slapped it, and threw it back down. She said, "If it gives you any more trouble, let me know." Here's one I learned. Did you hear about the frog that parked illegally? Don't worry, it got towed. It's easy to get angry at a volcano. They make your blood boil. Did you hear the joke about the three-legged horse? It was lame. What begins and ends in an E, but only has one letter? An envelope. A perfectionist walked into a bar. Apparently, the bar wasn't set high enough. My wife called me a lazy bum today. I've done nothing to deserve that. Why would a snake lose in a shootout? Because they're unarmed. Why are lasers always right? Because they make a great point. I once attended a theatrical event where the stage was made entirely from old dictionaries. It was a play on words. I asked my wife if I was the only one she has been with. She said, yes, the others were 9s and 10s. Someone stole my mood ring. I don't know how I feel about that. My wife makes me put a quarter into a jar every time I say something pessimistic. It's half empty. Did you hear about the Italian chef that died? He passed away. A man says to his boss, "Can we talk? I have a problem." The boss exclaims, "Problem? There is no such thing. We call it an opportunity." The man says, "Okay then. I have a serious drinking opportunity." My dyslexia has reached a new owl. We were so poor, every Christmas Eve my old man would go outside and shoot his gun. Then come in and tell us kids Santa Claus had committed suicide. Did you hear about the Italian chef who died? He passed away. I'm giving a speech tomorrow to a bunch of pilots. I hope it lands well. A guy witnessed a man try to shank someone, but the man messed up and ran away. That same guy saw the same man try to shank someone again, but this time the man succeeded. He saw shank redemption. Why do scuba divers fall backwards into the water? If they fell forward, they'd still be in the boat. How did the phone propose to his girlfriend? He gave her a ring. How can you make a slow horse fast? Stop feeding him. Never fart in an Apple store. They don't have any windows. I tried drawing a criminal today. He ended up being a sketchy figure. Why did the Italian chef get locked out of his restaurant? He had gnocchi. What's a horse's number one priority when voting? The stable economy. My son is normally an A student, but he's flunking math. Something doesn't add up. Did you know that if you wore a mask and glasses during the pandemic, you would be eligible for condensation? I applied for a job at a mirror store. I could really see myself working there. Why are good doctors always calm? They have lots of patience. I don't tell dad jokes. He never laughs at them. I told a joke about hemorrhoids in a hospital the other day. It didn't sit well with some of the patients. When asked what a drawbridge is, I always shrug. I think it's a defense mechanism. When I was young, I was made to walk the plank. We were too poor to afford a dog. I accidentally swallowed a bunch of Scrabble tiles. My next trip to the bathroom could spell disaster. I joined a dad joke contest and submitted 5 jokes, then 5 more, hoping at least one would win. Alas, no pun intended. I'm considering teaching my kid how to play golf. But I'm concerned about the course language. Give a man a plane ticket and he will fly for a day. Push a man out of a plane and he will fly for the rest of his life. To the person who stole my glasses, I will find you. I have contacts. If towels could tell jokes, I think they'd have a very dry sense of humor. My wife traumatically ripped the blankets off me last night. But I will recover. My son got angry when I told him sky is the limit for you. He wants to be an astronaut. My friend has just received a huge water bill and can't afford to pay it. So, I sent him a get well soon card. I can only remember 25 letters of the alphabet. And I don't know why. Did you hear about the man who bought his wig from the dollar store? It was a small price to pay. If running in front of a car makes you tired, then running behind it must make you exhausted. Why was the ghost so tired? He worked the graveyard shift. What do you call two depressed bears? Bipolar. Don't be friends with people that insult the end of pencils. They tend to disappoint. I just found out that the guy who stole my diary died yesterday. My thoughts are with his family. Roses are red, cellos are brown. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Did you hear about the soldier that went through pepper spray and mustard gas during the war? He's a seasoned veteran now. I had to improve my garden soil a second time with organic material. It was a repeat. A police officer caught two kids playing with a firework and a car battery. He charged one and let the other one off. I've just watched a documentary on marijuana. I think all documentaries should be watched this way. A shark can swim faster than me, but I can run faster than a shark. So in a triathlon, it would all come down to who is the better cyclist. Shout out to gravity. It's been keeping me grounded my whole life. A vegan said that people who sell meat are disgusting. I say, people who sell fruits and vegetables are grosser. So I don't know what the word apocalypse means, big deal. It's not like it's the end of the world. The other night I was laying in bed looking at the stars and thinking, where the hell is my roof? All these people complaining about the blurry picture of black hole. They probably don't understand the gravity of the situation. My doctor says that when you die, your pupils are the last thing to go. Because they dilate. Something about splinters grosses me out, and I don't know why. They aren't exactly disgusting, but they always get under my skin. When does a dad joke become funny? When it's apparent. Two carrots were crossing the road and one gets hit by a car. The doctor says I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that your friend is alive, the bad news is he will always be a vegetable. Why do astronomers add meat to their shampoo? So they can have meteor showers. Why do I always feel great on Saturday and Sunday, and sick on all the other days? Maybe I just have a weekend immune system. My wife asked for peace and quiet while she cooked. So I turned the smoke detector off. What do you call an old orange border collie who keeps getting passed up for adoption? A melancholy. Scientists invented a pen that writes underwater. It writes lots of other words too. I got a girlfriend by pretending that I play football. My friends don't think it's going to last, but I don't worry. She thinks that I'm a keeper. If alcohol can damage your short-term memory, imagine the damage alcohol can do. I got a new part-time job at the chess piece factory that I'm really excited about. I'm on nights all next week. What did Batman say to Robin before they got in the car? Robin, get in the car. My wife told me that we needed to talk. She absolutely could not stand my dad jokes anymore. I asked her to grab a chair. My cousin Bob got kicked out of a bar. He stormed back in, so he was kicked out again. He's my cousin twice removed. I got a new car for my wife. I thought it was a fair trade. How do you track Will Smith in the snow? You look for the Fresh Prince. I stayed up all night wondering where the sun was. And then it dawned on me. What do you call a cat that doesn't play by the rules? A cheetah. I still remember my childhood quite fondly, when Dad used to roll us down the hill inside car tires. Those were the good years. How do knights communicate? Chain mail. Met a French guy today whose face was covered in cat scratches. I think his name was Claude. The invention of the jackhammer was groundbreaking. What do you call a bear without teeth? A gummy bear. Why does the riot police officer get to work early? To beat the crowd. I ate a kid's meal at McDonald's today. Their parents weren't happy. If a group of fish is called a school, what do you call a group of birds? A high school. My grandfather's last wishes was that we convert his ashes into a diamond. That's a lot of pressure. Our basement remodel turned out better than expected and has been trending. It's now a New York Times bestseller. What do you call an American bee? USB. When my wife is depressed, I let her color in my tattoos. She just wants a shoulder to crayon. What do sprinters eat before the race? Nothing. They fast. My wife kicked me out the house because of my bad Schwarzenegger impressions. But don't worry. I will return. It's still 362 days till Christmas. I can't believe some people already have their decorations up. A man was admitted at the hospital with 25 plastic toy horses in his rectum. Doctors report his condition as stable. I remember the first time I saw a universal remote control. I thought to myself, well, this changes everything. A child caveman had a conversation with an adult caveman about their age. I kid you not. Who is the most lonely billionaire? Elon Musk. A history degree is useless. There's no future in it. Did you hear about the company that made yardsticks? Turns out, they're not making them any longer. I asked my wife a suggestion for an exercise routine and she said, "Why don't you try lunges?" I said, "That sounds like a big step." To whoever stole my deck of cards. I can't deal with you. Just got out of a great interview with an amazing new job. They told me they were looking for someone responsible. I told them this was perfect. Whenever something went wrong at my old job, they always said I was responsible. I have a friend who tried to take a selfie in the shower, but the image was too blurry. He has selfie-steam issues. I had mono in high school. I went to the doctor today with similar symptoms but 2 times worse. Turns out I have stereo. I made a tire joke the other day. It's finally gaining traction. What do Alexander the Great and Winnie the Pooh have as common? The same middle name. How can you tell if it's been raining cats and dogs? You step in a poodle. No more Suez Canal jokes. That ship has sailed. I accidentally drank some holy water with my laxative. I'm about to start a religious movement. How does a man on the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it. Why didn't the shepherd know the size of his flock? Every time he tried counting them, he fell asleep. Thank you for explaining the word many to me. It means a lot. Why do Soviets always write in lowercase? Because they hate capitalism. What do you call an angry bee? A cross-pollinator. I'm afraid of elevators. I really should take steps to avoid them. I have the attention of a goldfish. Seriously, it's been watching me for hours. Someone replaced all of the buttons on the elevator. It was wrong on so many levels. I wanted to joke about the trees. But everyone leaves already before I started. I am very poor. I am so poor I can't even pay attention. If an octopus is called an octopus because of its 8 limbs, what would you call an octopus with only 7 limbs? An amputee. The army just bought millions of gallons of acid. Their objective is to neutralize the enemy base. I asked the librarian if books about paranoia were available. She looked up and whispered, "They're right behind you." Why do cemeteries have fences? Because people are dying to get in. I bought a second-hand time machine next Tuesday. They don't make them like they are going to anymore. Why should you take an extra pair of socks when golfing? In case you get a hole in one. How did the fire fall in love? It found its perfect match. I'm not a very good electrician. People are shocked when they find out. The Grim Reaper just got fired at the shoe factory. He was stealing everybody's souls. My wife asked me to put ketchup in the shopping list. Now I can't read anything. How much does Santa pay for parking? Nothing. It's on the house. What did the math teacher say when he died and reincarnated into an oak tree? Geometry. Did you hear about the mathematician who was terrified of negative numbers? He would stop at nothing to avoid them. What is blue and not heavy? Light blue. I only had a few dollars until someone dropped off a bag of quarters at my front door. I'm not sure how I feel about this sudden change. How many optometrists does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? My dog swallowed a whole bag of Scrabble tiles. We took him to the vet to get him checked out. No word yet. Why does it take pirates so long to learn the alphabet? Because they can spend years at sea. I have a mysterious illness where I seem to get sick only during the work week. So, I went to my doctor. He said it was a weekend immune system. What lunch meat is made from a pig's shin? Bologna. Why is tennis such a loud sport? The players always raise a racket. A group of archaeologists gathered to find the leg bone of an ancient man. It was a real shindig. What genre are national anthems? Country. What do you call a snake that works for the government? A civil serpent. A cabbage crossed the road but got hit by a car. Must have been a bumper crop. Did you hear about the guy who killed people with his writing? He sentenced people to death. How do billboards talk? Sign language. I got fired from a keyboard factory because I didn't put in enough shifts. So they wouldn't let me return or enter. They even changed the caps locks. I see you've dug 3 holes looking for water. Well. What is Will Smith's favorite band? Smash Mouth. Why can't elephants use computers? Because they're scared of the mouse. Why did it take up until last year for Volkswagen to finally manufacture electric cars in the United States? Because it took them a while to get the bugs worked out. Why did the belt go to jail? Because it held up a pair of pants. Air at the gas station went from $1 to $2. Damn inflation. My wife bought a clock yesterday that makes a stupid loud noise. It ticks me off. The wedding was beautiful. Everyone cried. Even the cake was in tears. What are you when you clean out the vacuum cleaner? A vacuum cleaner. Just learned how to pick locks the other day. A lot of doors have opened up for me since then. What has 8 legs, 2 arms, 2 wings, and 3 heads? A person on a horse holding a chicken. How do hamburgers wear their hair? In a bun. I just watched my friend sweep a woman off her feet. He's a really aggressive janitor. What kind of boat goes to school? A scholarship. What do you call a singing computer? Adele. How can anyone think the Academy Awards are real? I watched it and it's obvious that everyone there is a paid actor. Why does Sherlock Holmes love Mexican restaurants? They give him good case ideas. When I was at the airport the other week, a guy collapsed on the carousel. He seems alright now, he's coming around slowly. I bought some new shoes from a drug dealer. I'm not sure how he laced them, but I've been tripping all day. Last night I dreamt that I wrote Lord of the Rings. But apparently I was just Tolkien in my sleep. Someone murdered with a brick, then hid it. This way there's no concrete evidence. I love dad jokes about vision. The cornier the better, my friend Iris loves them too. If you don't know her, she's Len's wife. The world's largest pair of glasses. Would be a really big spectacle. What do you call someone who's afraid of Santa? Claustrophobic. Did you hear that Godzilla had diarrhea? It was all over the town. Why can you fit an upside-down boat on your head? Because they're capsized. A lot of people want the bread that I bake. But I'm the one who needs it. A man in my town has been stealing the wheels off of cop cars. The police have been working tirelessly to catch him. What do you call it when a priest rides the bus? Mass transit. I asked a construction worker what he does for a living. He answered, "Oh, you know, just screwing around." What do you call an Italian with one arm? Speech impaired. You know humans eat more bananas than monkeys. Think about it, when's the last time you saw someone eating a monkey? I used to have a severe addiction to soap. I'm clean now. I once gave up my seat on the bus to a blind man. And that's how I lost my job as a bus driver. I can cut a log in half just by looking at it. I know it is hard to believe me, but I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Dad joke, but I'm a mother. What job did Beethoven get after he died? He decomposed. Why do Chinese men eat more rice than Japanese men? Because there are more of them. I recently began collecting rivers. It's my current hobby. I went to a pickle packing plant to see how it was done. It was jarring how they did it. Why can't you take a picture of a man with a wooden leg? Because wooden legs don't take pictures. My placebo medication has made me feel better already. And I haven't even taken it yet. I was just looking at my ceiling. Not sure if it's the best ceiling in the world. But it's definitely up there. What's the worst part about crushing cans? It's so depressing. I applied for a job hanging mirrors. It's something I can see myself doing. A friend of mine just said to me, "I'm training to be garbage man." I said, "You don't need training for that. You just pick it up as you go along." My wife left me and moved to India. Bet she's happy. I heard they worship cows over there. Every morning I leave my house and get hit by a bicycle. It's a vicious cycle. Whenever my son sees a balloon, he has the urge to burst it. I wish he wasn't influenced so much by pop culture. As an American, it's sad to see that nothing is made in the USA anymore. I just bought this new TV and it says built-in antenna. I don't even know where that is. As you know, SCUBA stands for self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. But did you know TUBA is also an acronym? It stands for terrible underwater breathing apparatus. I came across a pile of poop that was made entirely of bananas the other day. I was like, This SHT is bananas. My son came up to me and said, "Dad, it's cold in here." I replied, "Go stand in the corner, it's 90 degrees. When receiving payment in gold coins, pirates used to verify their purity by biting into them. In other words, criminals only accepting payment in bitcoins goes long way back. A man walks into a glass store. An employee says, "Would you like to buy anything?" The man replied, "No thanks, I'm just window shopping." Argon walks into a bar and orders a beer. The bartender says, "I'm sorry, but we don't serve noble gases." Argon doesn't react. I asked my dog how his week was going. He said, "Rough." I'd tell you a story about a broken pencil, but there's no point. Parallel lines have so much in common. It's a shame they'll never meet. What is the similarity between ancient Egypt and my butt? They have a toot in common. Why did Han Solo become a vegetarian? Because the last steak he ate was really chewy. Why are balloons so expensive? Inflation. Why didn't the skeleton cross the road? Because it didn't have the guts. Have you heard the gossip about the butter? Actually no, I shouldn't spread it. The Earth is flat. Over 70% of its surface is water, and none of it is carbonated. I was kidnapped by mimes once. They did unspeakable things to me. What is a candlestick maker's favorite movie? John Wick. I was kidnapped by mimes once. They done unspeakable things to me. My wife said, "I don't really understand the science behind human cloning." I said, "That makes two of us." What did Russians use to light their houses before they had candles? Electricity. Fell in love with a girl who only knew 4 vowels. She never knew I existed. If a couple end their marriage over exorbitantly expensive coffee, would you say they were grounds for divorce? Why is the snowman getting a divorce? Well, his wife was a total flake. Why do I feel healthy on Saturdays and Sundays, and so sickly for all the other days? Maybe, I just have a weekend immune system. I used to be an elevator technician, but had to quit. There were too many ups and downs. Why was my post removed? Can someone tell me why my post was removed? I'm a bit annoyed about this as it caused my fence to fall over. My sister came out today and told us that she identifies as a musical instrument. I always had my suspicions about harmonica. I tried to think of a construction joke, but none of them would work. Hopefully I can nail it next time. Why did the woman fall in love with a lumberjack? He was a very sappy guy. The invention of jackhammers was so revolutionary. It broke new ground. What's orange and sounds like a parrot? Carrot. A crow walks into a bar and orders a drink. Barman says, "I hope your friends aren't coming. Last time they were here there was a murder." Why does tea brew faster on a hill? Because it's more inclined to steep. How do you find out how heavy a red hot chili pepper is? Give it away, give it away, give it away now. I had the worst night last night. The ghost of Gloria Gaynor appeared in front of my bed. At first I was afraid, then I was petrified. Why do moths like to die? So they can see the light. Not to brag, but I made 6 figures last year. I was also named the worst employee at the toy factory. Statistics show that Russian roulette is actually a popular game. 1 in 6 people find it mind-blowing. My mother always said the way to a man's heart was through his stomach. Great woman, terrible surgeon. I got so drunk last night, I took a bus home. That may not seem that impressive, but I've never driven a bus before. I once was fired from a calendar manufacturing job. All I did was take a day off. Why did the chicken switch tabs? To get to the other site. The only interesting thing she did was dye her hair. It was the highlight of her week. I bought some sneakers off a drug dealer. I'm not sure what he laced them with, but I've been tripping all day. How do you jump higher on a waterbed? You fill it with spring water. Someone stole the toilet from the police station. The cops there have nothing to go on. Don't go to the tattoo artist that used to be a math teacher. They really did a number on me. Why was Luke Skywalker unlucky in love? Because he was looking in all the wrong places. My dad used to hit me with cameras. I still have flashbacks. What vegetable is only kind of awesome? Radish. The worst part about kissing a perfect 10 is how cold the mirror feels on my lips. Did you hear about the drummer who had 2 daughters? He named them Anna 1, Anna 2. Some of my friends make the Offspring puns, some of them violently hate them. I guess I gotta keep them separated. Why don't vultures check bags when they fly? They're strictly carrion birds. I invented a car that only moves when you're silent. It really goes without saying. Why did the duck get sent to the principal's office? For using foul language. A man was washing the car with his son. The son asked, "Why don't you use a sponge instead?" To whoever stole my glasses. I will find you, I have contacts. I learned today that you cannot be whoever you want to be. Turns out identity theft is a crime. A man goes to a funeral and asks the widow, "Mind if I say a word?" The widow replies, "Please do." The man clears his throat and say, "Bargain." The widow replies, "Thanks, that means a great deal." Most people pick their nose. But I was born with mine. Tipping your servers is always the right thing to do. Unless you work in the IT department. Thought I heard someone say hello in Arabic. But it was a false salam. Did you about the gold digger who dated an art collector? She was only with him for the Monet. Why did the mustard lose the race between sauces? Because it couldn't catch up. Top Gun didn't use the right fighter jets in most scenes. It was just plain wrong. I was limbo dancing, and a pickpocket stole my wallet. How can someone stoop so low? My herbal addiction is getting out of control. Rosemary, sage, anything to get that herbal hit. When the money ran out, I raided the garden. That's cleared out now. Some friends have been lending me some of theirs, but it's not enough to keep me going. I'm just living on borrowed time. I was going to join the debate club. But someone talked me out of it. What did the fish say when he swam into a wall? Damn. I had a vasectomy because I didn't want any kids. When I got home, they were still there. What starts with W and ends with T? It really does, I swear. Why did Cinderella get kicked off the soccer team? She kept running away from the ball. I was visiting my daughter last night when I asked if I could borrow a newspaper. "This is the 21st century," she said. "We don't waste money on newspapers. Here, use my iPad." I can tell you this. That fly never knew what hit him. Anyone who can spell the word drawer backwards will get a reward. I just fired the maid for playing the fiddle. I will not tolerate domestic violins. I couldn't figure out why the tennis ball was getting bigger. Then it hit me. How did the bullet lose its job? It got fired. I took my puppy for his first shots today. Poor little thing, threw up everywhere. Maybe, tequila wasn't the best choice. What did the nice honeybee say to the naughty honeybee? Beehive. My doctor got banned from Twitter. Now he is unable to tweet any of his patients. Who is this Rorschach guy? And why does he draw so many pictures of my parents fighting with each other? What did the farmer say when he found 3 holes in his field? Well, well, well. I know a couple for 20 years and I have never seen them laugh or smile at each other. They are in a very serious relationship. Where was Moses when the lights went out? In the dark. My dad literally just said this to me, so I felt it was appropriate to post. I don't understand why I can't see through my computer. It has windows. I'm not sure what's going on in my neighborhood with the trees. We went cycling today and there were trees everywhere and I don't trust them. They all seemed kind of shady. A snake walks into a bar and says to the bartender, "Where did I get these legs?" Today my kids told me they want a pony for Christmas. I normally cook a turkey, but whatever makes them happy. I was going to start a bourbon company. But I hear it's a whiskey business. If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. Using a telescope is amazing. If you've never tried it, you should look into it. My family suffers from chronic diarrhea. It runs in our genes. I asked my friend what it is like living in North Korea. He said, "Can't complain." I came home the other night to find my wife crying on the floor. I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "I'm homesick." I said, "What do you mean? You're at home." She said, "I know. I'm sick of it." I like the way the earth rotates. It really makes my day. Which word has the naughtiest pronunciation? Have. Because it should just behave. My kid got diarrhea after eating alphabet soup. It was a large vowel movement. What's the difference in watching baseball and paint dry? Watching paint dry does not take as long as watching a baseball game, and you may even see more runs. My friend doesn't remember when we used to find stones in the woods and bring them home when we were kids. He has no rock collection of it. I just learned how a computer mouse works. Everything clicks now. I opened my pay envelope today and found it was full of parsley. Someone garnished my wages. I was really into studying the full moon. Now my interest is waning. Did you know Stephen King has a son named Joe? I'm not joking, but he is. How did the homicidal chemist get rid of his victims? Bury him. What did the buffalo say when his son left home? Bison. When I die, I want to be laid in my coffin on my stomach. I want people to speak well behind my back. I went for an interview. They said, "Can you perform under pressure?" I said, "I'm not sure about that, but I can have a good crack at Bohemian Rhapsody." I was almost upset that my coffee tasted like dirt today. But then I remembered it was ground this morning. I told my cat that I'm going to teach him to speak English. He looked at me and said, "Me, how?" Why are so many rock bands using tubas in their music? They're heavy metal instruments. I just shouted into a colander. Strained my voice. We threw a water balloon fight at work today, but one of the balloons that hit our boss wasn't exactly filled with water. Needless to say, our boss got pissed. Why is spring the favorite season for deciduous trees? Because they are so relieved. My friend couldn't afford to pay his water bill. So I sent him a get well soon card. What does a vegan get at the end of every month? A celery. I saw a microbiologist today. He was much bigger than I expected. What do you call a cow in an earthquake? A milkshake. I hate archaeologists. They act like they always have a bone to pick. Scientists watched the Earth rotate for 24 hours and got tired. So they called it a day. I told my doctor I'd rather do my stitches myself. He said, "Suit yourself." I can't stand my wife's ideas for our kitchen redesign. And I'm not convinced by her counterarguments. I called my wife and told her that I'll pick up pizza and Coke on the way back from work. But it seems she was not happy. She still regrets letting me name the kids. Why did Jack get hit by a sport car going in reverse during his exercise? Because the driver can't see Jack squat in the rear view mirror. A single tiger has killed over 436 people in India. So that begs the question, how many people has a married tiger killed? Just bought a car with no floor. It's great for running about in. I would tell you a joke about the broken pencil. But it has no point. I accidentally ate some food coloring today. The doctor says I'm fine, but I feel like I died a little inside. My child told me they were transgender, and I slowly faded out of sight. As I slowly became transparent. You should never marry a tennis player. Love means nothing to them. I adopted my dog from a blacksmith. As soon as we got home, he made a bolt for the door. I wrote a book about falling down the stairs. It's a step-by-step guide. People keep saying that needles are scary. Guess they have a point. Do you know the first rule of the condescending club? Well, it's complex and I don't think you'd understand if I tried explaining it. I'm scared of elevators. So I'm taking steps to avoid them. What did 50 Cent do when he was hungry? 58. I killed a few people with bleach the other day. I guess I should come clean about it. My son likes to cause a scene by going up to his loft and playing the bongos very loudly. It's a little dramatic. My son has been eating electrical cords. What do I do? Ground him until he conducts himself properly. The other day I bought a thesaurus, but when I got home and opened it, all the pages were blank. I have no words to describe how angry I am. I don't always make Titanic jokes. But when I do, I use them to break the ice. My friend keeps saying cheer up, man. It could be worse, you could be stuck underground in a hole full of water. I know he means well. For a second I was worried that I lost my brain. But then I remembered it was all in my head. My favorite sport starts with a T. It's golf. I got arrested by the Department of Animal Welfare for trying to acquire several crows to raise as pets. They charged me with attempted murder. I didn't get the branch manager job at the banks. Apparently topiary wasn't a relevant skill. Why did the dad tell the joke? To get to the other side. Children are hereditary. If your parents didn't have any, neither will you. A nudist beach has opened near to where I live. I might go if I've got nothing on. How do you find Will Smith in a snowstorm? Look for the Fresh Prince. My cousin has a crippling, irrational fear of being beaten up by Mexicans. So his doctor gave him medication for Hispanic attacks. I really wanted to watch the International Origami Championships tonight. Sadly, it's only on pay-per-view. A termite walks into a bar. He asks, "Is the bartender here?" A truck carrying 10,000 copies of a thesaurus crashed on the motorway. Onlookers are said to be stunned, bewildered, dumbfounded, astonished, startled, speechless, and amazed. What did Santa Claus say when Mrs. Claus asked him what the weather forecast was? It looks like reindeer. What's the difference between a dirty old bus stop and a lobster with breast implants? One's crusty bus station and the other is a busty crustacean. What lies on the ocean floor twitching uncontrollably? A nervous wreck. What do you call a man with no ears? Whatever you want, he won't hear you. What do you call a potato wearing glasses? A spectator. What does the postman say after he loses a package? UPS. I told a blacksmith that he was really good at working with iron. He said, "Thanks. It's in my blood." As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I remind myself that you can't always trust Google Maps. It all. The title says it all. Why is girlfriend one word but best friend 2 words? Because a best friend will give you space if you need it. I went to the library and said I would like a book by Shakespeare. The librarian asked which one. I replied William. Will glass coffins ever become popular? Remains to be seen. Who can drink 5 gallons of gas and be unharmed? Jerry can. Which computer sings the best? Adele. I'm reading a horror book in Braille. Something bad is going to happen. I can feel it. I quit my job as a mirror salesman. I made the decision when I had some time to reflect. How did Pavlov get his hair so soft? Conditioning. Did you know 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 are the same? 10 plus 10 is 20 and 11 plus 11 is 22. Tomorrow my son and I are getting new eyeglasses. And after that? We'll see. You know what 50 Cent did when he got hungry? 58. How do you know where Will Smith is in the snow? You follow the Fresh Prince. Unexpectedly, I got an error message from my color printer. It was totally out of the blue. A traveling salesman offered me a deal on a coffin. I told him that's the last thing I need. My inflatable house got a puncture last night. Now I'm living in a flat. Why did the estranged dad struggle so badly to tell his adult daughter a joke? He was preoccupied with how much she'd grown. Anyone looking for a sugar daddy? I've got no money, but I've got diabetes. What do you call an all-female team of film editors? The Splice Girls. The king sleeps on the king-sized bed, the queen sleeps on the queen-sized bed, so where does the prince sleep? On the air mattress. What do you call someone who points out the obvious? Someone who points out the obvious. Did you know that Ann Wilson from Hart works at a bank? Her business card says, "How can I get you a loan?" A physicist and a biologist had a relationship. But there was no chemistry. How do you contact Sonic? You give him a ring. I heard one of Santa's reindeer was an expert at meteorology. Because, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Being a dog walker is so easy. It's a literal walk in the park. Why are skeletons always so calm and collected? Because nothing gets under their skin, and their joints work. What's the difference between a democratic system and a feudal system? In one your vote counts, in the other, your count votes. Who's bigger? Mr. Bigger, Mrs. Bigger, or their baby? Their baby. He's a little bigger. Yesterday I went to a temporary tattoo parlor to get a tattoo. After it wouldn't wash off this morning I went back to complain, but the tattoo parlor wasn't there. My boss said, "I find it highly suspicious that you are only sick on weekdays." I said, "It must be my weekend immune system." Just started my new job as a security guard. The supervisor told me my job would be to watch the office at night. I'm on season 8. Still not sure what this has to do with security. I asked my mom how much is a couple? She answered 2 or 3. Probably explains why her marriage didn't work out. Trying to write with a broken pencil is a waste of time. It's completely pointless. Did you hear about the 6-year-old that got eaten by a lion? He was 8 before he was 7. I hear the prison service is debating teaching poetry to convicts. There are a lot of pros and cons. McDonald's has paused operations in Russia. They've successfully established a no-fry zone. What did the 0 say to the 8? Nice belt. They told my daughter there would be ice sculptures filled with alcohol at her prom. Unfortunately, it was an empty prom ice. My wife gave me an ultimatum. It was her or my addiction to sweets. The decision was a piece of cake. I caught my acupuncturist girlfriend cheating on me. That backstabbing bitch. I really like mushrooms, but the rest of the family always refused to try it. One day I decided to cook up a stew for dinner and snuck some mushrooms in, and they loved it. I consider that a morale victory. If you ever get locked out of your house, don't panic. Talk to your lock calmly. Because communication is the key. A group of linguists discussed what the word for the time between dawn and dusk should be. After a long, difficult discussion they decided to call it a day. They just released the longest album ever. It's a new record. Why are British people so good at chess? Because their queen never dies. I hate it when the electricity goes out, especially at night. I always feel so powerless, as if someone is keeping me in the dark. Went to see my doctor today, he said I'm going deaf. That's hard to hear. What did the buffalo say to his son on his first day of school? Bison. I got in an argument with a 90-degree angle. Turns out, it was right. My girlfriend loves watching Dr. Pimple Popper. I told her she's obsessed with it. Did you hear about the person who invented the door knocker? They won the Nobel Prize. Returned my defective crystal ball to the shop. They said they'd look into it. I know there's something wrong with the Braille book I bought. I can't quite put my finger on it. I recently purchased a toilet brush. Long story short, I'm going back to toilet paper. What happens when you break up with your blind girlfriend? She won't be seeing you anymore. I've invented a machine that helps people wear cloaks. I call it a cloaking device. My wife groaned, "That's good enough for me." When I was young, I was poor. After years of hard, honest and back-breaking work, I am no longer young. Construction work. Not all construction work is equally enjoyable. For example, enlarging a drill hole is boring, but fastening pieces of metal together is riveting. What country has abundant food supply? Turkey. I have a knife joke. But it's too sharp for you dummies. Sales are down, so my boss asked why the greeting cards aren't moving. I told him it's because they are stationary. I saw a 1,000-year-old oil stain. It was from ancient Greece. How many germs are there in Germany? Many. My dad told me someone said I sounded like an owl. I said, who? How do basilisks get into the Chamber of Secrets? They slither in. Why did the man fall into the well? Because he couldn't see that well. Rome was warned not to make Jesus angry. They crossed him anyway. To the person who stole my place in the queue. I'm after you now. Have you heard about that new movie Constipation? It still hasn't come out. A woman is on trial for beating her husband to death with his guitar collection. Judge says, first offender? She says, yes, and then a Gibson. The guy who stole my diary just died. My thoughts are with his family. Cartoonist found dead in his home. Details are sketchy. Has anyone seen my shirt that has a picture of corn and wheat on it? It's my favorite crop top. To be frank, I'd have to change my name. What do you call being attacked with an unscented candle? Scentless violence. How do you make Lady Gaga cry? Poker face. Told my dad to start buying stocks. He went to the grocery store and told me they were out of stock. Why are piggy banks so wise? Because they are filled with common sense. My boss calls me the computer. Nothing to do with intelligence. I go to sleep if left unattended for 15 minutes. What do you call someone who wanders around Italy? Roman. A cheese factory recently exploded in France. Debris is everywhere. How do you hide a new video game before Christmas? You put the cartridge in a pear tree. Do they allow loud laughing in Hawaii? Or just aloha? I've decided I'm giving up eating meat for good. Now I eat meat for evil. Free guitar. No strings attached. I'm trying to sell a gate really cheap. There's no catch. How did the hipster burn his mouth? He ate pizza before it was cool. Do you know how much a roof costs on average? Nothing, it's on the house. My wife wants a divorce because she says she is tired of me acting like a news anchor. More on that story later. Scientists got tired of watching the Earth spin. So after 24 hours, they called it a day. At first there was only 25 letters in the alphabet. Nobody knew why. I was addicted to soap. But now I'm clean. As I handed my dad his 50th birthday card, he looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, "You know, one would have been enough." My son pointed out to me a big rig pulling another big rig on the highway and said it was weird. I said, "Yeah, I guess it takes one to tow one." What is the easiest rope to stand on for humans? Europe. How many crabs does it take to change a light bulb? One can do it in a pinch. Justice is a dish best served cold. If it were served warm, it would be just water. What do you call the beaver who gets stuck with the bill? A platypus. Not sure if my sister knows any geography. But Alaska. Did you hear about the origami teacher who quit? Too much paperwork. Apparently there is a panda going around killing people at restaurants. He eats, shoots and leaves. It wasn't much fun last year having a broken neck. But at least now I can look back and laugh. I went to the library to get a medical book on abdominal pain. But somebody ripped out the appendix. My daughter asked me to put a crown on her. There's no way I'm gonna do it. I'm not qualified to perform that kind of dental work. What's the most common word that only contains one letter? Envelope. I don't have a problem if you're trans. I don't have a problem if you're fat. But if you're a trans fat, I'm going to avoid you. Someone once said to me, "How do you sleep at night knowing that people don't like you?" To which I replied, "With the fan on." My wife and I have decided we don't want any kids. We're trying to figure out how to break it to them. My dad was born a conjoined twin, but separated at birth. So I have an uncle, once removed. What happened to the person who washed their clothes with bills in them? They were arrested for laundering money. If you donate a kidney, everybody loves you and you're a total hero. But try donating 5 kidneys and suddenly everyone is yelling and the police get called. God initially planned to use wasps to pollinate flowers. But in the end he went with Plan B. A judge asked a wife why she stabbed her husband 75 times. She said her arm got tired. My son started dating a goalie for a women's soccer team and asked me what I thought of her. I said, "Son, she's a keeper." What do you call a brain and a spinal cord on their own? Nobody. I used to hate the idea of facial hair. But then it grew on me. I was in a job interview yesterday and the interviewer asked if I can perform under pressure. I said no, but I can perform Bohemian Rhapsody. Only 2 years ago, my wife's gynecologist delivered pizza. Still to this day, they both think it's a bad name. I lift dictionaries as weights. It's the best way to get definition. How do you label German bread? Gluten tag. A mugger just chased me into a cemetery. Someone please help me. I'm in grave danger. A study found that farmers who talk to their cows get better milk. In one ear and out the other. What's the definition of a will? Come on guys, it's a dead giveaway. What do you call a moose with 2 legs shorter than the others? Mussolini. I saw a 2,000-year-old oil stain. It was ancient Greece. Here's one from my dad. What do you call hip-hop sheet music? Wrapping paper. What do you call a dad joke with no kids or wives around? Funny. Why don't you date any of the Great Lakes? It's eerie how superior they are. It hurts me to say this, but I have a sore throat. When I was a kid, I wanted to play the guitar really badly. And after years of hard work, practice and dedication, I can now play the guitar really badly. What do you call a glass dinosaur? Pyrex. How did the Mongols conquer so much? They were very methodical, they knew how to do everything step by step. Every time I take my dog to the park, the ducks try to bite him. That's what I get for buying a purebred dog. What's something you should never say to a blind girlfriend? I think we should see other people. Some guy stole my weight loss pills. Joke's on him, he won't be gaining anything. I invited my hot date to the gym for a training session, but she didn't show up. That's when I knew that we weren't going to work out. I got caught faking my way through an ancient history course. I failed because Greek mythology is my Achilles horse. A friend of mine kept annoying me with puns about birds. But I told him toucan play that game. What do you call a careful wolf? A werewolf. People who handle raw meat are gross. People who handle raw vegetables are grosser. Why were they called the Dark Ages? Because there were so many nights. What do you call a made-up color? A pigment of your imagination. Constantly telling dad jokes is causing a rift in my relationship. We are now seeing a marriage counselor. The therapist asked me how I felt. I thought it was touching. What do you call a typo on a tombstone? A grave mistake. What do you call a boat driven by super intelligent people? Scholarship. I heard Will Smith's wife is about to divorce him. Hair loss. I took my worst enemy out to dinner at a steakhouse to try to reconcile our differences. When we ordered the same thing, I thought we were seeing eye to eye, but he still had beef with me. Why would an egg be a terrible criminal? They crack under pressure. Why do dogs float? Because they're good buoys. Did you hear about the bullet that had a job? He got fired. I decided to stop walking under billboards after one collapsed on top of me. I took it as a sign from above. There's a fine line between a numerator and a denominator. And probably only a fraction of people will find this funny. What does a guitar and a fish have in common? You can tune a fish. My son told me that one today and thought I would share it. I've landed my dream job at the guillotine factory. We'll be heading there tomorrow. Two pretzels walked down the street. One was assaulted. A friend of mine is quite well known for sweeping girls off their feet. He's an extremely aggressive janitor. I've retired from telling dad jokes. Now I only tell granddad jokes. Sadly, the guy who invented the fruit smoothie has passed away. He's being buried on Friday. At couples therapy, the husband said, "I can't take it. She is always referencing Star Wars. I'm leaving." His wife looked at the therapist and said, "Divorce is strong with this one." What do you give a cold astronaut? A space heater. Genuine confusion. My wife left me a small note on the fridge saying this isn't working anymore. But the fridge runs just fine and I haven't seen her in days. Why was the phone arrested? Because it was charged with battery. What pronouns did Michael Jackson go by? He/he. I would like to thank my teacher for teaching me the word plethora. That means a lot. My boss is threatening to fire the employee with the worst posture. I have a hunch it might be me. What do you call a pig on a leash? Pulled pork. I asked my date to meet me at the gym, but she never showed up. I guess the two of us aren't going to work out. I made a pencil with 2 erasers. It was pointless. Police have confirmed today that the man who fell from a nightclub roof was not a bouncer. What do you call a magician that's lost his magic? Ian. Why could the pirate captain afford such a nice ship? It was on sale. What does a thesaurus eat for breakfast? A synonym roll. What do you call it when Muhammad Ali farts? Gaseous clay. People think being a waiter isn't a respectable job. But, hey, it puts food on the table. Why is a pregnant horse faster than a regular horse? It has more horsepower. My friend Tony asked me not to say his name backwards. I said, why not? I got bitten by a mosquito once. It sucked. I always order a plain cheese pizza. It can't be topped. My favorite superhero is Typo Man. He rights all the wrongs. My grandpa beat my grandma to death. Not with a stick or knife, he just died first. R/3M jokes. Have you been forced to wear a mask and glasses at the same time? You may be entitled to condensation. I have a pen that can write underwater. It can write other words too. I used to eat watches and clocks for every meal, but I had to stop. It was too time consuming. When I was young, I was obsessed with the difference between a sine and a cosine. Later, I realized it was just a phase. If you're trying to figure out what rocket scientists do on their day off, it's not rocket science. Where do you learn how to make a banana split? Sunday school. I submitted 10 puns in a pun contest. Guess how many got selected? No pun intended. It's not easy to come up with jokes about undelivered letters. People don't seem to get them. I don't understand the controversy behind cloning. Clones are people too. Did you hear about the constipated accountant? He couldn't budget. I tried to organize a game of hide and seek but eventually gave up. Good players are hard to find. A dung beetle walks into a bar. He asks the bartender, "Is this stool taken?" A friend of mine kept annoying me with puns about birds. But I soon taught him toucan play that game. When I went bald, I made a hat out of rabbit fur. I wanted to make sure I had at least one hair on my head. My company gives away dead batteries. They are free of charge. What was the name of the emperor penguin? Julius Freezer. I did the Zoom interview today, and the interviewer wanted to do the background check. So I disabled the virtual background effect. I believed he was satisfied with my bedroom view. My friend broke his leg, so I wrote, "You're stupid" on his cast. I was adding insult to injury. Calculus jokes are not at all useless. They are an integral part of our society. People seem to have really strong opinions about Roe v. Wade. If you ask me, they're both perfectly good ways to cross a river. What do you call an epileptic in a lettuce patch? A seizure salad. I showed up late to the kleptomaniacs conference. All of the seats were already taken. What do hospital gowns and insurance have in common? You think you're covered, but you're not. Why don't people get up before sunrise in Athens? Because dawn is tough on Greece. My son asked me, "Dad, can we watch Spider-Man, Far From Home tonight?" I said, "Why? It is the same movie if you watch it nearby." What's a horny pirate's worst nightmare? A sunken chest and no booty. They told me a mask was enough to get into the supermarket. They lied, everybody else was also wearing pants. I used to work at a calendar factory. But I got fired for taking a couple of days off. What is a Russian oligarch's least favorite dice game? Yacht seized. Why was the coffee sad? Because it got mugged. Not every baker loves their job. Some are just in it for the dough. Anyone can use my French Revolution joke. It's royalty free. A woman is on trial for beating her husband to death with his guitar collection. Judge says, first offender? She says, no, first a Gibson. Then a Fender. What is a sea monster's favorite food? Fish and chips. If you get lost in the Canadian wilderness, don't panic unless you see at least one grizzly. That's the bare minimum. My wife asked me, why don't you treat me like you did when we were first dating? So I took her to dinner and a movie. Then dropped her off at her parents' house. Why did the nurse get the red pen? Because she wanted to draw blood. Why can't a leopard hide? Because he's always spotted. Recently, I was asked which invention of the 20th century is the most remarkable. After a moment I replied, dry erase boards, certainly. I'm an expert at picking leaves and heating them in water. It's my specialty. I have a Polish friend who is a sound engineer. I have a check 1 2. I had to quit tap dancing. I kept falling in the sink. To be frank, I'd have to change my name. What do you get when you put a vest on an alligator? An investigator. Judge asked lady why she attacked husband with guitar. She replied he wouldn't stop buying them. Judge then asked, first offender? She replied, no, first a Gibson, then a Fender. What do you call a jungle animal that can't keep a beat? A deaf leopard. Why do strings never win? Because they can only tie. Do you know how much the sun weighs? Me neither, but it seems pretty light. Why did the bucket go to the doctor? Because it was a little pale. Today, a man knocked on my door and asked for a small donation towards the local swimming pool. I gave him a glass of water. What did the beaver say to the tree? It's been nice knowing you. I spent over an hour hooking wristwatches together to make a belt. But it turned out to be a waste of time. If I was going to ask someone to marry me, I'd propose in an elevator. So I could say I want to take our relationship to the next level. I was fired from my taxi job. Apparently people don't appreciate it when you go the extra mile for them. How do dragons always know their weight? Because of all their scales. Why can't your nose be 12 inches long? Because then it would be a foot. Did you know that the ground at the coast often cannot support the weight of normal houses? That's why they build lighthouses there. I have discovered the joy of origami. It's twofold. Why is airline food so bad? Because it smells like 36,000 feet. I found a spider in my shoes. He looked ridiculous, they're way too big for him. My date was supposed to meet me at the gym, but they didn't show up. That's when I knew we weren't going to work out. I gave my wife a glue stick instead of a lipstick by accident. She's still not talking to me. What does pizza become after you eat it? A pizza shit. I wanted to watch some Disney Plus. But my TV was frozen. So I decided to watch it on my laptop instead, but it's frozen too. My doctor told me I'm going deaf. The news was very hard to hear. I made a belt out of the old watches I found in my attic. It was a waste of time. I really love geologists. They never take things for granted. Why does a flamingo stand on one leg? Because if it didn't stand on any, it would fall over. I just got fired, and as severance, my company gave me a bag of used coffee. They said it was grounds for termination. My wife asked me if I thought the kids were spoiled. I said no, I think they're supposed to smell like that. I'd be lying if I said I got a haircut. I got them all cut. Why haven't aliens visited our solar system? They checked the reviews and saw only 1 star. I was wondering, why is that baseball getting bigger? Then it hit me. What did one eye say to the other eye? Between you and I something smells. How do zombies without noses smell? Terrible. I found out that my computer keeps freezing. Apparently I have too many windows open. What do Texan parents call their male child with a tendency to set things on fire? Arson. The Arctic is a frozen ocean surrounded by landmasses, and the Antarctic is a frozen landmass surrounded by ocean. I guess you could call them polar opposites. Why are fish so easy to weigh? Because they come with their own scales. Geology rocks. But geography, now that's where it's at. I declined an offer for a well-paying job. What am I going to do with all those wells anyway? Someone has been shot with a starter pistol at the local athletics track. Police believe it may be race-related. Sad news at the yardstick factory. They won't make them any longer. How do you fall down the stairs? Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. Step 6. Step 11. Step 16 floor. What did the chemist say when he dropped a bar of gold on his foot? AU. If you play guitar and want to know the secret to making it sound better, stay tuned. What has more letters than the alphabet? The post office. A bossy man walks into a bar. He orders everyone around. It's stressful, being a calculator. Everyone's always counting on you. Who is Santa Claus' favorite actress? Halle Berry. Do you know what 50 Cent did when he got hungry? 58. My wife says the salads I make tend to be a bit on the dry side. It's definitely something that needs addressing. Why are there no cats on Mars? Because curiosity killed them. What's the difference between Iron Man and Aluminum Man? Iron Man stops the bad guys, Aluminum Man foils their plans. I have finished childproofing my home, but I didn't do a good job. My kids are still able to get in the house. If A is for apple and B is for banana, what is C for? Plastic explosives. Picked up a hitchhiker last night. He asked, "How do you know I'm not a serial killer?" I replied, "The chance of 2 serial killers in one car is astronomical." What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a bike and a poorly dressed man on a unicycle? Attire. A hamburger walks into a bar and orders a beer. But the bartender says, "I'm sorry, we don't serve food here." Son, can you please stop listening to Korean music? K-pop. This is my step ladder. I never knew my real ladder. Today in class, one of my students volunteered to sharpen my entire class set of colored pencils. When he was done, he spent several minutes trying to convince me that sharpening pencils should be his job for the rest of the school year. I have to admit, he made some good points. My wife says I'm the cheapest man in the world. Well, I'm not buying it. We should all give more respect to those that wear glasses. They literally paid to see us. A priest, a pastor, and a rabbit walked into a blood donation clinic. The nurse asked the rabbit, "What is your blood type?" I am probably a typo, said the rabbit. What do you call a broken can opener? A can opener. Did you hear about the woman who beat her husband to death with his guitar collection? At her arraignment, the judge asked, first offender? She replied, no, first a Gibson, and then a Fender. My wife's body tensed and quivered as she felt wave after wave surge through her body. In retrospect, I should have warned her about the new electric fence. If Mary is the mother of Jesus and Jesus is the Lamb of God, does that mean that Mary had a little lamb? What do you call 5 ants who move into an apartment with another 5 ants? Tenants. My new pen is amazing, it writes underwater. It writes other words too. What has 5 toes and isn't your foot? My foot. Why can't dinosaurs laugh? Because they are extinct. My dad was an alcoholic who wanted to be a lawyer. He could never pass the bar. I hate mountains that have their peaks in the clouds. I don't see the point of them. Why couldn't the couple get married at the library? Because it was all booked up. What do you call a vampire out on a date? A necromancer. I had my back against the window when I felt a shudder down my spine. I lost my job at the bank on my first day. A woman asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. What's the difference between a clown and an athletic rabbit? One is a bit funny and the other is a fit bunny. What did the vegetarian cannibal order as a side dish? Cauliflower ears. What does a janitor say when he jumps out of a closet? Supplies. What's the capital of Europe? E. What do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. I'm driving through England, and will be staying in Greenwich tomorrow. Not sure what to do in the meantime. Colonel Mustard's wife recently left him. She left him a Dijon letter. As a kid, I used to steal magazines. It's fair to say I had a lot of issues back then. If I disappeared into the fog tomorrow, would I be missed? Why do shepherds never laugh at a joke? They've heard it all before. A duck was found dead on the sidewalk today. The autopsy revealed he overdosed on quack. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? He was outstanding in his field. What has Mozart been doing since his death? Decomposing. I have a pen that can write underwater. It can write other words too. I have a dad joke about Michael Jackson, but I won't tell it. It's bad. It's bad. It's really, really bad. What did the volunteer say to the magician? Thanks for having me in your show. You know, Bruce Lee was fast, but he had an even faster brother. Suddenly. What do you call a plane that flies backwards? A receding airline. I tried to catch the fog yesterday. I missed. I was just looking at my ceiling. Not sure if it's the best ceiling in the world, but it's definitely up there. I still remember what my grandpa said to me before he kicked the bucket. He said, "How far do you think I can kick this bucket?" My friend claims that he accidentally glued himself to his autobiography, but I don't believe him. But that's his story, and he's sticking to it. A hare, a bunny and a rabbi walk into a blood donation camp. The rabbi says, "I'm probably a type O." What's the difference between bear nuts and deer nuts? Bear nuts cost $1.49 and deer nuts are under $1. What do you call a chameleon that can't change colors? A reptile dysfunction. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the washroom? Because the P is silent. Never challenge death to a pillow fight. Unless you are prepared for the repercussions. My therapist asked how often my fear of the ocean affects me. I told him it comes in waves. Why did the farmer withdraw from the cow jumping competition? He strained his calf. It just occurred to me that the opposite of artificial intelligence is real stupid. My brother always takes the stairs, but I prefer taking the elevator. I guess we are raised differently. My wife told me I need to get a stable job. I don't know why she thinks I'd be good at working with horses. We should stop calling it the Dark Ages. And instead call it nighttime. Why do I tuck my knees into my chest and lean forward? That's just how I roll. You think coming up with dad jokes is easy? Nothing can be farther from the truth. The salesman at the furniture store told me, "This sofa will seat 5 people without any problems." I said, "Where the hell am I going to find 5 people without any problems?" Everyone keeps telling me there's 26 letters in the alphabet, not 25. But I don't know why. I can tolerate algebra, maybe even a little calculus. But graphing is where I draw the line. I asked my Chinese friend what it was like living in China. He said he can't complain. Every morning I announce loudly to my family that I'm going jogging, but then don't go. It's a running joke. Why don't fishermen like to donate their fish? Because they sell fish. How do you make an octopus laugh? 10 tickles. What do you call a cow who still lives at home with his parents? A moocher. What cheese is made backwards? Edam. Coronavirus is now all over the world. But China got it right off the bat. What did the duck say when he bought lipstick? Put it on my bill. Alligators can live up to 100 years. Which is why there is an increased chance that they will see you later. What do you call it when two guys go to get their booster shots together? A vaccine mandate. It's 2021. Why are people still using Apple computers? They're definitely not PC. I saw a baguette in a cage at the zoo. The zookeeper told me it was bred in captivity. I was named after George Washington. He was named in 1732. I was named in 1990. I reckon there were actually 102 Dalmatians. But the other one was never spotted. My friend is trying to convince me that sparkling wine hurts his stomach. But I think it's a champagne. I have written a book on how to fall down the stairs. It's a step-by-step guide. Why are fat people good at handling responsibilities? Because they can't run from it. I went to my boss's funeral. I kneeled down next to the coffin and whispered, "Who is thinking outside the box now?" My understanding of how cement is made is hazy. It's not concrete. I walked into the kitchen and saw my wife chopping onions, which made me cry. Onions was a good dog. Did you know that 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 are the same? 10 plus 10 equals 20, 11 plus 11 equals 22. I made a pencil with 2 erasers. It was pointless. Working in a mirror factory is a profession I can see myself doing. Just saw a guy standing on one leg at the ATM. Must have been checking his balance. You see, mountains aren't just funny. They are hilarious. A grasshopper walks into a bar. The bartender laughs and says, "Hey, we have a drink named after you." The grasshopper looks at the bartender, with a look of extreme confusion on his face, and says, "You have a drink called Steve?" What do you call it when someone agrees with you about money? Concurrency. How did the hacker escape the police? He ransomware. I don't know why I was given a Geiger counter at work. But then it clicked. Male bees die after mating. Their life is basically honey, nut, Cheerio. Hired a handyman to do some odd jobs around the house. He did every other thing on the list. Slept like a log last night. Woke up in the fireplace. Do they allow loud laughing in Hawaii? Or just aloha? Reddit banned me from commenting on posts about trains. They said I kept derailing the discussion. I built my own glasses. But I don't want to make a spectacle of it. Despite inflation, what can everyone still afford? Soil, it's always dirt cheap. Maybe we should just abandon this sub. The deli near me makes better sandwiches anyway. I am sick of my friends' non-stop puns about the abominable snowman. Yet he still insists on doing it. Just so everybody's clear. I'm going to put my glasses on. I have now went 365 days without a flat tire incident. It was a good year. What is red and bad for your teeth? A brick. A priest, an atheist, and a rabbit walk into a bar. And the rabbit says, "Guys, I'm pretty sure I'm a typo." A lumberjack walks the lands and finds a forest to start a home. He walks up to a tree and takes a swing with his axe. The tree exclaims, "You can cut me down, I'm a magical talking tree." The lumberjack looks for a second and replies, "Yes, but you're going to dialogue." I turned down a job where I would be paid in vegetables. The celery was unacceptable. Mahatma Gandhi, as you know, walked barefoot most of the time, which produced an impressive set of calluses on his feet. He also ate very little, which made him rather frail, and with his odd diet, he suffered from bad breath. This made him a super calloused fragile mystic hexed by halitosis. Why should you never marry a tennis player? Because love means nothing to them. Then there were the two cell towers that fell in love and got married. The wedding was boring, but the reception was fantastic. I am writing a book about reverse psychology. Please don't buy it. I just got hired at the guillotine factory. I'll be heading there soon. Three unwritten rules of life. 1, 2, 3. Why was music coming from the office printer? The paper was jamming. What is another term for losing weight? Mass destruction. An elderly man fell into a hole and drowned. He didn't see that well. "I'm sorry, and I apologize," are the same statement. Except at funerals. Why doesn't James Bond fart in bed? Because it would blow his cover. There's music coming out of my printer. The papers are jamming. My leg keeps making a mooing sound. I think I have a calf injury. Yesterday I saw an ad that said radio for sale, $1. Volume stuck on full blast. I said to myself, you can't turn that down. Decided against a joke about tofu. It was tasteless. If we are to be serious about saving the planet, we should stop printing calendars. They're the reason our days are numbered. Why are military tests the easiest to pass? They rely on your general knowledge. What type of music do wind turbines love? They're huge metal fans. My friend said bartenders are boring, which was a bit cynical in my eyes. I think they're intoxicating people. So today someone broke into my house and stole my light bulbs. I was delighted. Why do ducks make horrible public speakers? They use foul language. How does a hamburger introduce his girlfriend? Meet Patty. I finally quit drinking for good. Now I drink for evil. I'm going to start a bed company called Nothing Really Mattress. Queen size only. I like the name of Saturn. There is a nice ring to it. My favorite old coat is falling apart and now I'm going to have to throw it out. Or so it seems. I got fired from my job at the keyboard factory the other day. They said I wasn't putting in enough shifts. I went straight to the bar, bought drinks for everyone there and asked them to put it on my tab. I tried to lie to my wife, but she's a radiologist. She saw right through me. Three conspiracy theorists walk into a bar. Don't tell me that's not a coincidence. Why should you sleep with a ruler under your pillow? So you can see how long you slept. My friend told me he poops only once a month. I think he is full of shit. Why does YouTube continually recommend videos of dancing former vice presidents? I guess that's just the Al Gore rhythm. I lost my job at the bank on my first day. A woman asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. I lost 20 pounds. Unfortunately, I was in England at the time. What's another name for an owl beak? Who knows? What do you call a man with no arms and no legs stuffed in your mailbox? Bill. What are the chances of a cow getting struck by lightning? Medium rare. The authorities had no idea who set fire to the Notre Dame Cathedral. But Quasimodo had a hunch. Which tea is the hardest to swallow? Reality. Why should you trust dating advice from a bad electrician? They know how to make sparks fly. Pork factories keep calling me and I keep hanging up on them. Nothing but spam. I could never picture deaf people committing crimes. It's unheard of. An astronaut walks into a space bar and sees everyone on the floor. It was then where he realized the gravity of the situation. How often do I make horrible science jokes? Only periodically. How do you fix a broken tuba? With a tuba glue. Why is dark humor is like civil rights? Because some people don't get it but everyone should. Have you heard of whiteboards? They're a pretty remarkable invention. Two wrongs don't make a right. But three lefts do. It's illegal to sell stocks from inside a bath of sparkling apple juice. Because that would be insider trading. Arnold Schwarzenegger is starring in a new documentary about composers. He told reporters, "I'll be back." Have you guys seen the movie Constipation? Probably not, hasn't come out yet. Look, algebra, get over her, move on. Stop asking us to find your ex. What's an album with 0 bad songs? A photo album. My wife has accused me of stealing her thesaurus. Not only was I shocked, I was also aghast, appalled and dismayed. My sister bet that I couldn't build a car out of spaghetti. You should have seen her face when I drove pasta. I always leave my phone on vibrate. I like the text massages. What's the difference between an etymologist and an entomologist? The etymologist knows the difference. Did you hear about the new bikini documentary? It's a 2-part series that's quite revealing. What rock group has 4 men but none of them sing? Mount Rushmore. How do you stop two deaf people from arguing? Turn the light off. Look, I'm all for precision. But using a ruler is where I draw the line. There's a fine line between a numerator and a denominator. Only a fraction of people get this. Where does the remote go when you can't find it? To a remote location. In our English lesson, the teacher said, "Class, how do we make the present tense?" A voice at the back of the room shouts, "Tell us we have an exam tomorrow." My teenage son was taking a while in the shower and my wife told him to hurry so you don't use all the hot water. He replied with, "The early bird gets the worm." You hear that Hulk has started recycling? He's really going green. Who can drink 5 liters of petrol and not get ill? Jerry can. Why did the Scarecrow win a Nobel Prize? He was outstanding in his field. My goldfish named Nate died. So, to not make my kids sad, I bought another goldfish. He was an alternate. This post doesn't really have a point. If it did, it'd be a steak. I took a job as an executioner, but it's been tough. I'm really struggling to get ahead. What's the difference between a cat and a comma? One has claws at the end of its paws. The other has a pause at the end of its claws. You should never call people average. That is really mean. I wanted to start a line of men's shirts made solely out of vegetables. But it doesn't seem that many guys are interested in crop tops. I was the first person to install trampolines on musicians' tour buses. Now everybody is jumping on the bandwagon. What do people yell as the king of cheese land walks by? Make way, make way. Why do girls only ever go to the bathroom together in groups of 3, 5, or 7? Because they just can't even. I tripped on a bra. It was a booby trap. Police are on the lookout for a shoplifting gang systematically stealing shirts according to size. They're currently at large. An old lady at the bank told me to check her balance. So I pushed her over. What kind of prize do you give someone who hasn't used their muscles at all for the past year? A trophy. What do you call someone who is an atheist and has dyslexia? Someone who doesn't believe in dog. What language do telescopes speak? Farsi. My friend said that my dad's gay. I'm now trying to work out which one. I never knew what happiness was until I got married. And then it was too late. It's kind of sad that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam have been fighting each other for centuries. Hindus, on the other hand, never had any beef. I accidentally swallowed a bunch of Scrabble tiles. My next trip to the bathroom could spell disaster. I was fired from my job for making too many egg jokes. I was laid off. What do you call a deer without eyes? I have no idea. What's a group of chubby newborns called? Heavy infantry. There's no end in sight. I have no control and there is no escape. I'm pretty sure my home is broken. I'm going to need a new keyboard. Why don't math teachers ever find true love? Because they are always looking for the next X and they don't know why. Once, there was a lumberjack who wandered into a magical forest. As he swung his axe at a tree, the tree said, "Don't cut me down, I'm a talking tree." The lumberjack replied, "And you will dialogue." I'm so glad I was able to convince my daughter not to date this guy named Kelvin. He's an absolute zero. If you fart in church, you will sit alone in your pew. My wife said she'd leave me if I kept making Star Wars jokes. I said, "May divorce be with you." I once broke up with this girl that worked at an aquarium. Just something about her seemed fishy. Apathy is growing globally. But I don't care. Bald men always seem to do better in the summer. Must be their time to shine. I call it a lift. My American friend calls it an elevator. I suppose we were just raised differently. What hospital extension do you call for women going into labor? Dial 8. I can't take my dog to the pond anymore because the ducks keep attacking him. That's what I get for buying a purebred dog. I won't use just any equipment to play my guitar. I'm very picky. My psychologist says I'm addicted to puns about textiles and needlework. Or so it would seem. I shortened the rope on the bucket used to collect the village's water. Didn't go down well. What do you call a mix between an elephant and a rhino? If I know. What do computers eat? Microchips. I am a master at forgery. I have the certificates to prove it. What group of people never get angry? Nomads. Replaced a hinged door with an accordion door. This is going to improve our life tenfold. Two wrongs don't make a right, and two rights don't make a wrong. They make a U-turn. I'm making a new documentary series on how to fly an airplane. We are currently filming the pilot. Why wouldn't Snow White date any of the dwarfs? Because she wouldn't date a minor. Every morning I get hit by the same bike. It's a vicious cycle. I always make sure that carry chewing gum with me. But when I go to parties, I make sure to bring extra. Why don't you ever see elephants hiding behind trees? Because they are good at it. I've completed 4 years of being single today. Or can I say I graduated my bachelor's degree? Did you know that artificial orange juice was first invented in ancient China? During the Tang Dynasty. In a couple weeks, all gas stations are going to cut prices in half for a whole day. April Fuels. Do black and white count as colors? It's a gray area. A little insect got in trouble for ditching school to go to a picnic. He was a true ant. Why didn't the skeleton cross the road? Because he had no guts. I'm not sure which mushrooms to use in this dish. It's a morel dilemma. My wife yelled from the bedroom asking, "Do you ever get a shooting pain across your body like someone's got a voodoo doll of you and they're stabbing it?" I replied, "No." She yelled back, "How about now?" Where do fish keep their money? In a riverbank. Did you hear about the math professor who hated negative numbers? He would stop at nothing to avoid them. I just got fired from a job where I made 6 figures last year. They said I was the worst employee at the toy factory. Why date a geologist? Because they know what make the bedrock, winking face. No, of course this house isn't haunted. I haven't seen a single ghost and I've lived here for 252 years. I went for an interview for a job today and the manager said, "We're looking for someone who's responsible." "Well, I'm your man." I replied, "In my last job, whenever anything went wrong, they said I was responsible." I had my first vaccine injected into my leg. My thighs are killing me now. My dad used to say, "Don't be too quick to find faults." He was a great dad, but a terrible geologist. I never really liked Texas. Even its flag had only 1 star. If you have to release some aggression, never yell into a colander. You will strain your voice. Say what you will about steak puns. They're a rare medium well done. The Egyptians claim there are no crocodiles in their country. I think they're in denial. I asked my German friend if he knew the square root of 81. He said no. Can anyone explain to me why my post was removed? I'm really annoyed and now my fence has fallen over too. If you can make a woman laugh, you're almost there. If you're almost there and then she laughs, that's a different thing. Why did North Korea fail in jazz? It lacks soul. Whenever my wife is upset, I let her color in my black and white tattoos. Sometimes she just really needs a shoulder to crayon. In Canada, the government is banning single-use plastics. They're really grasping at straws. What's the difference between a catfish and a politician? One's a scum-sucking bottom feeder and the other's a fish. Everyone makes mistakes. Expect me. What did the hat say to the tie? You hang around here, I'm going on ahead. The hurricane was so powerful it blew my herb pots across the garden. And I thought we'd never see time travel in our lifetimes. Smaller babies get delivered by the stork. Bigger babies need a crane. I was once kissed by an electrician's daughter. I was shocked. I ate all of my 4-leaf clovers. Now all my luck's turned to shit. What do you have when you have more than enough aliens? Extraterrestrials. How do you drown a hipster? Throw him in the mainstream. What do you call a beehive with no exit? Unbelievable. A sweater I bought was picking up static electricity, so I returned it to the store. They gave me another one free of charge. Why was 4 scared to ask out 5? Because 4 was too squared. If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. The other day my wife asked me how I became so damn good at making love. I told her she should thank all the women that came before her. A limbo player walks into a bar. He lost. What's the one vegetable you should never bring on a ship with you? A leek. When I clean the vacuum cleaner. I am the vacuum cleaner. What do you call an illegally parked frog? Toad. Leaving my job at the chemical factory. It's a toxic workplace. Yesterday, a clown held a door open for me. I thought it was a nice gesture. Why did the dwarf get arrested? Small arms offenses. Why do bees have sticky hair? Because they use honeycombs. I don't trust artists. They're always so sketchy. My pencil broke during the test. I wanted to keep going, but it was pointless. I caught my wife sleeping with her personal trainer. I told her this isn't working out. Why did the chicken go to the seance? To get to the other side. My favorite music group has dropped a new album, but unfortunately I can't listen to it. Because it's broken. What do you call a dinosaur fart? A blast from the past. Just read a book about Stockholm Syndrome. It had a bad start, but by the end I really liked it. Jason Bourne finds Jesus in yet another sequel to Bourne Identity. Born Again. Dad, can you tell me what a solar eclipse is? No, son. When I was little, I wanted to play the piano really badly. Now that I'm older, I can now play the piano really badly. I was feeling lonely, so I bought some stock shares. It's nice to have a bit of company. My girlfriend left me to become an astronaut. She said she needed space. I find it extremely difficult to tell people what my wife does for a living. She sells seashells by the seashore. In a house full of caffeine addicts, I found our coffee maker broken this morning. And now there's trouble brewing. Today I learned that most dad jokes are told in the home. They're homegrown. Did you hear about the guy who had his left side removed? The doctor said he is all right. The nurses say there is nothing left in him. Why did the blind man fall into the well? Because he couldn't see that well. Why do rich people always wear makeup to fancy events? So they don't have to look at the pores. What's the best laundry detergent to use at the beach? I'm sure most people will say Tide, but really, any surfactant will do. A woman got her nipple pierced right in front of me at the bar last night. On another note, I suck at playing darts. I was robbed at the gas station today. I called the police and they asked if I knew who did it. I said yes, pump number 6. I tried to come up with a carpentry pun, but it took me a long time to find one that would work. I think I nailed it. My wife thinks men wearing camouflage is sexy. I just don't see it. I tried to climb a really tall tower in France. But I fell off. Brain transplants will never be possible. Change my mind. What's a kidnapper's favorite shoe? White Vans. Today, I'm attaching a light fitting to the ceiling. I've never done it before. I'll probably screw it up. My wife keeps complaining we're broke. Joke's on her, my bank tells me I have an outstanding balance. When I feel lonely, I buy some shares at the stock market. It's nice to have some company. Did you hear they are making an air freshener that works using mind control? It makes sense when you think about it. Who's in favor of bringing back using Roman numerals? I for one. Fun fact. Australia's biggest export is the boomerang. It's also their biggest import. I'm so thankful my math teacher explained a moving average to me. It means a lot. What's big and white and can't climb trees? A fridge. Knock knock. Who's there? Broken pencil. Broken pencil who? Who cares, it's pointless. What do you call a belt made out of watches? A waste of time. A skeleton almost killed me once. He didn't have the guts to finish the job. Every morning when I leave the house for work, I get hit by the same bike. Every morning. What a vicious cycle. Did you know diarrhea can be a genetic condition? It usually runs in the family. Why is the devil in jail? He was charged with possession. Please be kind to fat people. They have a lot on their plate. What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a unicycle? A tire. Don't challenge death to a pillow fight. If you are not ready for the repercussions. What do vegetables do if they can't make it to the bathroom? Pee in a pod. Why did the cops dust Chris Rock's face? They were looking for Will Smith's Fresh Prince. The wind turbine asked the other, what music do you like? The other said, honestly, I'm a huge metal fan. I'll never date another apostrophe. The last one was too possessive. How should you treat a frustrated gardener? You leave him alone. A mime in my town was arrested last night after broke his left arm in a bar fight. He still has the right to remain silent. Athletes get athlete's foot. What do astronauts get? Mistletoe. Who do ghosts like to haunt bars? Free booze. Does anyone know if there is a job vacancy out there for a fantasist? I imagine I'd be really good at that. I went to the library and asked for the self-help section. They said if they told me it would defeat the purpose. My wife told me to pick up 8 cans of soda on my way home from work. She was pretty mad when I only picked 7 up. My wife and I lived happily for 28 years. And then we met. Jesus said he would get rid of wicked people. Odin said he would get rid of ice giants. I don't see any ice giants around. What did the duck say when she purchased new lipstick? Put it on my bill. What do you call when an archaeologist goes out with a chemist? Carbon dating. I can't believe I got arrested for impersonating a politician. I was just sitting around doing nothing. Why couldn't anyone play cards on Noah's Ark? Because Noah was standing on the deck. What washes up on tiny beaches? Microwaves. My son told me, "Dad, I accidentally rubbed ketchup in my eyes, and now it burns." I said, "That's hindsight for you." Why do cemeteries have fences around them? 'Cause people are dying to get in. What's the easiest way to burn 1,000 calories? Leave the pizza in the oven. Why are socks a bad Christmas present for Daddy Bear? Because he will always have bare feet. What do mermaids like to smoke? Seaweed. I want to be a billionaire just like my uncle. He's not a billionaire. He wants to be one too. What did the apprentice executioner say to his boss after 2 weeks on the job? "I think I'm getting the hang of it." Couldn't understand why my dog was totally motionless. Then I realized, it was on pause. The other day, my wife asked me to pass her lipstick, but I accidentally passed her a glue stick. She still isn't talking to me. I drove the family to Disneyland for vacation, and when we got off the highway the sign said Disneyland left. So we drove back home. My buddy keeps asking me to blow cool air on him when he gets hot, and I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I watched a documentary on weed last night. I think that's how I'll watch all documentaries from now on. Man with stammer is jailed. Judge rules he's unlikely to complete his sentence. I used to work at Goodyear, and it was tiring. But at least I wasn't working in a muffler shop. That would be exhausting. If the scientists throw a party, the chemists bring the booze, the engineer sets up a beer pong table, and the botanist brings the weed. What does the astronomer do? Plan it. Not all math jokes are terrible. Only some. What do you call a man with no arms or legs in the middle of the ocean? Bob. Just heard terrible news, my barber will not be cutting hair any longer. He is only cutting it shorter these days. You can't blame anyone if you fall in your driveway. Because that's your own asphalt. My dog used to chase people on a bike all the time. It got so bad that I finally had to take his bike away. To the thief who stole my entire supply of Red Bull. How do you sleep at night? When I was 18 I could have beat up Mike Tyson. Of course he was only 9 at the time. Why is the letter A most like a flower? Because the bee is after it. What color is wind? Blue. Why was the child's blanket arrested? For being an accessory to a kidnapping. A man walks into a pet store and asks for a dozen bees. The clerk carefully counts 13 bees out onto the counter. "That's one too many," says the customer. The clerk replies it's a freebie. Why did the teacher wear sunglasses? Because she had bright students. No villain is evil enough to stuff an explosive inside a male cow. That's just abominable. I lost weight by putting bread on my head. It's a low-fat diet. What's the hardest working angle in geometry? A triangle. Have you ever tried blindfolded archery? You don't know what you're missing. I'm not saying I'm attractive, but when I take my clothes off in the bathroom, I turn the shower on. I'd like to add stock market jokes to my repertoire. I'm just not sure it's worth the investment. Mathematics is the hardest school subject. Even after you finish it, the aftermath awaits. Today is 2/2/2/2/2. Tuesday. Sorry for my stutter. Today I learned boiling water was really smart. It has like 100 degrees. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs on a doorstep? Matt. Why are bakers so rich? They make so much dough. My dad asked me if I had heard of Murphy's Law. I said yes, Dad. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong. He then asked me if I had heard of Cole's Law. No, Dad. What is that one? He says, thinly sliced cabbage. What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator. Pirates can't finish the alphabet. They get lost at sea. A limbo champion walks into a bar. He was disqualified. Unfortunately, my wife and I let astrology get between us. It tore us apart. Did you know that Silver Surfer and Iron Man teamed up once? They were alloys. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs in a hot tub? Bob. My butcher dropped my steak while he was handing it to me. Now it's ground beef. Why do I love the Second Amendment so much? I can't stand wearing long sleeves. What kind of car does a Viking drive? A Fjord Explorer. Why was the pig covered in ink? Because it lived in a pen. I wondered why the tennis ball was getting bigger. Then it hit me. I asked my dad if I was adopted. He replied, "Not yet. But the ad I placed still has 3 more days." Yes, I might get caught shoplifting board games. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. What vegetable is cool, but not that cool? Radish. Never challenge death to a pillow fight. You can't handle the repercussions. What do you call a wolf who learned how to meditate? A werewolf. Today I found out that Albert Einstein was a real person. And I thought he was a theoretical physicist. What did Sir Patrick Stewart say to his sewing machine repair person? Make it so. I was conceived in a bakery. I was born and bred there. What do you call the cross between a cow and a whale? Beef Wellington. Thought of this one last night. A guy walks into the bank, pulls out a gun, points it at the teller and screams, "Give me all your money or your geography." Puzzled, the teller asks, "Don't you mean history?" The robber yells, "Don't change the subject." Two slices of bread got married. The ceremony was going quite well until someone decided to toast the bride and groom. The rotation of the earth. It makes my day. I'm addicted to drinking brake fluid. But I can stop at any time. Which would you rather have, eternal peace and happiness or a ham sandwich? A ham sandwich. Nothing is better than eternal peace and happiness, and a ham sandwich is better than nothing. How many times can a nun rip her outfit before it becomes a bad habit? Did you hear about the town that legalized pot but banned alcohol? The residents were left high and dry. I met a girl with 12 breasts. Seems strange, doesn't it? What do you call a person who has never heard of a dad joke? Lucky. The dentist offered to give me dentures for only $1. I thought it was a good deal, but now I have buck teeth. Today I accidentally sent a nude picture of myself to my entire address book. The embarrassment of it was hard enough to handle. It also cost me a small fortune in stamps. Why do scuba divers fall backwards out of the boat? Because if they fell forwards, they'd still be in the boat. How did the farmer find his lost cow? He tracked her down. My wife is really mad at the fact I have no sense of direction. So, I packed up my stuff and right. I filmed a whole season of a show about a man who can't fly, but thinks he can. I'm having trouble getting it off the ground though. Nobody wants to air the pilot. What has two behinds and can instantly kill you? An assassin. My math teacher was arrested for carrying a protractor, a calculator, and a ruler. The FBI charged her with weapons of math instruction. They really threw the book at her. What pronouns do chocolates use? Her/she. How much do pirates pay for corn? A buccaneer. What does a subatomic duck say? Quark. Being a scarecrow isn't for everyone. But hey, it's in my genes. What do you call a row of rabbits hopping away? A receding hairline. What type of music should you listen to while fishing? Something catchy. I had to break up with my math teacher girlfriend. She was still obsessed with an ex. I have a joke about a broken clock. But it's not the right time. Why is dark spelled with a K and not a C? Because you can't see in the dark. Elevator jokes are the best. They just work on so many levels. What's the difference between a cantaloupe and a toucan? One person cantaloupe, but toucan. My wife thinks I don't give her enough privacy. At least, that's what she wrote in her diary. What do you never buy at a yard sale? Meters. Why do teenage girls walk in groups of 3, 5, and 7? Because they literally can't even. My wife left me because of my obsession with horoscopes. It tore us apart. Why do bikes have a kickstand? Because they are too tired to stand on their own. Don't trust atoms. They make up everything. I met a hipster rock the other day. It said it was lava before it was cool. Where do math teachers go to on vacation? Times Square. I asked the librarian where the self-help section was. She wouldn't tell me because she said that would defeat the purpose. It's official. My career is in ruins. I just got a job as an archaeologist. What do you do when you get locked out of your house without a key? Talk to your door because communication is the key. What's the similarity between a hand grenade and a wife? If you remove the ring, the house is gone. I went to my therapist appointment wearing pants made of plastic wrap. He said, "I always thought you were crazy, but now I can see your nuts." If Apple made a car, what would it be missing? Windows. What do you call a drunk person fumbling with their car keys? A taxi. I'm making a TV series about different parts of my gas heater. I've already filmed the pilot. Someone asked how much I know about carving objects out of wood. I replied, a whittle. My wife told me to take the spider out instead of killing him. Went out. Had a few drinks. Nice guy. He's a web designer. Sorry for advertising, but if you need a huge boat to transport animals with, please contact me. I know a guy. What do you call a zombie who writes music? A decomposer. I have an irrational fear of speed bumps. But I am slowly getting over it. I met a girl who raises bees. She's really a keeper. Why do cows have hooves? Because they lactose. A bus station is where a bus stops. A train station is where a train stops. On my desk, I have a workstation. Which side of a chicken has most feathers? The outside. "9 months really isn't that long. It just feels like a maternity." What is the scariest tree? Bamboo. Why do I look at memes on the toilet? For shits and giggles. Why don't Russians use question marks? Because in Russia, you never question marks. What do you call martial arts when a person with a half arm does it? Partial arts. When does Q come before P? When there's a line to the bathroom. I met a genie and wished that I could just be happy. Now I'm really short, live in the woods with 6 other men and mine diamonds all day long. I told my son I'd built a model of the Himalayas. To scale? He asked. No, just to look at. Guess what happened when I practiced good oral hygiene alongside the Grim Reaper? I had a brush with death. There's a reason why Daniel Craig has gray hair in the latest Bond movie. Because he has no time to die. It's easy to breathe on TV. They're on air. If the entire human population held hands around the equator, a significant portion of them would drown. Elton John has bought his pet rabbit a treadmill. It's a little fit bunny. I was once kidnapped by mimes. They did unspeakable things. I dropped a whole tub of margarine on my foot weeks ago. I can't believe it's not better. I got into a heated argument with a snowman, in which he lost his cool and had a total meltdown. My wife left me because I'm insecure. Oh, no, wait, she's back. She just went for groceries. What do you call a bipolar magnet? A magnet. I saw the new movie about polygons. It was edgy. What ages, but never gets old? Dad jokes. I don't like pencil drawings of dark alleys. Too sketchy. My boyfriend just broke up with me for talking about video games too much. What a stupid thing to fall out for. Today I went to see my chiropractor for an appointment. He said to me, "I see your back." Did you hear about the toilet company that got shut down for being a monopoly? They were number 1 and number 2 in the business. How do you prepare for a space party? Plan it. What did the fish say when it swam into the concrete wall? Damn. A few days ago, I met Dwayne Johnson and slapped his butt. I had finally hit rock bottom. What do you call a tooth in a glass of water? 1 molar solution. A man is served a plate of cow's tongue for dinner. That's disgusting. He complains. I'm not eating something that came out of a cow's mouth. Just give me some eggs instead. I got asked out by 5 girls today. I was in the wrong bathroom. How do you get a country girl's attention? A tractor. What body part always loses? Defeat. I used to be obsessed with Phil Collins songs. But take a look at me now. I have to say, whiteout is pretty useless. If I am not mistaken. I asked my wife to rate my listening skills and she said, "You're an 8 on a scale of 10. I still don't get why she wanted me to urinate on a skeleton. My classmate told me my dad is gay. Now I just have to figure out which one of them he meant. I'm sorry and I apologize mean the same thing. Except at a funeral. Have you heard about the restaurant on the moon? Great food, no atmosphere. Fun fact about root beer. You can turn it into regular beer by pouring it into a square cup. What do you get when you rub 2 halves of an orange together? Pulp friction. My dad jokes and ghosts have a lot in common. They get a lot of booze. Did you hear about the woman who ran a marathon while in labor? It was her crowning achievement. I have a pet newt. His name is Tiny. Know why he's named Tiny? Because he's my newt. I recently picked up sewing as a hobby. It's not as hard as it seems. A gymnast walks into a bar. The judge says, 0 points. What happens if you don't pay your exorcism bill? You get repossessed. Every time someone tells me, Hey, nice mustache. I say, thanks, it's growing on me. Milk is good. But it could be butter. I love watching programs about lakes and rivers on the internet. Anything water related really. I am actually watching a live stream right now. Hey everyone. I threw a ball for my dog the other day. And I want to tell you, she looks great in a formal gown. What do you get if you drop a piano down a mine shaft? A flat minor. What's an astronaut's favorite part of a computer? The space bar. I asked my dermatologist why she waits a month to diagnose a skin disorder. She replied she's reluctant to make a rash decision. I told my niece that I saw a deer on the way to work this morning. She said, "How do you know it was on its way to work?" Why do you never see hippos hiding in trees? Because they're really good at it. Where does Captain Hook buy all his hooks? The second-hand store. I hate it when homeless people shake their cups of coins at me. I get that you have more money than me, no need to rub it in. Have you heard about competitive camping? It's intense. Why can you never hear pterodactyl go to toilet? Because the P is silent. I told my wife that she should embrace her mistakes. Then she smiled and hugged me tightly. Me and my wife walked into a bar. The barman asks, "Do you want a beer for your wife?" And I said, "That sounds like a fair swap." I can't stop myself from eating every morning. I'm a cereal eater. Why can't chickens play percussion instruments? Because everyone keeps eating their drumsticks. What do you call children born in a whorehouse? Brothel sprouts. My wife asked me, "Did you fog up the bathroom mirror again?" I said, "I don't see myself doing that." I once dated a magazine collector. She had issues. Do you know what the leading cause of dry skin is? Towels. What's made of leather and sounds like a sneeze? A shoe. What did the cannibal get when he was late to the feast? The cold shoulder. I saw a case of beer fall on a kid at the grocery store the other day. He was okay, it was light beer. I found a coin on the street the other day, and it had teeth marks all over it. It was a Bitcoin. I hate it when people wear unusual or obscure colognes. I just wish they'd use common sense. When I get to work, I immediately hide. Good employees are hard to find. I was recently informed that sinks can't open doors. Let that sink in. What is the best type of cheese ever? Goat cheese. Did you hear about the panda that got tricked? He was bamboozled. What do you call a lady who carries people across rivers? Bridget. What did 50 Cent do when he got hungry? 58. When I moved into my igloo, my friends threw me a housewarming party. Now I'm homeless. I think my phone is broken. I pressed the home button, but I'm still at work. Be careful of dating a tennis player. Love means nothing to them. Did you hear the news about the guy who killed Tony the Tiger? He's a serial killer. Some aquatic mammals at the zoo escaped. It was utter chaos. What's the worst part about going out to eat duck? The bill. I couldn't figure out why my brother's daughter kept calling me ankle. So I started calling her knees. I got fired today because a customer wanted to buy a bagel with cream cheese. I told them we only accept cash. I ran over 2 miles yesterday. It's crazy that they both had the same name. What do you call a bunch of stoners in a well? A pothole. How do mountaineers finish a talk about their hobby? The sum it up. What happens when you eat aluminum? You sheet metal. What do they call first bumps in the UK? British pounds. My windshield was covered in ice this morning and I didn't have a proper scraper to remove it, so I used my store discount card. But I only got 20% off. What did the Owls name their band? The Who. I wanted to make a chemistry joke, but all of the good ones are gone. An optimist says, the cup is half full. A pessimist says, the cup is half empty. The optometrist says, you both need glasses. Why do divers fall off the boat backwards? Because if they fell forward, they'd still be on the boat. How much does an influencer weigh? An Instagram. I once ate an optimist, but I couldn't keep them down. What do you call a child psychic running from police? A small medium at large. Why do cows have hooves instead of feet? Because they lactose. How do you know a dad jokes is a dad joke? Because it is apparent. I'm not one to brag about going to expensive places. But guess who's just been to the petrol station? I caught my son meditating. I told him he was grounded. I have an Irish joke to tell. An Irishman walks out of a bar. Why do I always feel great on Saturdays and Sundays, and sick on all the other days? Maybe I just have a weekend immune system. Every year on June 1st, we are all dismayed. A man wanted better control of the temperature in his house. So he hired a tattoo artist to put a drawing of a hot drink container on his arm. Now he has a thermostat wherever he goes. You feel like you are being watched? Don't worry, you are not alone. My wife is mad at me for never putting down the toilet seat. To be honest, I'm getting a little tired of carrying it around. Why are the cranberries red? They saw the turkey dressing. Happy Thanksgiving. I called my horse Mayo. And sometimes mayonnaise. What does a sleepy detective solve? A pillowcase. As I put my car in reverse, I thought to myself, this takes me back. To the guy who invented zero. Thanks for nothing. Ever notice when birds fly in a V formation, one side is longer than others? This is because there are more birds on that side. I can't remember that one U2 song and I've been searching for it for hours. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I remember my grandfather would always say things to me like pints, gallons, liters, cubic inches. Which to me, speaks volumes. Yesterday I tried drag racing. It was brutal running in those heels. Why do flamingos stand on one leg? Because if they lifted up both they'd fall over. It's been months since I bought the book How to Scam People Online. It still hasn't arrived yet. Florida is the Sunshine State. But clearly not the brightest state. What do you call a cow with seizures? Beef jerky. I'm really excited for the amateur autopsy club I just joined. Wednesday is open mic night. What did the drummer name his twin daughters? Anna 1, Anna 2. Why do flamingos lift one leg? If they lifted both, they'd fall. A cop looked at my driver's license and said I should be wearing glasses, so I told him I had contacts. But he didn't care who I knew and he gave me a ticket anyway. What two keys are the worst at opening locked doors? A monkey and a donkey. I took a massive gamble and just sunk all my life savings into a butcher shop on a blimp. The stakes have never been higher. Will a bear hurt you if you wear a raincoat? That depends on how fast you can run in a raincoat. I've been looking for some new hunting gear. But good camouflage is hard to find. What city do eggs come from? New York City. My dentist is a really mean guy. He always hurts my fillings. I don't think dad jokes are corny. I think they are kernels of wisdom. My wife said I should start doing lunges to get healthier. That would be a big step forward. A band I was in had a Polish sound guy. We had a check 1 2, a check 1 2. How much does a rainbow weigh? Not much, it's pretty light. My electrician attacked me. Shockingly, he got charged with battery. I went on a blind date with a vegan girl. Never met her before. I wasn't expecting to be diagnosed as colorblind. It really came out of the purple. Why do hipsters always burn their mouths eating pizza? They got into it before it was cool. I was selling my basketball net and the buyer asked for a quote. So I told him, "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take." What happened to the iPhone dropped in the ocean? It started sinking. How does the daddy electron watch over his baby electron? He keeps an eye on him. What do you call an American bee? A USB. My wife has stood by me for 30 years. We only have one chair. I forgot my binoculars today on my hike. That was very short-sighted of me. What do you call a scientist that snitches on you? A lab rat. Two is the only prime number that is even. That makes 2 really odd. My friend wants to read the Dune books because he heard they're really good. I heard they're a little dry. Why don't cannibals like to eat clowns? Because they taste funny. I saw a man going up a hill with a wheelbarrow full of rabbits' feet and horseshoes. I thought to myself, he's pushing his luck. My son is a man trapped in a woman's body. He'll be born in February. How does a penguin build its house? It glues it together. To whoever stole my elevator joke. I know what you're up to. What's yellow and hurts you when it hits your eye? A bulldozer. How do you teach a deaf child trigonometry? Sign language. My father is from the Caribbean, and was born with 3 legs. He's my Trinidad. No one seems to like my jokes about patchwork. I've tried so hard. Why did the man fall down the well? Because he couldn't see that well. I hate Russian dolls. They're so full of themselves. I'm writing a book on reverse psychology. Do not buy it. How do you eat a computer? One bite at a time. A suspicious man just paid me $1,000 just for an old shoe. It seemed like a good deal at the time, but now I'm afraid I sold my soul to the devil. How do kleptomaniacs like their eggs cooked? Poached. While in labor, my wife yelled, "Can't, won't, shouldn't, isn't." The doctor told me I shouldn't be worried since contractions are a normal part of childbirth. My friend is in a band. They have a Polish sound engineer. They also have a check 1-2, a check 1-2. My dad died today. He needed a blood transfusion, but we didn't know what his blood type was. As he was dying, he kept yelling, "Be positive." But it's hard without him. I calculated 2 plus 2 and got 5. So I said, "That's odd." What do you call a typo on a headstone? A grave mistake. Jesus told Peter, "Come forth and ye shall have eternal life." But Peter came fifth and won a toaster. Why did the Cyclops have to shut down his school? He only had one pupil. What tree can fit in your hand? A palm tree. I forgot to wear a mask in the local supermarket. The manager told me to never show my face there again. Hallmark just announced the stationery channel. It's pay-per-view. My stepfather hates when I call him my fake dad. He prefers to be called my faux pas. I finally got around to watching that documentary on clocks. It was about time. My wife gave birth in our car on the way to the hospital. I named him Carson. I told my son that my favorite band growing up was the Rolling Stones, and he said, "Who?" I told him that they were my second favorite. Did you know that kings fart helium? It's a noble gas. I fell in love with a psychiatrist. She drove me crazy. I wrote a book about armadillo shells the other day. It's a hardback. You used to be able to get air for free at gas stations, but now it's a $1. That's inflation for you. I was going to write a long story about winter, but it started getting too cold. So I just wrote a summary instead. I saw a car driven by a sheep in a swimsuit. It was a Lamborghini. Not to brag, but I defeated our local chess champion in less than 5 moves. Finally, my high school karate lessons paid off. I passed all of my courses except for Greek mythology. That has always been my Achilles elbow. I saw a murder in a Walmart parking lot yesterday. There must have been a dozen or more crows gathered around a piece of pizza on the ground. What is the name of the author who writes children's books about mythology? Dr. Zeus. Did you know a book changes color after you're finished with it? It becomes red. Saw a building made out of books. It was several stories high. I wrote a book on how to fall down the stairs. It's a step-by-step guide. Why did the tin cross the road? Because it can. What do you call a nervous javelin thrower? Shakespeare. Two guys walk into a bar. The second should have ducked. I ate a clock yesterday. It was very time-consuming. My teenage daughter was just complaining about her period. She said its effects are so restrictive she may as well be in jail. I told her to just be glad she's not on her semicolon because that's a sentence that doesn't end. For Father's Day my kids made me breakfast in bed. Why couldn't they have made it in the kitchen? Now I have to change the sheets. Just bought a book called 101 Ways to Get Glue Off Your Hands. It's dreadful, but I can't put it down. Why did the dog cross the road? Because the side he was on was too rough. How was the conductor able to get away with the perfect crime? It was very well orchestrated. I asked my dad for a snack and he gave me a peach. I told him I would prefer a pear. So he gave me another peach. What's the difference between a running man and a running dog? One wears trousers and the other pants. I sent my hearing aids for repair 2 weeks ago. Haven't heard anything since. I once saw a Bolshevik walking through the snow. Well, it was more of a Trotsky. Why aren't people in Afghanistan allowed to watch TV? Because of the Taliban. Did you hear about the man that had to have his left arm and leg amputated? He's all right now. Conjunctivitis.com. That's a site for sore eyes. Doctor gave me 2 years to live. So I shot him. Judge gave me 30 years. I bought a wig for only 25 cents. It was a small price to pay. Can anybody give me some advice to help me removing ice from my windshield? I just tried with a discount card I had in my pocket. Only got 20% off. Some people think it's weird that nuns wear basically the same clothes every day. But to them, it's a habit. Once a man said to God, "What's a million years to you?" And God said, "A second." So the man said to God, "What's $1 million to you?" And God said, "A penny." So the man said to God, "Would you give me a penny?" God stopped and said, "Yes, I will, just a second." Why did the florist have a wedding? It was an arranged marriage. A pony went to the doctor. It pointed to its throat and whispered. The doctor said, "It seems that you're a little hoarse." Caught my son chewing on electrical wires. Had to ground him until he could conduct himself properly. I used to do drugs in the 70s. Now I don't care what the temperature is. A man has been stealing wheels of police cars. They are working tirelessly to catch him. Why are fish good at weighing objects? They are practically covered in scales. What's a clockmaker's favorite social media site? TikTok.